savory food, so meat and butter and cheese, and I love vegetables too. I love fruit also, but lost all appetite. So if you put a donut in front of me or ice cream or something, it's almost aversive to me, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed.
There's probably a scientific explanation.
Sure.
It has to do maybe
neuron
habit,
dementia.
The sugar, the desire for that rush maybe is gone from your soul. So what was the most delicious things? Croissant, donuts. Is there a thing that
there's a place in Portland, I don't know if it's still open, called Little T's Bakery, and they have croissants that really rival the croissants in Paris. People make a lot of the pastry in Paris, but it's really the bread in Paris that's amazing. We lived there when I was a kid, and we did a sabbatical there. And, there they do the baguette morning bake and afternoon bake. And there's nothing like the bread in Paris, or the people, but if you're in the Pacific Northwest, you can find amazing croissants there.
What do you do with the croissant? What do you do with the bread? Butter, or is it just?
I don't eat them anymore. I don't have much of an appetite for them, even though they're not a sweet food. But I'm always putting butter on the croissant. Butter on the butter croissant. No jam. I would never adulterate my croissant.
I have to actually be honest about this. Talk about steak, and they talk about bread with the butter. I feel like butter is cheating. I feel like you're disrespecting the food by adding butter. Butter, it's like a elite version of ketchup.
A cracker is just a vehicle for cheese.
Oh, so that's just the cracker and the bread is just texture.
It's just that people look at you funny if you just eat the butter straight, which occasionally I do.
I got it.
But so I put a little piece of bread underneath it, not because I'm low carb, strictly low carb, but just because otherwise you get some funny looks.
That's like pasta is a vehicle for pasta sauce. It's interesting, but like Indian non-bread, you have the bread. I've had a lot of soul searching on which part of Indian brings me so much joy. Is it the bread or is it all the sauces that come with the bread?
Well, there we diverge again because for whatever reason, and no disrespect to anyone, but Indian food doesn't appeal to me.
Well, you're a lucky man because the number of calories in that food is like non-bread. I don't know how non-bread is made, but I think it's just soaked in oil and it's just very intensely, like the density of calories is very, very high. For me, barbecue, I would say, is probably that's good.
Anytime I'm in Austin, I start thinking about barbecue. I do love meat. My dad's Argentine. I love steak. I love meat. In Argentina, chorizo sausage is an appetizer before you have steak. So
it's meat on top of meat.
And it's not just men, right? You see women, sometimes very petite women, eating steaks that are bigger than their skull size. Slowly, they eat very slowly there, and they all eat dessert too, which is interesting. And they generally do this sort of one meal a day. Does that kind of reflect?
That's how I think about it, because I often day, especially when I'm traveling, a cheat meal, because it gives you a bit of more freedom to just lose yourself in the quantity of the food. I did the 3-day fast, and I ate chicken breast, like literally chicken breast with nothing else, just grilled, and it was the most delicious piece of meat I've ever eaten. And that gives you, the problem is when you fast for 3 days, you really can't pig out. You really shouldn't.
Your stomach will shrink in size already. Your gut microbiome is almost completely depleted by fasting. A lot of people think, cleanses and fasts are great for the microbiome. They quash your microbiome. However, when you start eating again, the microbiome comes back better than it was before your fast.
For people who don't know, Sergey and Todd are on the call. They're kind of pulling stuff up. They just pulled up Phelps with I forget how many calories he's eating, 10,000.
You know what's interesting? There's some cool physiology around this. The reason he needed to eat so much is not that he was burning that many calories in pure movement. It's that when you do exercise in water, even if it's warm water, the heat transfer in water is greater. So you burn far more calories. And again, here I'm admittedly lifting that from knowledge that was passed on to me by Tim Ferriss. But I checked it out and it's absolutely true. So if you exercise in water, even if it's not really cold water, your caloric needs go way up, which is why you get out of the pool and you're often really hungry.
And for fans of the Human Lab podcast, and if you're not a fan, what are you doing with your life? you would probably chuckle at the fact that Andrew just cited his sources even on that statement. Because you're so good at, I don't know how your memory works, but the only person whose memory is better than Joe Rogan is yours.
But my colleagues joke, PubMed sort of scrolls through my mind. Science, as you know, attribution is so baked into what we, and I think that it's interesting because now spending a lot of time on social media, attribution is not as common. And but in academia, you learn really early on that if you talk about your data and all these amazing sources, all it does is make you look better, right? Yeah. Whereas in social media and elsewhere in the business sector, it's almost like citing other people. People feel as if it's going to take away some of the credit. All it does is place you in the company of people that do really nice work. So I admit, and I have genuine and tremendous respect for Tim. He's been ahead on a huge number of health-related things and other things. An extremely kind person, very thoughtful person. So it's also just a pleasure to shine light on other people.
Yeah. Well, I actually, to push back, I know there's a culture, if you write a paper standing on the shoulders of a giant powerful thing, but there's all giving credit to the strongest idea in your paper and instead say it's kind of, or imply that it's original. There is a culture of kind of not celebrating others. I think people get most competitive in all walks of life, but especially in science when they're the closer they get in exactly the thing they work on. And so there's this dance, there's a few researchers in each of the individual little things that you work on. If you're studying a particular kind of ant, that other asshole that also is studying that particular ant. And then you're not going to often give credit for the brilliant ideas that other researcher is doing. And I think one of the things you've discovered and just is part of your nature, and which is why it's really great that you have an audience and you inspire others to do the same, is you celebrate that other ant studier. It's great, and everybody wins. It raises all boats. But that initial instinct to be like, what is it in Borat? Like my neighbor gets a toaster, I get a bigger toaster.
Yeah, that mindset. It's not that I'm not competitive in certain domains, but I get great pleasure from sharing things that I find, and I think that at the end of the day, you're as strong as your community, and you can build a wonderful community just by pointing out things that you love. Like these are all just loves. I see a paper and I love it. Only rarely do I think, I wish we had done that. I usually think, fantastic, now I can just focus on something else because they checked off that box.
And by the way, you mentioned PubMed and barbecue. I should mention that I got a chance to hang out with Rick Rubin thanks to you. He's a friend of yours, and you made the connection. That was a huge gift to my spirit, I guess. He's a truly, truly special human being. And there's a lot I could say about why he's a special human being. I'd love to learn how you met him. But I should also just mention on the PubMed thing, it was so interesting talking to him about music. And both on the podcast and privately, and just listening to music together, because when you mention a song, he does this thing where he closes his eyes and he finds that song in the album that we're talking about, and he steps through the album. You could see the brain stepping through individual songs to find that song in the album. And there's that kind of lookup process, and then he puts himself mentally in that space of okay, this is, whatever the album is, and not just the ones he produced, but all of these, an encyclopedia of music. And it's so interesting. It also, the thing I really love about him is something like a calmness that radiates from him, that it's okay to close your eyes and place yourself in the place where that album was recorded, in the feeling of that album, that silence. Let's go there together. It's like Alice in Wonderland, and we'll go there.
You do a good Rick Rubin. Minus the beard. His beard is epic, right? You can't fake a beard like that,
How'd you guys meet?
Yeah, well, Rick, I'm very blessed to consider a close friend. Rick and I got introduced through a common friend during the pandemic, and we started doing some FaceTime together and just talking about things related to science and health. And I'm not a musician. I have no musical ability or talent. I have good ability to memorize. I love lyrics and I love poetry. So I asked him a lot of questions about musicians that I happen to love that he's worked with and knows. And so he would give me stories about musicians and I would talk to him about health. And then eventually we formed a friendship where we would talk about any number of different topics in life. And then we started spending time together in person when he was in town or nearby. And as you now know, Rick, in addition to all his incredible accomplishments, has an incredible understanding of how to get the brain and body into state, right? And as you pointed out, he's willing to do the things that allow him to help these incredible artists get into the best state to do their craft. And so if he needs to sit there and be quiet with his eyes closed for a minute or two or more, he'll do that. He has routines to allow himself to get into state. And it's really inspired me to think about states of mind as something that, we'd all love to just flip the switch and say we're focused or we're creative, but to actually ratchet through the challenging steps in order to do that and to figure out what one needs to do on a regular basis to get into a proper state. It's not just going to come from a cup of coffee, a lamp of a particular wavelength or something. It's going to be those things, but it's also going to be really teaching oneself how to get into proper state.
Yeah, you did an episode on hypnosis. Do you think it's a kind of self-hypnosis?
Yes, I do. Because hypnosis is you limit the context, you're very alert, and you're very calm. And he has a number of these different practices, and so we would talk about those. And then we also have enjoyed a lot of discussions about deep neuroscience. In fact, I introduced Rick to a friend of mine who's a neurosurgeon and neuroscientist, and they've become friendly. Rick is one of these people that he sort of defies definition. Incredibly kind, incredibly private person too. So, I'm being respectful of that. But, and then of course, he's a fan of your podcast. And so when I learned that, it just made natural sense to introduce you. And I know he really enjoyed meeting you. And we talk about you a lot. And of course, in a positive light. I think his dedication to getting into these states of mind and his willingness to do that has completely transformed my routines around life. Like, for instance, before doing a very long podcast recording, the solo ones, which often take me several hours or more, 6 hours to record, sometimes more, sometimes less, I realized that there's a certain brain state associated with that. So I have to really limit the kind of interactions I have for the 2 hours before. I actually walk and talk out loud through my neighborhood. People think I'm crazy, but I live in a neighborhood where there are a lot of crazy creatives anyway. So
saying you're not crazy?
Well, at least not institutionally defined as crazy yet. But getting into state of mind is something that we'd all just imagine flip the switch. But Rick really convinced me you have to do the work to do the work.
Can you maybe linger on that, elucidate a little bit more your process of how you get in that space? That's really interesting because I have to admit I do everything last minute before podcast. I don't know. There's a lot of anxiety because whatever, if I have to pack, if I have to set up stuff, you were luckily you showed up a few minutes later.
Which for an academic is right on time.
Right on time. But the stress is immense. And on top of that, you look at a situation with Rick Rubin, I had to set up microphones in front of him. And just that stress, the anxiety.
He knows a lot about microphones.
What did he say, which I really love? He's like, how close do you like the microphone to be? It's like
that's a very Rick Rubin kind of thing, right? That the details really matter.
Yeah.
The details really matter, right down to your relationship to the microphone, right?
Yeah.
Distance and whether or not it brings out the timbre in your voice. But of course, this is what he does. He produces music, right?
But he also said, he is the professional. He said, how close do you like it to be? And he said it with a gentleness where I had existential crisis, where I don't know. He gave me so much wow, he made me feel like an artist, that the microphone distance is a decision you're supposed to make.
Well, I have to say, and this has actually come up in some of our conversations about you. I mean, you are an artist, and actually Joe Rogan. Once I heard him talking about podcasting and the fact that he's always trying to get better at it, and he described podcasting at one moment as an art, right? And it is. It's a certain medium of communication, and there's a cadence and a rhythm that when it's working, it really can facilitate the transfer of information. When it's not, it doesn't. I mean, obviously, Joe, just being himself, has tapped into that cadence that allows, and it's made so many people excited to hear him talk.
Well, in his case and in general, I think part of the art is refusing the world as you get a bigger audience, change who you are.
There's one quote that I've seen out there where he says, I'm like talking about himself, he says, I'm like the fish that got through the net. There's no stage version of me, right? Yeah. How he is in person is how he is, out in the world. And of course, there's nuance to his life, right? And his different relationships, of course. But it's true. I mean, we've had the great fortune of spending time with him out away from the microphones, so to speak. Joe is Joe.
So can you speak to that process? You mentioned the walking and the talking to yourself, because that's fascinating.
Yeah. I try and do a couple of things. First of all, when I was a kid, I had a little bit of a grunting tic. When I was 5 or 6, I would feel this buildup of tension in my throat, and I would do this grunting tic. If I get very tired, I start to do it still. We actually know that this is related to these basal ganglia circuits for go, no go. You got an accelerator and a brake, basically, in your neural circuitry. And kids with Tourette's and OCD, the brake doesn't work quite as well. And so one thing that happens is if I wake up in the morning, and especially if I'm well rested, well, if I'm not well rested, I do a hypnosis or yoga nidra in order to recover my sleep. That works really well. But then once I'm into the process of preparing the podcast, I've already gone through my notes. I know what I want to say more or less in kind of general contour. And then I take a walk, and I try to, so no phone with me, and I try to assess whether or not my energy is too high or too low for podcasting. Because when you podcast, as you know, you have to punch out a lot of material, but then there's times when you really need to slow down and emphasize and articulate. And so what I do, I've never revealed this. What I do actually is I will recite the lyrics of songs for about 10 minutes, songs I love, while I walk out loud.
It calms you and focuses you. What does it do?
I think it gets my vocal cords warmed up, and it also...
Do you sing or speak them?
I often sing them, and fortunately nobody hears. And as I do this, I start to evaluate whether or not I'm straining to get the words out, or whether or not I'm straining to make them slow enough so that I can articulate them. So there are days when I have so much energy that I'm trying to speak faster than I should in order to articulate properly. There are other days when I'm tired and I can't sort of keep up with my thoughts. And so what I try and do is assess that and then adjust the transmission, the RPM, so to speak. For instance, I can speak very quickly and then I can slow down. So I can change the cadence of my voice. And when you teach in the classroom, you learn, as you know, because you're an excellent teacher, I've watched your lectures in the classroom. As you teach in the classroom, when you want to slow down, every teacher knows you turn to the whiteboard or chalkboard and you start writing, right? It gives you a break. And then you turn around and you fire back the kind of machine gun fire of information. And then you slow down or you underline something. When you podcast, you don't have that opportunity, right? There are no visuals in my podcast. So what I try and do is always get my voice warmed up and make sure that I'm thinking and speaking at approximately the same rate. And then I also do this thing of I put my vision into panoramic vision when I walk, which is very calming. And then I actually start to remind myself of the purpose of podcasting. This sounds very mission statement-y, but you asked what I do. I remind myself first and foremost that what I want to communicate, what I want to come through is the beauty and utility of biology. And I only feel comfortable saying the word beauty publicly now about science things thanks to you, because I think
love and beauty.
Yeah, love and beauty.
Dr. Andrew Huberman.
Love and beauty, but also darkness and hatred. And if you're talking about the Lex Friedman podcast, you have to address the shadow, also the shadow side. But I think about I want to communicate the beauty and utility of biology, and then I check my emotional state. I want to make sure that I'm not angry about anything. And certainly if I am, that I'm going to set it aside for the podcast, because that's not a place for my whatever I might be dealing with. I also really start to feel into the parts of the research and the papers I found that I really love, because that's the part of me that I like the most, frankly. And on the podcast, if there's a paper, like for instance, we have a podcast coming out soon about heat as a tool, sauna, but some other things. And in researching this, I learned so much about these heat shock proteins and the use of sauna in Finland for increasing growth hormone, but also for the treatment of mental illness. And I realized I fell in love with this literature. It's just a beautiful literature. These people are true pioneers for doing this work. Now everyone's into sauna, but this was 20 years ago. The way the experiments were done were amazing, with all these Finnish people with thermocouples up their rectum to measure temperature, swimming in pools. It's hilarious and great. And so I start to think about it, and I think, I just start to really access my love of the work. And then when we finally sit down, meaning my producer Rob and I, and record, I just sort of want to just bask in sharing it. Just like the little version of me when I was 6 or 7, I used to spend all weekend reading the encyclopedia, Guinness Book of World Records, making my mother drive me places to introduce me to. I had this obsession with trapping animals when I was a kid, meet these people. And then on Monday, I would insist on giving a lecture in class just as a little kid. So that's basically what it is. I just try and access that childlike energy. And so I want to be clear. The goal is always to make the information interesting, clear, and actionable. And if it's also surprising, then that's a bonus. But that's basically the process. But yeah, I'm singing and talking and getting into state. And I used to feel very sheepish about sharing any of this. This is the first time I've ever shared it out loud. But Rick was the one who encouraged me to find a process that works and continue to develop that process and not let anything get near that process. People in my personal life know this. And when it's time, it's like, I don't care what else is going on. I'm moving into that brain state.
And there's probably a process like that for anything that you do in life that you take seriously. So the people that have perfected this is athletes. Like if Olympic level athletes, they have to have a process like this.
And I think Tiger Woods actually was taught self-hypnosis quite young, and used self-hypnosis often during his tournaments, sometimes to great success and other times less so.
Is there other places in life that you use kind of a protocol, like a mental protocol to get ready?
Many of the best areas of life are their own form of hypnosis, right?
True.
You know that you're in hypnosis if, for instance, you're in a movie and something happens and you feel the emotional lift without being self-conscious about it. Yes, I think that one thing that we've tried to do in our house is around meal times to try and set a state that food isn't just something that we just throw down our throats. And I'm fortunate that, my partner cooks really well. And so I try and give her the space to do that. And that's a whole thing of her getting into state. And then
for the cooking,
the
preparation of all
I can just see it. I just see the way she approaches the whole thing and the pleasure in serving it. And I'm an eater, not a cooker. But
both are important roles. You could be a very good eater. Like there's something about, is there anything better in this world than that feeling, especially if it's a family, getting around a table, just the warmth of that. I don't know, it's like the cold outside of the cruel world cannot touch you in this place that you return to. And if,
did you grow up eating meals as a family?
Yeah. I
mean, sit down, no television.
No, well, I didn't really have television, period, outside of meals. So most of my time was spent, like a stray cat, outdoors, just running around, playing soccer.
I imagine you in this like dirt or concrete lot between two very high-rise buildings, playing soccer.
Yeah,
in like athletic gear that you only see in Eastern Europe. You know how like you come to the States and people wear their athletic gear. You go to Europe and you see, maybe it's the soccer culture, but you see athletic gear that you just don't see anywhere else.
That's interesting. We grew up pretty poor, so first of all, I was always wearing my brother's, who's an older brother's clothes, and they were like old. My favorite things were American things that I didn't understand. It would be like a Pepsi shirt or something. And it was that was the gear. And it was like too large for me, but I thought I was the coolest person ever, just wearing this fancy, like Kanye, like type of fashion.
Yeah, there's something about it. I feel like in Eastern Europe, they wear athletic gear where like the guys like zip up the collars.
That's like fancy stuff. That's if you like those are the cool kids.
I see.
Like the cool soccer players, football players that like they were in a league of some kind, so they would get uniforms or they somehow. I always thought anyone who had anything nice had to do something really bad to get it. That was my view of the world, because I guess I didn't understand how it's possible to be rich, because most of us were surrounded by people who are poor, and that life is beautiful and simple. And it's like, why do you escape that life? But you still admire the cool, when we got McDonald's, it was like, what kind of world does this place come from? Like, who invented this? It's a fascinating view from a child's perspective of capitalism, essentially.
Yeah, but the fact you ate dinner together is really interesting. My parents divorced when I was an adolescent, so then there was a total fracture of any family structure. But prior to that, we ate dinner together every night. I was expected to know how to use my knife and fork, and it was like a very structured thing. I don't know if kids do that now. If I ever have kids, they're going to do that. And certainly, actually, on the way over here, I was thinking, I really want a lot of kids. I want like a whole litter. And I was thinking, if Lex has kids and I have kids, then we can like pit them against each other with jujitsu. Yeah, sure. This is my chance at redemption.
It's the long game.
Soccer, right? They'll all want to be engineers or physicists. Yeah. They won't want to be biologists. But in all seriousness, I look forward to the day that our kids play together.
Yeah, I think there's something. So it's the family dinner, the ritual of the family dinner, but also the special occasion dinners, but there's a little bit more preparation, a little bit more cooking, whether it's on the weekend or for some holiday. In Russia, it was a thing that actually I find completely missing for the most part. In America, is there was neighbors. You broke the walls between families much more commonly. Like, there would be kind of regular characters, like a sitcom almost. If you watch a sitcom, it's never just the family. There's always like other characters that
just bursting in the door.
I'm
gonna start doing that here, just to make you feel at home. Just start showing up at your studio. I know where you live.
I think people want to respect, Michael Malice lives next door to me, and I think people want to respect each other's privacy or something like that. And I think we all get super busy, and like, it's kind of work to do this dinner together, or if you see it as a thing that needs to be scheduled, it's work. We get busy. There's a lot of stuff going on, but if it's part of a ritual, a part of the culture, all of those walls get broken down, and then you realize, like, that's like, later looking back, those are the things you miss. Like, that's what life is about. Like, all the stupid stuff you're doing in terms of career or whatever, all the busy things, those don't matter. What matters is the people.
Yeah, in academia, this changed in the last few years, of course. But one of the great joys was professors will stop by your office or your lab. Nobody set up an appointment. There's a guy when I was a professor in San Diego, a guy named Harvey Carton. He's a member of the National Academy. He's truly the world's expert in the evolution of vision and evolution of brains generally. And he would show up in my lab, and he would just start talking to the students and postdocs. And a pure encyclopedia. And then at some point you'd say, "Hey, Harvey, I gotta go," and you kick him out, right? Or this guy, he's a physicist, David Kleinfeld, who's the same way. Actually, David Kleinfeld's an interesting one. A student of his went on to create the Beavis and Butthead cartoon, and one of them is David. He's a physics professor. Nice. Now people can look him up. And David's one of those guys who just walk into your office, you just sit down and you just start talking to you. And so there's a kind of a family feel. It's like Cheers or Seinfeld or one of those shows where somebody just walks in. And I think you and I both share a love of the community around things. And podcasting is a little bit more isolated. I should say for the guest episodes, the preparation is completely different because it's more conversational. And so there, I don't do any of this business of putting myself into state. I just try and make sure that the guest is taken care of. And I do list out the questions I'm going to ask before, but those actually really like the interview episodes far more than I like doing the solo ones.
Just psychologically, I mean.
I just like learning from someone directly. Yeah. Because you asking an expert about something, like sitting here with you when we recorded the podcast where you were a guest on the Huberman Lab podcast, and for the first time, and finally, someone was explaining to me the difference between machine learning, artificial intelligence, and all these other things. And I've finally forgiven you for making me cry about Costello on camera, but because it helped me move through it. But but in all seriousness, the interview ones are a sheer pleasure. The solo ones I really enjoy, but they're work. Sometimes I think like I'm going to sweat a little like prepping.
Well, it's interesting because I do think prepping for interviews is having a similar process might be also very valuable. Like I have to think about that because I think when you do a conversation for several hours, especially when it's a high stakes one, so it's not like what you and I know. It's more like it's just chatting and so on.
The world order isn't going to shift
exactly
according to it. Although you never know.
You never know.
Knowing you, we'll probably be into some pretty controversial topics in a few minutes.
Oh,
you
boy.
like to ride the edge more than I do.
Boy.
There are a number of topics that I just completely avoid, and my response to those is always that I have a lot of opinions about that, but not a lot to say. But whereas you've become far braver in terms of the topics you'll encounter, and some of your guests have been a bit controversial, right?
Yeah.
Some of them are people that a lot of people don't like, and you've been willing to just sit down, and maybe it's the jiu-jitsu thing,
Well, I don't know. It is tricky. One of my goals for this year is to talk to people that a lot of people really don't like.
Are you going to share with us? And here I am.
But people that are in prison,
right?
Major political leaders. I've been thinking a lot about how to talk to really difficult, controversial figures, but find together something with them that's deeply honest about their nature, about the ideas they have about the world, like reveal something real. And some people, you have to be very careful. Some people are very good at hiding the real inside them, even from themselves. That's something I think about a lot. I think about dictators of the past, and I put myself in the mindset, well, how do you reveal something real about this person to themselves? I think that, to me, and you kind of spoke to that, but a great conversation is one where both of you discover something new. Like it's not just, so I love that too. That's my favorite thing, what you mentioned, which is allowing your curiosity to ask all kinds of questions and get excited and to learn from an expert, but also to push them to discover something about themselves, about their ideas together. And then that discovery, and sometimes it's like we don't see it in the moment, but the audience hears it. It's weird to say, like, I would compare it to when you're a musician, you're playing with other musicians, you lose yourself in the moment. Yeah, it's like it's working right. It's working, but you don't really see the big picture impact of what it's working right actually feels like. And that's where the audience can see that. Like if you talk to somebody evil, for me as an interviewer, I have to empathize with that person. If I want to understand, I have to put myself in that mind space. And to put yourself in that mindset, you really have to become that. You have to understand the evil inside of you. Like you can't just think if somebody's in power and has used that power to abuse others. You can't just be I personally, a person who seeks to understand. You can't just be a journalist asking generic questions. You have to put yourself in a place where you're somebody who's given a lot of power, and slowly you start to abuse that power. And what does that person become? Who are you? I have to plug myself into those moments in my life in the past where I've been angry at something, and where I've been cruel because I was angry in little ways. But then you magnify them at scale, and I have to go there, and that's very human. And then I have to look at another person from across the table from me and understand, well, you're there too. And then you had more opportunity to do truly cruel things. And then where, like, I have to plug myself into places where I've been, I can imagine I can go, where I was cruel to others and was unaware of it. So I was in a mind space where I was thinking that I'm doing good and I was doing not good. Again, I've never got an opportunity to do any of those things at a large scale, but all of us have done it at a small scale.
Sure.
And I plug myself into that, and then we're here. We're two. If it's somebody who's in prison, if it's somebody who's a dictator, we're in that space where evil is all of us have the capacity to do that evil, and I have to imagine myself being able to do that evil. And then we're here together in that dark place. And then if it's just right, something real can actually come. Something from that person's childhood, maybe awakening to realization that I thought I was a good person and I'm not. And for that only happens when you truly empathize. Those moments of discovery are beautiful, but they also happen in science. When you just have a conversation and you realize, I feel like talking to Stephen Wolfram. I feel like we constantly realize beautiful things together.
On this element of, evil and sociopathy, that, Jung had this notion that we have all things inside us and that we all have the capacity to be good or evil, etc. But I have the good fortune of working with somebody who has deep understanding of psychiatry, but also psychoanalysis and Jungian theory. And he said to me recently, he said, whether or not all people have all things inside them is still debated in the psychology community and in the neuroscience community and as a matter of philosophy. But there are certain people, not many, but there are certain people whom they've actually lived out many versions of their possible selves in the first person. And so those are unique individuals. Then even if they tapped into these things as you mentioned, at a more minor level, as opposed to impacting people negatively at scale. So being able to access those different parts of oneself is key. And you've been willing to step into that. My podcast is not one in which we get down to those matters. But you never know. We might do an episode on narcissism and sociopathy. The other thing that I took away from a conversation with a friend who did a lot of years in special operations in the intelligence community, he said, it's if you look at somebody's past, at some point, you will come to understand some pretty good reasons as to why they became who they are. But you have to draw his words, the red line someplace. And what he was referring to was the fact that certain people, at least in the eyes of certain communities, deserve to be eliminated as a consequence of their actions, right? Regardless of what drove them to those actions. So it gets right down to the line between nature, nurture, neuroscience, and the law and justice. Complicated themes. I can think of a number of people that I would love to hear you interview. And here I'm not revealing the reasons why, but except for the fact that I think you would be uniquely suited to bring out the important components of the conversation that other people have not been able to do, which, for instance, Liz Holmes. This is one of the most mysterious and yet disliked people on the planet. She's sort of synonymous with deception. I don't know if there have been any real interviews of her since the whole thing. I haven't followed that case. I listened to the book and I followed it a little bit because it was happening in my hometown, right? Theranos was right up the road. The building's still there. It's interesting. It's some of the most premier real estate in Silicon Valley, but nobody wants it. It's sort of like it's very hard to sell a home where somebody committed suicide or committed a murder, even if it's a beautiful home. I sort of feel like the Theranos building is that building. So that would be a really interesting interview. I would love to hear that interview.
One of the most interesting dark human beings in science.
Yeah, and then there will even be people that say, was it even science, right? It might have all been deception. It might have been one part deception, one part goal setting mixed in with clearly that there were so many factors impacting what happened. I think the big difference between Theranos and that story and some of the other stories about Silicon Valley where people promised a lot more than they could deliver is they were promising things that were directly related to health and healthcare. People were taking blood tests with the understanding that the data they were getting was important information about sexually transmitted diseases and other diseases and making real world decisions on the basis of that. Whereas if you remember when the iPhone first came out and Steve Jobs was still alive and the phones were dropping calls if you held it in a particular way, and his response was a little flip. He said, hey folks, it's a phone, as if like, don't get so worked up. Yeah. But people held him understandably to a very high standard. She would sort of, it seemed, and I don't know because I certainly wasn't there, it seemed like she sort of adopted this idea that you could get it wrong a bunch of times before you get it right, except if the allegations are true, and I think she was found guilty, I believe, on a number of counts, that a number of the things that they were doing were impacting real-world decision-making. So Steve's point about the phone is just the phone. Well, it depends on the call. If you're calling 911, then it's not just the phone, right? But in the case of blood tests and disease, that's serious. I think that the Theranos case was super interesting to me because of the number of people from major universities and from government that both trusted her and the number of people who did not trust her and yet either didn't speak up or no one listened to them. It was only in the forensic version of it that everyone said, oh yeah, I knew that she was lying, et cetera, they were lying. There are multiple people involved in those lies, apparently. But I have a deep interest in the neuroscience of narcissism, sociopathy, and some of the darker aspects of the mind. So yeah, maybe someday. Maybe we'll do a podcast together. Yeah, I mean, like in the kind of early '90s version of talk shows where we darken the lights and we do it together. You can use your voice because your voice is much more sinister sounding than mine.
Good cop, bad cop. Well, it'd be interesting from a scientific perspective of somebody who is a sociopath or a psychopath, how to reveal something real about them. I think that requires not just, well, I don't know what that requires. It requires the same skill that it takes to be a good therapist.
Right, and some therapists won't work with sociopaths because they don't feel any progress can be made. Some therapists will work with sociopaths because for the wealthy ones, they often they want their money. I think most therapists are good and benevolent, but there's some that will do it just the same way lawyers will work with criminals knowing they're criminals, right? Oftentimes because they're criminals. There are certain domains of psychiatry that are more tractable than others, right? Borderlines are interesting, I should just mention, because they have this phenomenon of splitting. So in the world of psychology, the idea is that being neurotic is actually the goal. The idea that you could be, feel something and then work a lot to overcome it, or have some sort of defense mechanism in place, but that's not destructive. That's actually a pretty healthy state to be in. It's provided it's not destructive. Psychotic is truly delusional thinking about reality. And the idea is that borderlines intermittently split between psychotic and neurotic. That's why it's called, this beautiful work by Melanie Klein that describes this, which I'm just now kind of delving into. But, so the borderline is the person who is like, I love you, I love you, I love you, and then truly feels as if they hate you and you become the bad object. Borderlines are challenging for psychologists because of the splitting, right? Schizophrenics are challenging because of the detachment from reality. And narcissists are challenging because they're often so charming that even the therapists are charming.
I believe you mentioned Carl Desserov. We'll talk about.
He's definitely not a narcissist. He's one of the more humble people, but he is brilliant.
Thanks again to you. You've connected us. I had the pleasure of having a conversation with him. You had a conversation with him. I really enjoyed it on the podcast. You guys come from the same science, from the same place, maybe different journeys, fascinating
and levels. We were postdocs together. Carl is truly the Michael Jordan, the Wayne Gretzky, 5 children, amazing marriage to also an amazing scientist. His wife, Michelle Monge, is in our neurology department at Stanford. Incredible thinker, writer, very kind person, humble. Speaking of getting into state, sorry, Carl, I'm going to out you on this, but Carl, despite being at the highest levels of science and engineering and a practicing psychiatrist, his office is literally a coat closet with a small table lamp. When you meet with Carl, if you manage to meet with him, because he's very hard to get to, you walk in, you sit down as if you're going through some interrogation in some spy novel, and he'll ask you, what are you most excited about lately? And I've got 11 minutes or something. And that's a meeting with Carl, because he's that busy. But he doesn't have the office with the pictures of the kids and the thing and all that. All that is kept elsewhere. So in order to I asked him, why do you work in this office, right? You work on light and channels of light, things relate to light of all things. Here you are in this dark room. And he said, well, this is what gets me into the state of mind, be able to do what I want to do. Very Rick Rubin-ish, in not that at all the same person, but very similar in that he's figured out the physical space he needs in order to get into the optimal state to do the work that he needs to do in this lifetime. And it's very unusual, right? If I don't have a window, I kind of freak out. I can do it here for a while. We're in this black cube here, floating in space, of course. But I find that amazing that these people that are operating at this super high level are willing to actually deprive themselves of a lot of conditions. They're not sitting there with the secretary coming in offering them espresso every 5 minutes and things like that. No. That's New York neuroscience. I'm picking the New York neuroscience mafia is kind of famous for having all the tickets to the opera and this and that, and they enjoy lifestyle a lot.
The New York neuroscience.
Oh, there is one. There definitely is one. They know who they are. They know who they are.
For people who don't know, Andrew Huberman is from the West Coast, and now he's just starting wars with the neuroscience mafia.
Well, they do amazing science. They think they love their lifestyle, and that's wonderful. But the culture is very different.
Yeah.
Carl, and I think Silicon Valley in general kind of prides itself on this kind of monk-like asceticism, right? So,
but at the individual scale, be deliberate about controlling the environment. I think about that with the conversations too. I haven't been deliberate about that either, in terms of controlling the space you're in. Visually, yes, black curtains, all those kinds of things.
There is nothing like the Lex Friedman podcast studio. First of all, when you do them remotely, I always feel like I'm in a witness relocation program. You only get the coordinates at the last moment, and you always get the sense that there are people behind the walls that are recording things.
Well, there's something about creating a feeling. I have a sense that there's a robot over there. There's several throughout this place. And I think part of creating a feeling would be having the robots constantly moving around and having a mind of their own, because that would most closely put guests and other humans that I interact with into a place that's closest to my mind, because it's such an engineering mind, and one where when things come to life, it's a beautiful place to be. And whatever that is, that could be like art, but to me, robots are art. And so I'm thinking about that both for me and for guests. And I'm also thinking about the difficult guests. Just to return to, you said Elizabeth Holmes, the one person, maybe a couple of things I want to say. So one person I think I would like to talk to is Ghislaine Maxwell.
I always get afraid right before you reveal these kinds of things, and now I know why I get afraid. Yeah, I mean, again, assuming that she did the things that people claim she did, they're despicable, right? I mean, these were underage children, right? There's just no version of the story where she did the things she was accused of doing and is still a quote-unquote good person. There's just, in my mind, right? And yet, I think there is tremendous interest in understanding like what led her to do all that. So at least for some people.
Let me say a couple of things. So one is, at a high level, let me say that she believes, or her current story is that she's the victim.
Of who?
Of Jeffrey Epstein. I think I'll just leave that there as is. So these are ideas that you're facing. The nature of truth and the nature of the human mind is what it is. And this is, imagine, folks, if you went into a room with the person that says that, what do you do next? Let me also say that I never, or rarely, not say never, I rarely mention names that I'm interested in talking to without having made significant progress in already securing that interview. So people sometimes ask me about Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. I do not bring them up lightly in terms of there being a path to an actual conversation. That said, something I regret, but I'm not sure I know what to do with it. But in the case of all the people I just mentioned, I haven't been preparing for those conversations. I only start really preparing seriously when it's confirmed, because it's such a heavy burden. And one of the things I regret in having mentioned a conversation with Vladimir Putin before the war in Ukraine broke out in the past few years, is that I would mention it very loosely, very casually, and without having really deeply put myself into a place that I'm ready to talk to them. And that's a tricky thing, because then the internet, the audience in general, and just me, when I listen back to my dumb self, think, well, why are you speaking so lightly about these topics?
Well, I know you've had a long-standing interest in talking to him. I think now, I don't understand how I would sit down and have a conversation with somebody like that, but that's not in the range of my skill sets, right?
Or maybe not in the range of things that you're drawn to somehow.
Not so much. I mean, I would watch that episode with great interest. Well, you did an episode recently with this guy who was a former cyber criminal turned stateside, right? I think he works for the government now. And there was a segment in there. Remind me his name?
Brett Johnson.
There was a segment in there where he talked about stealing a lifetime's worth of collected coins from some elderly woman, and this was everything she had. And then he openly admitted that he felt no remorse, which is the way he described it, is purely sociopathic. And then, of course, we learned that he grew up in a family where criminal behavior was very common. It was kind of embedded into his notions of what typical behaviors were. And I found myself somewhat conflicted, but also hung up on this idea that, he was, he had behaved as a sociopath, or in a sociopathic way. And it created an internal conflict, because he's a quite charming guest and his stories are terrific. Especially, I really enjoyed his discussions about how he would go out and do all these things out of a desire to please his girlfriend. So he was in service to other people. Despite being a sociopath, you could say he was in service to them as a way to extract. It gets very complicated. I think is the reason I went into science, is that at some level, it's more about facts than it is opinions and judgments. And I don't know that I have the ability to suspend judgment over away from the kind of top level contours of my initial reaction to, if it's true, like the Ghislaine Maxwell's and the Liz Holmes and the other sociopaths, is one of just kind of revulsion and repulsion. But that could also reflect the fact that I'm not as, neurologically sophisticated as somebody that can spin all the plates of empathy, forgiveness, but also holding people accountable at the same time. That's work. That takes, if you think about it, that's 3 forebrain circuits having to work in parallel. That's the difference between chess or a game of Go and a game of checkers. I guess I'm playing checkers and playing chess.
No, so one is actually holding in your mind, and 2 is the raw skill of conversation. You're very, just having listened to your interviews, a very good conversation, but the skill of conversation is really tricky. I'm not being self-deprecating. I'm being just objective. I'm not good at conversation. I'm working very hard at getting better at it. I'm speaking not about just podcasting. I'm speaking just normal life. I have anxiety from social interaction.
Do you really?
A huge amount, yeah.
So this is interesting, because I never detect that, ever. And I think there are people that we both know that have said to me that they too feel anxious, and yet your voice is steady. I don't see any perspiration.
Oh yeah.
You appear incredibly calm.
Shitless. I was scared shitless with Rick Rubin.
Rick Rubin is, when you first meet him, is intimidatingly calm, but as you get to know him a bit, you realize that the kindness and the generosity that you sense is real. But yeah, I would never in a million years have guessed that you get anxious in conversation.
Can I just make another quick comment? This may come off entertaining to you, Andrew. Maybe you've already gotten the same. But having mentioned Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky, Ghislaine Maxwell, there is a natural question. How does Lex have access to these people? Who does he work for? How does he
Or who works for him.
Or who works for him.
Right.
What does he have on others? I ask when I look in the mirror, just somebody who kind of enjoys conspiracy theories, and I want to ask the same question. Like, well, I usually ask it in the following way: like, how the fuck am I so lucky? Like, who am I a robot being controlled by somebody else, or like what? How is this my life right now? What is happening? It really does feel like a simulation. So let me just speak to several things. First of all, I have no boss. I know of, nor am I controlled by any intelligence agencies of any nation.
We're gonna get you a dog, Lex.
That I could talk to. I'm scared of getting a dog because I would fall in love so deeply. I think that
next time I'm bringing a puppy. I'm just gonna bring a puppy. I'm gonna leave it here.
And then you'll never see me again. I mean, I love dogs so much, but I was also surprised, and maybe I have never talked to an intelligence agency, which is very interesting to me. Like
that you're aware of, because they're very good at communicating with people.
But I've been very suspicious on this exact point. That's the downside of kind of being an introvert, having anxiety about social interaction, but then having so much love thrown your way because we connect over podcasts. Podcasts have a powerful way of connecting people. So people come with you with love that I really love, that I appreciate, but I wonder, like, exactly this question, like why is this person with a Russian accent talking to me and showing me so much love?
Well, because sorry to interrupt you again, but it's what we do, and it's a sign of interest. By the way, too. Sometimes, yeah. I have a colleague at Stanford, and she said, interruption 75% of the time is a sign of real interest in what the person is saying, if nothing else. Well, you're very lovable.
Well, but
I mean, I learned about hedgehog in the fog from you.
Yeah.
When I learned, you're very lovable. People love you because you're lovable.
I love love. Okay, so 100%, and it's, I mean, especially here in Austin, Texas, people are so amazing. I go just hugs and just I love people. But
do you want a family? Are you eventually
100%? I mean, I take what you said as a challenge, in terms of having a family with kids. And they do jiu-jitsu and obviously defeat you and make you miserable for your failures as a father because you couldn't.
You're gonna be a great dad.
Build up an army of good jiu-jitsu people. But yes, I would love a family. I would love to have children. But I just want to finish that point. I'm nervous about it. I'm nervous about the way people perceive what you're seeing as a Forrest Gump type character, like who I am. I seem to be, and this is how like the world seems to work, is you try to be yourself, like you try to find yourself, maybe the better way to say it, and just be that. Be kind to people, work your ass off, and say F you to anybody that wants to control you or to tell you what to do. Just be free, and then put love out there in the world, and doors open. This karma thing seems to work. So like, how the hell, my friends with you now, how the hell did I get a chance to eat barbecue with Rick Rubin, right? Like,
you guys had barbecue.
Yeah, I had barbecue. Right. Of course.
He's from New York. Any New Yorker that I know has very high standards for food because bad restaurants don't last long in New York.
And barbecue counts as Texas barbecue.
Well, I would also add that whether or not you realize it or not, you took tremendous risk. I mean, we come from the same original community, which is academic science, right? And to be at MIT and to start posting lectures online is risky, right? I was third or fourth man in terms of podcasting as an academic because you had gone on Rogan many times. David Sinclair had gone on there. Especially before the pandemic, you just didn't see many academics and scientists talking in a public-facing way. So you took tremendous risk, right? You took tremendous risk always wearing that jacket and tie, right? The only time I haven't seen you in that truly is when we rolled jiu-jitsu, and I hear I'm being generous to myself saying I rolled jiu-jitsu, where basically you choked me out in front of hundreds of
that was really
it was great. It was great fun, and I
Thank you for doing that. To have a beginner's mind is a beautiful thing.
I have not been taking the classes, but I'm going to. I truly am. Especially there's a small chance I might find myself in Austin a bit more often in the near future. But
well, if you're out in San Francisco, you should train with Mark Zuckerberg. He just started, so
yeah,
you guys can.
Interesting.
Sure. I mean, he's actually. So I mean, people listen to an episode. Perhaps he's a fascinating human being.
I listened to it. It's great. You took tremendous risk as an academic to do what you did. So I do believe that when one takes intelligent risk, because you can die, you can crash your career, you can do all sorts of self-destructive or destructive things when taking risks. You took risks and they paid off, right? And you take different risks at different stages. But I don't throw around the word admiration lightly. I mean, I admire that you were in this classroom at MIT. You're like, I'm going to film this and put it online. One of your early interviews is with Ido Portal, who's very hard to get to. I've communicated with Ido a few times.
You should definitely talk to him.
I can't wait to talk to him. I'm dying to talk to him. I was supposed to do some course teaching with him right before the pandemic hit, and then it got canceled because he couldn't travel. But getting to him is exceedingly challenging. So you do have this incredible ability to get to people and for them to trust you and know you. And I think it's through your authenticity. And I think it's the fact that you're willing to go places where people haven't been before. You know, this is what's the saying about pioneers? How do you spot the pioneers? They're the people with the arrows in their backs. You know, so that's the, you know, yeah, and that's actually a quote that I lifted from Terry Signowski, who's there you go. You know, sources again. Terry's you should talk to Terry. He's a computational neuroscientist down at the Salk Institute, Howard Hughes investigator, et cetera. But so, you know, taking risks that other people have not taken that's a real thing. And to do it with integrity and rigor, that's a real thing. And so, yeah, I'm complimenting you, and I hope it lands and lands deeply. But I also hope that people will hear that and understand that it's one thing to do what other people are already doing boldly. It's a whole other thing to launch an entire art form or venue, and you did that. And you didn't write a book. Hopefully you will someday, but you didn't go write a book. A lot of academics have written books. You went online. Jordan Peterson, another controversial character. He did it too. All those lectures that he's filmed, and then it's led to this other thing. So, you know, there's karma, and then there's also having the spine to just put it all on the line and do something for which there is no prior example to hold on to while you go through those headwinds.
The really fascinating thing, and actually a lot of people tell me about you, Andrew Huberman, like the reach of a podcast is really fascinating. It's not the numbers of people that listen. I don't know if that's important at all. What's important is like the depth of connection you have with certain people. It really moves them, like like they really get you. So there's a lot of big Andrew Huberman fans that really get you. It's not just the science. It's the stuff between the lines. It's Costello. It's the whole picture of a scientist that finds beauty in biology and reveals it. And they love you for it.
You know, because it was on television at the time, I followed that Amanda Knox story pretty carefully. And I don't watch television, but whenever I would travel, if there was a TV on the airplane, I would find myself getting wrapped into things like Locked Up Abroad, you know, and these things which make you terrified to travel anywhere, let alone commit a crime overseas. You know, the scenes of some of these prisons are so dramatic, and you know, I mean, her case got a ton of interest, and then she went and then was a student at the University of Washington, and has talked quite openly about, you know, how she was treated and how people assume guilt, and you know, and eventually, you know, she was exonerated, and you know, we can only go by what we know, what the law determined. But you know, these are people that the world is fascinated by. I'm guessing about a third of people have already decided this person is despicable. Why would you ever give them an audience? About a third of people, I think, are open to, or at least interested in learning more about them. And then I think the remaining third, kind of the third that the category that I put myself in, which is what can I learn about people and myself, even in my revulsion, right? What can I learn?
Myself.
Yeah, what can I learn about myself from listening to this conversation with somebody that I like to think, I'm not talking about Amanda here, I'm talking about the other people that you're talking about, that I can't relate to, right? Hearing conversations with and about people that you cannot relate to is informative. Otherwise, your whole mind literally becomes insular, right?
Well, there's an interesting thing. I also had to, ever since the war in Ukraine broke out, one of the questions I was asking myself, and this is not to be dramatic, it's just a very simple, honest question that I think a lot of journalists that operate in the war zone or documentary filmmakers that I've recently got a chance to meet have to be honest with themselves. Are you willing to put at risk your life for things you do?
What are you willing to die for?
Yeah, what are you willing to die for? It sounds very dramatic, but whenever risk goes up, I mean, I don't know. You ask that if you want to take out a trip out to space on a commercial space flight. You have to. Are you willing? Are you willing to die for this journey? Now the odds there are really small.
I just watched Apollo 13 again.
Yeah,
great movie.
Yeah, great.
I'm not going to space. I'm not going to space.
Afraid of heights?
No, I'm not afraid of heights. It feels like a terrible place to die.
Yeah. Well, first of all, death anywhere is not great.
Yeah, although I have a song teed up in my phone. If the plane starts to go down,
yeah,
I'm gonna spend the last few. It's a rare song. Nobody knows it. It's a song off a B track of my favorite band, which is Rancid's. This song called "The Sentence," and nobody, and I love it, and I listen to it almost every day.
Rancid, the Sentence. It's called
the band is called Rancid. Yeah, famous band.
Yeah.
Relatively love those guys. Love their music. And the song is "The Sentence." You can only find it on a B-side or outtake, and it's, if you don't know how to decipher Tim Armstrong's voice, then you probably won't understand the lyrics. But because it's sung very, very fast. But if the plane ever goes, anytime there's turbulence, I put that thing in, I put the headphones in. I'm like, well, it's time. I'm going to go out like this. I don't want to drift off into the galaxy, just slowly asphyxiating and freezing to death. That sounds horrible. Just like I wouldn't want to drown or.
But on a plane is okay?
Well, on a plane, I mean, look, if the thing starts going down and there's truly nothing you can do, you might as well at least listen to your favorite song.
Yeah, true. I'll probably go with the Pixies, "Where's My Mind," like from Fight Club. Oh. And just the calmness, just sit back, like the musicians playing at the Titanic.
I didn't know you were a Pixies fan. I'm gonna have to.
Not so much a Pixies fan. Actually, I should say that that was the "Where's My Mind." It was the chosen song for Fight Club at the end when the buildings are coming down or something like that. So that there's certain songs that just fit just right for the collapse of human civilization, and you're calmly appreciating like that's just it. This is how absurd this life is. At any moment it can end, and this is it. This is
I love how we both have Death and Demise soundtracks.
It's just a question when you're an academic doesn't come up often.
Right.
That's all. That's
yeah. There are some academics that are bold and brave. It's not a phenotype. Being bold and brave in the physical world is not a common phenotype of academics. I mean, the great neurologist, one of my, I don't have many heroes, but Oliver Sacks is a true hero. I mean, people think of him as a writer, but he was foremost a neurologist, and he took tremendous pushback from the neurology community for doing his books and his articles. He has a great biography called On the Move. There's a wonderful documentary that just came out about him. He died in 2015. I'm actually kind of a collector of his things. But he had but he was accused of horrible things until the movie Awakenings came out with De Niro and Robin Williams.
Amazing movie, by the way. People don't, they seem to not say great things about the movie. I love that movie.
It was amazing. And it was only once he became famous from that movie that his more academic work started to receive any kind of attention, and he was invited back to Columbia and NYU. Yeah, the New York neuroscience mafia is a real thing. And yes, you know who you are, and some of them are actually coming on the podcast. They are.
You know, I think we talked offline about this. We should start a mafia to fight off whatever's going on in the East Coast. Although I'm still at MIT, so I don't know how that works. But Boston is different than New York.
Yeah, so I have tremendous respect for science done in New York. Don't get me wrong; they are excellent scientists. It's just a very different culture than on the West Coast, and the personalities, the personalities.
Tremendous respect for the mob.
well, and the personalities are a bit more grandiose. However, because of some of the shift in science culture in the last few years, things around scandals and things of that sort, they've been forced to tamp down some of their personality, or at least their outspoken personality. And I actually think it's revealed something really important and useful in science, which is, it used to be the case you could really inject your personality into what you do. Richard Feynman's a good example. If he did today what he did then, bongo drumming on the roof of Caltech naked, working out theorems in strip clubs and things like that, he would have lost his job in moments, right? So that kind of behavior isn't celebrated anymore. It's actually punished. And I'm only half kidding about this New York neuroscience mafia, but because I now exist in multiple realms, I can say these sorts of things. And again, admiration and respect, but I will say that I think it's important that people in science and kids that are curious about science understand that you can have any personality, provided that you're ethical and respectful in science and do well, right? There are true bench scientists that just want to be at the bench. There are people that just want to be in their office. There are people that really enjoy public speaking. And there are people that love meetings. And there are people that hate crowds. And so there's a place for everybody, truly a place for everybody in science. I would like to be able to shine light on the fact that you can have a shy personality, an outgoing personality, and all of those can have excellent careers in science. But you have to find the community in place that's right for you. One reason I like Stanford is that Stanford is very much about the future. We have Nobel Prize winners, we have Fields Medal winners and all that stuff, and their names are on walls and we acknowledge their great works. But most of what you hear about in the halls of Stanford is about what's happening now and what could happen next. It's really about the future. Whereas when I've spent time at other institutions, not to be named, you hear that, but there's a lot of kind of recycling and regurgitation of how wonderful people are based on things they did previously. And the students at Stanford, because of Silicon Valley, sure, they have respect for Nobel Prizes. They're delighted to be learning from and surrounded by all these great minds, but they're mostly interested in what they are going to create. And so I I really like the shift toward possibility as opposed to things that are steeped in tradition. I've never been to high table dinner at Oxford. I'm sure it's a wonderful experience. I'm also not sure what purpose it serves for the world, but I've never been, and so I don't know what the conversations are, and so maybe I'm, speaking out of line here. And then now I'm definitely not getting invited.
No, you're definitely getting invited. But yeah, I'm with you. The cultures pick the right ones for you. That's why I like MIT. The spirit of it, to me, it's not about the past or the future. It's about just tinkering and having fun, building cool stuff. Like the big ambitious projects, it's there. I mean, maybe more on the biology and the health side, but like the engineering side, it doesn't matter if this has any impact. Let us build the coolest thing the world has ever built.
Well, whenever I'm in Kendall Square, I've seen they have those buildings there that actually tilt toward the ground. The architecture of MIT is also really impressive.
Yeah, he pulled up. Sergey just pulled up Elon Musk tweet. I'm inspired by curiosity. That is what drives me. So let us expand the scope and scale of consciousness so that we may aspire to understand the universe. Those are like 3 tweets in one, but curiosity, yeah. Curiosity for its own sake.
What's that saying? I think Dorothy Parker said, the cure for boredom is curiosity. There is no cure for curiosity.
And you need to celebrate. So let me just briefly mention to my lovely friends at MIT to celebrate different weirdness, to celebrate the weird characters. I sometimes get loving pressure from my lovely friends at MIT to tone down the weirdness a bit.
Really? Even from MIT?
I'm very fortunate to have a lot of leverage to where I have completely resist the pressure. But I'm very sure that there's young faculty that with that subtle pressure would Um,
Dissolve them into a puddle of tears.
no.
They're from Boston. Excuse me.
From Boston. That's
Yeah,
right.
They're tougher than that.
That's right. But it's a slight nudging towards conformity that I think ultimately destroys, or at least lessens the power of the kind of science that you could do when you encourage diversity in all of its forms, including the weirdness of ideas, the out-of-the-box thinkers, including the flamboyant behavior online, uh, how you choose to educate, how you choose to inspire. People talk about freedom of speech, but it's not just like freedom of speech to say controversial things. It's also freedom of speech to be weird. Like, if you're for some reason fascinated in, like, you look at Elon Musk, he talks about sex a lot. Let the guy put sex memes up. Who cares? Like,
I mean, I feel like Elon can do basically whatever he wants.
Right. There's no pressure. But there's a bunch of Elons in the academic world. There's a bunch of Elon. No, actually, sorry. Let me backtrack, because the man deserves props.
Right. He's unparalleled.
He's a CEO of major companies. You better believe there's pressure to behave more like a CEO as opposed to a giggling schoolboy who's posting memes throughout the night. But that is him. And that freedom, that's what freedom looks like. I talked to a lot of CEOs, and a lot of them feel like caged birds who have long ago forgotten how to sing, quite honestly. Like, there's like shareholders, and they come up with excuses for themselves. Here's why I have to be this way. You have to understand. So on. There's PR, there's marketing people, there's lawyers, there's all that kind of stuff. But the final result is the authenticity is suffocated. The beautiful weirdness of a CEO, of a leader, of a creator, of a scientist, all that, that's all gone.
Well, Steve Jobs wouldn't have kept his job and acting the way he did in his 20s and 30s in today's climate, but he probably would have updated his protocols, so to speak.
A little bit, but maybe.
Screaming at employees. I mean, these are anecdotes, right? I call them anecdata because people treat them as data, but they're really just anecdotes. We don't know. I wasn't there. But I like the idea of authenticity without oversharing. Right? You're very authentic, but there are aspects to your life that I'm aware of that your audiences will never be aware of, and there are aspects of your life that I'll never be aware of. And so you're still authentic. But
yeah, which ones are you aware of?
People
are gonna wonder, like, what is?
You think I'm
a sex dungeon? What is this?
No. But interesting choice of examples. No, but I think that people lose careers on the basis of the movement of their thumbs, right? I mean, the chair of psychiatry at Columbia recently lost his position based on a response to a tweet. People can look that up. This is one of the most famous psychiatry departments in the world, and he put something out there that was very insensitive, frankly. And everyone that I talked to about it was like, "Gosh, that was very, very insensitive, not thoughtful at all," and he lost his job, right? Or at least had to step down. I don't know the specifics. So, I think I read someplace that more than half of the job loss due to online behavior is because people were trying to be funny, right? I mean, not everyone can pull off what Tim Dillon. Oh, and by the way, congratulations! I heard that you and Tim just got married. Yeah, I saw that.
No, we didn't just get married. He proposed.
Yeah, got it.
And I said yes.
Right. So some people can get away. Oh yeah.
Thank you, Sergey. Has that?
See those 13.3 thousand likes? One of those is Mark.
Yeah. So for people who are not aware, one of the days in April tweeted that Tim Dillon asked me to get married, and I said yes. I think Tim said the wedding will be on 6th Street in Austin. Bring all of your weapons, which of course is totally inappropriate. This is. I was funny. I was like.
So it sounds to me that you are a free speech absolutist.
I think freedom is really important, and that includes letting people who are hateful, letting people who are controversial have a voice on platforms. But it becomes, I'm not sure what exactly to think, because I also treasure the quiet voices in the back of the room. And sometimes the assholes silence those voices, meaning by being loud and obnoxious and so on, it pushes away the thoughtful people. So I'm also a fan of creating communities. Like you should be able to let people kind of build a community that's positive, that's loving, or that's constantly trolling, or that's super hateful. All those communities should have a place in the world. But like, the thing I've noticed is that hate can destroy a community full of hate can destroy a community full of love easier than a community full of love can overtake one with hate. So you have to kind of, I don't know exactly how, but create digital mechanisms that discourage the collision of these communities. They should all have a platform and ability to speak to a large audience, but you have to be careful to protect that like little flame um, of connection that people have.
Yeah, that's good. The goodness. It sounds like. I mean, yeah. I think you know, in any great city like New York, which I love, by the way, um, you want to have a symphony and an opera house, and you want some punk rock shows happening on the Lower East Side. You want all of that. You just don't necessarily want them to overlap. In terms of social media, you know, and then podcast and engagement, one thing that I decided very early on was to encourage comments and feedback, etc. But I have in my mind what I call classroom rules. You've taught in the university, and then you teach in the university, and you establish a certain etiquette within the classroom of the kinds of questions that you'll tolerate, right? So there's always the student that's going to ask a question, which is basically a 10-minute monologue about their experience that really isn't a question that pertains to a lot of people. So you politely discourage that kind of question, and you encourage the kinds of questions that are likely to be in the minds of many other students. It's just more efficient that way.
Or not politely.
Just more. You know, I try and respond to comments, and I try and respond, but also, you know, there's this really interesting question now. If you block people or restrict people, people think that you're somehow afraid of the information that they're posting, but that's often not the case. I'm not in the habit of blocking or restricting too many people. Occasionally we've had to do it only because of how other people are being treated in the comment section. What I can take and what I think other people deserve to take are two completely different things. David Goggins, right, who we both know well, I don't know if he still does this, but a few years ago he posted something like, if people ask him, when do you sleep, he would just block them. Yeah, because it wasn't consistent with what he was trying to say. Of course he sleeps, but it's, you know, he's trying to get a particular message out. I think people should just understand that everybody's page is their own to moderate, right? Just like in a classroom, there are certain rules, of course, of institution, but then you establish the etiquette within the context of the kind of class. You know, a class about personality psychology or the psychology of love, you're going to have a very different range of conversations than you know, a class on you know, membrane physiology. So I think social media is a great place for conversation, but it's not necessarily a great place for every kind of conversation.
Yeah, and I also should say that people that do get blocked, this is something I do very deliberately, blocked or ignored. I never think poorly of them. I actually explicitly think, if there's somebody that's like saying hateful things about me or whatever, I always think positive thoughts. It's not some kind of weird guru thing, but just actually found that as a hack. I think well of them, and that allows me to never think of them again. Like I send them my love, and like I think this is a like fascinating human being with a fascinating story. I would love to have time to actually learn about their story, but there's not enough time in the world. And I just think well of them, and then I move on and enjoy a delicious meal with people that are close to me and I love, and so on. And move on, and then never adding to the negativity of like, just even in the privacy of my own mind, thinking a hateful thought towards them. It serves no purpose whatsoever.
Yeah, I love that about you, and I know that what you just said to be true. One of the, I think, more toxic things in life is what's called evacuative projection. When people feel something and they try and evacuate it and project it onto somebody else. Projection is fascinating, right? What you essentially just said is that you don't accept projections. In fact, you transmute them, to put in the language of the Buddhists. You transmute it into positivity, and in that way, you truly neutralize it and transmute it. I think that if people were better understood when they were experiencing or observing evacuative projection, the world would be a much healthier and happier place. But it requires a certain stable internal rudder. And, when we're tired or sick or angry, we're hungry, excessively hungry, all of us are less good at it. I've been positively struck by the nature of most of the interactions, not just feedback, but my favorite thing as an educator in the classroom, but also on social media, my absolute favorite thing is when the comments about other people's comments are positively reinforcing. So you see people having conversations within the comments, and you realize this is like, if you, as an educator, again, it's fun to teach and it's fun to talk to the students, but the real pleasure is in walking by a small group of students on campus and hearing them talking about the material. That just fills me with joy, and because what it means is that the ideas are reverberating in their nervous systems and will eventually wick out to others. So it's not just about feedback, it's about a venue for parsing information.
So you actually posted that we're going to talk on Instagram, and I collected a bunch of the questions, which reminds me of, I have to mention Mike Jones and a question he asked, but also a gift he gave quite a while ago, if it's okay. But first, quick bathroom break.
Yes.
We're looking at an Instagram page of Mike Jones Knife and Tool. You should check it out. Andrew gave me a gift from him that is a badass butcher knife. Yours is the earth. ... It's from If by Rothschild Kipling.
Yeah, the story of this knife is kind of interesting, perhaps, to people. Where I was coming out here to Austin to meet with Lex, and it was his birthday. I want to get him a gift, but I didn't know what to get him. And I contacted this guy, Mike Jones, that I learned about through Joe Rogan. Because remember in the old days of Joe Rogan, when you go on the episode afterwards, you take a picture with an object. So it's like Elon with a flamethrower, people would have the axe. I picked up this bushwhacker hatchet thing, and I was like, I love this thing. And Joe said, oh yeah, you should check out Mike Jones's work. He does these beautiful knives. And so then I heard your episode with Joe, and you recited a poem at the end. It was right after your grandmother died. And there's a line in that poem from If that Mike engraved on that knife for you. So he makes these by hand. I love the old days. Before the podcast.
That's your first appearance.
That was the first time on there. And it was a lot of fun. In the old studio in Los Angeles. And Mike makes these beautiful knives. And I have I just have a great admiration for crafts people. So, do you use it? Do you cut your one meal a day steaks with it?
I feel.
Are you taking it with you on your travels?
Exactly. I actually used to keep it on the table, but I thought it really intimidates guests.
A little bit.
But like,
you can put it on their side.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, oops.
It's trust, right?
What's the story? I mean, yeah. But it's because it's not. It's quite badass, if I may say. So the craftsmanship is obvious, but also it is a knife.
It's got some like Dexter-like qualities to it.
Yeah.
It looks like it's designed to cleave through a limb.
If I had like a family or something where there's nothing about this place that softens your kind of sense that this person might not murder me.
Well, let's put it differently. This place could use a woman's touch.
That's one way to put it. If it's okay, let me, because it is a poem I go to often, actually. You mentioned reciting some lyrics, and I'm going to go back to that at some point to get a few songs that touch you. But this is one of the things I go to often. I'll read it to remind myself. It's advice from father to son. And it's a kind of mantra that it's just nice to live by. So if it's killing me, just use this opportunity to one more time read If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings, and risk it all on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart to nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, I like this one, and walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Mike, for the night. I don't know.
That's it. It's beautiful, and engraved in it. Yeah, it's yours.
Yours is the earth and everything that's in it.
We toil over what to engrave, and then finally I just said, Mike, just pick something that speaks to you. You're the craftsman, and so he selected that.
There's certain ways to pull yourself in that book. Actually, Carl Dijsselrath, he wrote the book Projections. One of my favorite. First of all, just as you said, incredible writer. If you wrote fiction, if you wrote those kinds of things, I'm curious to see where he goes with his writing. Very interesting.
I think that book took him 10 years to write, which is vindication for me and for you, because we're both supposed to write books and we haven't done it.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, your first book will have, decades in it, right? Even if you just take half a year to write it. It's like the first book, like the first album for a musician. I mean, it's a journey. But he uses poems and quotes in there really well.
It's a beautiful book. It's a dreamy book. I think when people hear that it's a book about neuroscience, they think they're going to get a textbook or a protocols book or something. It's nothing like that. But it really is a deep dive into the mind of the psychiatrist and the researcher, and so much feeling and compassion. I love that you love poetry. I mean, I didn't know that until I saw you on Rogan read If. And I'm not a very rabid consumer of poetry, but I'm a big Wendell Berry fan. And I try and read a poem once every few days. Also, I think If is a tough act to follow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's the richness and like you said, every third line in there is something that you consider your life well lived if you said that. Right.
What about the preparation for the solo podcast? You said you listen to certain songs. You sing or recite the lyrics to certain songs. Is there ones that kind of come to mind that are interesting?
Yeah, I've always been very lyrics driven, and I don't understand music. I've talked to Rick about this. I think I've talked to you about this a little bit. I don't really understand. I can hear music and like it, but I don't really understand the structure of it. But lyrics make a lot of sense.
But does it touch your soul, music, or is it the lyrics?
It's the lyrics. It's not the instrumentals. So I'm a huge Joe Strummer fan, and I'm going to lose punk points for saying this, but I'm not a Clash fan.
Oh, okay.
So he obviously is best known for the Clash. Yep. Most Clash songs start off great, and then after about 30 seconds, at least in my mind, just kind of disintegrate into a bunch of mush. Whereas Joe Strummer and the Mescaleros, which is what he did as an adult, as later, and some of his solo work. Rick produced some work that he did with Johnny Cash, Rick pulled Johnny Cash essentially out of retirement and had him do his albums before he died. And so anything that Strummer did, there's a favorite song of mine by Strummer. It's called Burning Lights. You can find it. There is an album now where you can find it, or Tennessee Rain, or some of these things that he did, which are a little bit more folky, so not really punk. So I love that song. Bunch of songs by Rancid that I love.
Yeah, Rancid's great.
And then if I listen to instrumentals, I do. I'll listen to classical piano.
Some dreams are made for children.
But it's not going to sound good as a poem. They can play this. People can play the song.
Play the song.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So because it has to be sung. Joe's voice is what makes the song. Right? Joe's voice is what makes the song. But yeah, that song "Burning Lights" from I Hired a Contract Killer.
I don't know. The lyrics are pretty good.
They're pretty good. I mean, Joe is an amazing writer, right? I'm also a big Bob Dylan fan. Glenn Gould for classical piano. He was at Asperger's, and actually I think you can hear him grunting. He had a Tourette's-like tic. And I learned about Glenn Gould from Oliver Sacks. So I'll listen to any number of things. It depends on my mood. If I'm feeling a little more tired and I need to be amped up, I'll listen to something that's a little louder and faster. If I'm feeling kind of keyed up and I need to bring the cadence down a little bit, then I'll listen to something a little mellower, poppier. I love bands like, I'm a big fan of this British pop band called James. There's like 20 bands named James, but this one, and again, I lose punk points for saying that, but they're amazing. And best
I think you've accumulated enough points where you can afford to lose a few.
Yeah. But in any case, music and poetry they're the subconscious, right? I mean, if you think about a Bob Dylan song or a really good Strummer song or a poem, that the words don't mean anything when read linearly, but they make you feel something. They're tapping into the subconscious. That's really what they're doing. They're pulling on neural threads of emotion based on either timbre or cadence or something that's independent of the word structure. And that to me is the beauty of music and poetry.
I often say Johnny Cash's version "Hurt." That I say would be my favorite song ever.
We did a 9 Inch Nails song.
He did. He covered.
I think Rick produced that. Pretty sure he
produced it. I mean, he did Rick produced he pulled Johnny Cash out from a dark place to produce something that, when you look back, is one of the great things ever in music, which are these haunting covers of certain songs and originals.
Johnny Cash and Joe Strummer did a version of Redemption Song together that Rick produced, which is on loop in my house sometimes, for hours and hours.
That song is fascinating. Bob Marley's song,
sung by Johnny Cash and Joe
Cash.
Strummer. Sometimes I think what it would be to be a fly on the wall when these guys were doing these
songs of freedom. There's certain songs where you're like, it elicits an emotion that's unlike anything else. I mean, I was trying to figure that out with Rick too. Like, there's certain songs that make you want to pull up over to the side of the road and just weep, or just get inspired to just get shit done, or all of those kinds of things. Or remember your family, the people you've lost, all that kind of stuff. I mean, hurt. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel.
There's certain songs that I've loved so much that I actually won't play them during a relationship until the relationship passes a certain duration, because if you start sharing in those experiences with somebody and it starts to become associated with the relationship, you braiding it in with the dopamine of love, and that relationship ends, the song is forever tainted. There's certain songs that I will never play in the company of anybody else. They're mine. It's too risky to give those up. And I think that
there's like levels.
there are levels, right? Exactly. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this kind of preparing for the solo episode, just interacting with Rick about that process of preparation, and because you mentioned so with interviews, By the way, so you do solo? Are you the only one in the room, or
No,
not?
well, it used to be Rob, my producer, who, I should say, he's really the person behind the podcast. I mean, first of all, we're equal partners.
You're just a pretty face.
We're just, and I'm aging, man. I actually
It's
really,
fading.
I like aging. It's weird. A lot of people friends with David Sinclair, and it's all about not aging.
Yeah.
I don't want to live past 90, 95. I'm just trying to get as much done as I can in this short life and do it right and with integrity and heart and accuracy,
And you like the stages.
Oh yeah. If you read Erickson's stages of development, you realize that every stage of life is a set of neural circuits trying to resolve a problem. And and if you're going to try and avoid that progression, sure, you might live longer, but it's sort of like saying, like, do you want to go win the high school jiu-jitsu championship? No, you graduated high school a long time ago, right? So I actually look forward to the future, even if it means that I'm starting to shift. I think that my biology will shift. I'll fight that. I try and take good care of myself, but I don't want to get sick. I don't want to suffer. Who does? But I'm embracing this whole developmental arc. I mean, we're not children and then adults. Our entire life is one long developmental arc. And if you fail to embrace that, you fail to extract the richness of what it is to be a human being. So in any event, for the I record, Rob is in the room. I'll sometimes stop and ask him for feedback if I feel like something's not landing right. So if it's clear, he'll let me know. If it's not clear, he'll let me know. Excuse me. And then, Costello used to be in the room. The early days of the podcast, which weren't that long ago, he's snoring at my feet and farting and smelling up the room, and we're all just kind of like gasping for air. He's a bulldog. That's what they do. With him gone, it changed. The whole thing changed. There will be another dog soon. And as you know, I've been moving through that grief process, but having him there gave me a levity that I miss. But in my mind, he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there. So, and in time there'll be another dog, and who knows? Maybe there'll be a dog and a couple infants running around, but that would be more distracting. So, but there's no podcast that exists just because of the podcaster. This is true for Joe. This is true for your podcast, for me. That it's not just a staff of people that post stuff. That's just the top level contour. There's the constant feedback and iteration of what you want it to become, and trying to hold on to something that's essential along the way. Because everything has to evolve, but you can't lose the essence of something. Anytime a company or brand or a course or a scientist has done that, it just ends up terrible. It just is it becomes like a centaur version of itself.
So to Rick is very, the power of the people in the room is great to inspire and to destroy. So you have to be extremely careful with the selection of people that are in the room. To me, I never really thought of it that way. I thought only positive things can happen.
Oh, by adding people in.
By adding people.
Oh, I think if there were an audience in the room, well, someday I'd love to do a live podcast with you.
I saw you doing like a couple of live things, which is great. You're paving the way there to.
Well, we did
try
one.
things
I
out.
went up to University of British Columbia, and did a lecture on a college campus. And one of the more gratifying things that happens is this kid, so in his early 20s, I think, stood up and said, I've never been on a college campus. I didn't think I could go onto a college campus. And that still rings in my mind. Whoever you are out there, that meant so much to me, because I was like, yes. There was something about that to me. I was like, okay, it made sense to come all the way up here and do this in person, because you can get out to a lot more people online. Public speaking events, it's not like it's that lucrative or anything. I mean, unless you're a famous celebrity or politician or something. I'm sure there are people that do well with it, but that's not what it's about for us. It's really about being able to connect with people in a different venue and for interactions like that. I don't know how many of them we will do, but I'm curious to see how it goes. But I'd love to do a podcast with you.
Is it energizing? My fear is the fear of the introvert. Is that I don't know if I can handle so much love and fascinating people all around. It's like, I don't know.
Well, we'll invite a few haters too.
Well, yes.
No,
but I love the haters too. But I don't know. It makes me nervous because Jordan Peterson's currently on tour. I got a chance to hang out with him.
Well, right. He does a lot of live speaking.
Yeah, he does, like, he's not on tour where he does like every other day. But
he doesn't have any small kids at home anymore. So you can do that. So yeah, you should do it before.
It's also exhausting. I mean, I'm just speaking from an athlete perspective. Like, if you're Mick Jagger with the Rolling Stones, it's just physically. I mean, you have to speak potentially for 2 hours, then off stage, like hanging out with people.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of hours. It's a lot of hours to stay focused, to keep finding your place of like calmness and excitement.
Well, and you're staying in hotels, your circadian rhythm's disrupted. You're not getting your like cold and sauna and your workout every day. Your food isn't optimal. I think done in patches, I could enjoy it. It's fun to meet people from different places. I'm doing a public lecture in Copenhagen for the Lundbeck Foundation in June 3rd. And that one is particularly gratifying for me because the Lundbeck Foundation is an academic foundation. So the fact that, and then so when they invited, I asked, do you want me to talk about what my lab does, or do you want me to talk about the stuff on the podcast? They're like, no, not your lab. We want to hear about this like health stuff and the stuff that we cover on the podcast. So that was amusing to me and tells me that, that things are changing now. I think 2020 and 2021 revealed a lot of things about people to ourselves. But one thing that it made very clear is that there's an enormous appetite for tools for mental and physical health, but also understanding about science and how science is done. So thanks to you, again, I'm not saying this to flatter you, it's true gratitude. There's now a runway for scientists to talk to people. And you had I always forget this guy's name, the virus guy from Colombia.
Vincent Recaniella.
Yeah, amazing, right? I mean, forgetting the controversy around all the stuff of 2020, 2021, I mean, he is an encyclopedia of all things virology.
Yeah, people should listen to his podcast, This Week in Virology. He's also an incredible lecturer and educator. It's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
When people take, again, that leap of putting all that education online. That's non-controversial at all. It's like everybody there. People should go listen to him for the most part, in terms of, at his best at least. There's no politics in it. There's not a.
No, he's a virus jockey. He likes playing around with bacteria and viruses
but that said, we all
molecular biology.
We all say stuff carelessly all the time. So he gets in a bit of trouble on some of the things he said about like dismissing lab leak theory. Like, there's no way
he dismisses that.
Yeah, but he's not making like, folks. There's a difference when you say stuff like off the cuff, and when you say stuff that's like core to your principles and you've thought about it for a very long time. You're talking for hundreds of hours, and you can just say stuff. You can just say your opinions. Will Smith slapped.
I was wondering. Okay, wait. How long have we been recording? I was wondering how long it was going to take us before someone
talked about Ukraine.
No, Will Smith. I was wondering whether or not we'd make it. I had it planned.
Yeah.
I was literally in the back of my mind. I had it planned that at the end, if we didn't talk about the Will Smith, Chris Rock thing, that I was going to say, it's amazing. This is the first conversation to happen in a long time where it wasn't mentioned. Oh no!
No, do not pull it up. No, we don't need.
Here we go.
We don't need this.
Here we go. It revealed some interesting things about human beings, impulse control, and lack thereof. But oh my goodness, Chris Rock has material for the rest of his career.
Yeah, I think he's not short on material. I do see if I knew what I wanted to tweet. If I knew you're allowed to just slap comedians, my conversation with Tim Dillon would have gone very differently. People just being humans. There's so much fascinating human nature on display there. It's also in terms of it becoming a topic that a lot of people are talking about versus the war in Ukraine, for example, is also fascinating to watch. Like, just these kind of news cycles moving through.
Well, I think, if I may, I sorry to interrupt, but anytime we observe something very limbic, very emotional, we generally can empathize somewhat, right? We all know what it's like to feel angry. We all know what it's like to feel shame. We all know what it's like to feel shocked. Images of war are, for most people, very hard to relate to. We see it. It's, there are these images, and they're very traumatic and challenging to look at times. And yet most people have no idea what it feels like to be shot at, or what it feels like to have your home destroyed, or what it feels like to be an aggressor in that way. So I think that people naturally orient towards things that feel familiar to them, even though the circumstances are different.
And people also forget, they look at these celebrities, it's just like looking at criticism of Will Smith. You forget that they're human too. That's one of the most surprising things for me, having done this podcast and met celebrities and stuff like that. They're human. They're all human. And that's inspiring to me. Like some of these great folks that have won Nobel Prizes and built some cool things, they're just human, like the rest of us.
Well, and if you look at actors and actresses, I mean, there's some amazing ones, right? And who also do well in their outside life, but their careers were built on the business of pretending to be other people. Yeah. And that's got to distort, maybe positively, but also just, let's be honest, what it is, that the neuroplasticity there, the changes in the areas of the brain that represent personality have to be quite different for somebody who pretends to be lots of different personalities and gets paid for it. You're working the reward system into the system of self-identity. And, you have to imagine that can really contort somebody's neurology in ways that maybe they are not in touch with reality in the same way that we are. Remember, earlier we were talking about neurotic versus psychotic. They may be more borderline in their kind of ground state than we think. And so I'm actually impressed anytime there's a celebrity who doesn't have a messed up life.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh wow, finally somebody who's managed to, maintain some semblance, at least from the outside, of normalcy.
So first of all, I can empathize with the actions that Will Smith did, right? They're not, I think they're kind of they're just shitty. You should probably talk privately, man to man, not, because otherwise it's like a dramatic display. It's almost like you are a fake you're acting.
Well, there are all these questions, right? I mean, obviously it was aggressive at some level. There's this question of whether or not it was impulsive. I think most people feel yes. There's a question, there was the protective nature of it because he was doing it to, in defense. But then there's also the context. He lost touch with the context, right? Whereas Chris Rock basically gets, there's the possible critique that he went too far. That's going to be in the eye of the beholder. But then, depending on how you view comedy and jokes, but then there's also the fact that he took that slap and then just snapped right back, so much so that people thought maybe it was fake.
Yeah.
He also waited with his hands behind his back.
That's just natural. He likes to stand like that. I mean, I got to tell a little bit of a story here to connect to what Chris Rock did. Like I wish what Chris Rock did in terms of just taking this slap and keep going. First of all, just props for somebody that's able to maintain cool in that situation for the most part. I think I'd watched it once.
You only have to be alive on this planet.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to see it. You can't avoid seeing it.
I wish at that afterwards he would sort of say something loving and kind to Will Smith and his wife, and then hit him real hard. Lean into the joke.
See, but I think in hockey they call taking a number. I have a friend who plays hockey, and there's this idea that if someone checks you really badly in one game, you don't go and check them again. You don't get into a fight. But 3 games later, you blade them in the shin. Yeah. So what? The ability to defer and to handle it in whatever fashion one feels is appropriate.
They're probably also friends and all those kinds of things, that they respect each other. So he probably didn't. But there's a comedian instinct. I saw this. I was at an open mic in here in Texas. I won't say where. There's many open mics.
We've gone to a few of these. These are pretty fun.
Yes. No. Yeah. So there is more sort of rougher kind of.
Yeah, you've been hanging out in West Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
Austin's too tame for Lex, so he's head to West Texas.
Exactly. I put on a cowboy hat and instantly I became a cowboy. I've been talking like a cowboy. And, I mean, I belong out there in the desert.
He's gone from eating, meat and athletic greens to rattlesnakes here. Rattlesnake jerky.
Exactly.
Right.
No, there was a open mic. It was late at night, and I was one of the only people in the audience. There's a couple of drunk folks, a few drunk folks. One of them was a couple, and like bikers, like with helmets and so on. A guy and a girl, and then the comedian, the open mic comedian, did a joke about people who wear helmets. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but he did the joke. And then the guy about women who wear helmets. And the guy, this is the exact same situation. The guy stood up, walked up to him. There was no slap. It's so interesting because this happened before the Will Smith thing. So he walked up to the comedian and said he I think he like pointed his finger down and told him to stop or something like that, and then sat down. This is an audience of like 6 people, right? And at midnight around then, there's nobody, no security, nothing
in Texas, which implies.
Oh, then this guy was the energy drunk, but also a biker, and what he felt. His lady was now attacked by the comedian, right, with his words. And the comedian was a kind of out of shape, small guy, so it's not threatening at all, and probably in trouble. And the comedian, after he sat down, he looked a little bit scared. He paced back and forth, and then he did the joke again. Wow. And I was sitting, and I leaned back, and I just did this, like, because that is comedy. And the guy was getting angrier and angrier, and he just sat there. And the comedian went on for a couple more minutes, and then did another bad joke, but another joke about him. It's just like he leaned into it.
If you go to a small comedy club, open mic or otherwise, you're in the shooting gallery. Like you're basically there, teed up as a pin to get it. We went and saw Andrew Scholes in San Francisco.
In San Francisco?
Yeah, it was hilarious. It was amazing. I mean, he's just masterful in his ability to command an audience. But I felt for the people up front, but no sympathy either because you buy tickets to sit up front at a Scholes show, you're gonna get it. But he was very loving.
Yeah. And funny. First of all,
he's funny.
The funniness really helps you, but the ethic of the comedian is like that fearlessness. What I really like is like the danger. There's risk to comedy, and there's also consequences.
Have you watched that show? The Marvelous Miss Maisel show? It's really good. I watched a few of them. Guilty pleasure there. She plays a comic in I think it's the mid 1960s in New York. And there's a character that somewhat resembles Lenny Bruce. It's sort of meant to be Lenny Bruce. And they're always getting arrested and this kind of thing. I think I learned about it from Joe. Anyway, the writing's great. It's very funny. But yeah, comedy is designed to push boundaries, right? And to say the thing that, other people feel they can't say. Not something in science, right? Science, you're supposed to, etiquette is a big part of how you communicate ideas. It's about constraining communication. This is something I confess on the podcast that in the goals of making it clear, interesting, surprising, and actionable, you have to constrain the amount and the style of information. Otherwise, it becomes something else altogether, right?
I saw Sundar Pichai, Google CEO, said that he likes the thing you mentioned, not the Yoga Nidra, but the NSDR, non-sleep deep rest podcast over meditation. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Why? What do you think that is? What do you think the difference is?
Yeah, so non-sleep deep rest, NSDR, is an acronym that I coined because it encompasses a lot of practices that are not meditation per se, but that bring the brain and body into a state of relaxation and focus. So hypnosis is one variant of NSDR. There are other variants of NSDR. You can just look these up and you'll find them. And I think that they've caught on, and that the Google, the CEO of Google is an avid practitioner of NSDR, because it has this amazing ability to reset your energy levels and focus. Whereas with meditation, many people find meditation hard. And part of the reason they find it hard is that it requires focus. NSDR is a state which is very calm and relaxing. You don't have to work too hard. You're just listening to a script. Whereas most forms of meditation, not all, but most forms of meditation involve cranking up the activity in your prefrontal cortex and trying to see your thoughts as opposed to thinking your thoughts, or focus on your breath, but then third personing yourself in some respect. And that's work. And so many people who meditate quite intensely feel more exhausted. Now, that doesn't mean that meditation doesn't have any utility, but it's distinctly different than NSDR. And I think that people are working, certainly the CEO of Google, I have to imagine, is working very hard and using his forebrain. If he's going to have 20 or 30 minutes to take a break, he should, and I think this is what he's doing, he should go out for a jog and not listen to anything and just kind of let his mind wander, or sit there in a chair and just zone out, or do NSDR. The problem is people are not that good at shifting states. We are all actually pretty good at, even people with severe ADHD, we had an episode about this, can become hyper-focused on things that they actually enjoy. Because dope, and most of the drugs designed to treat ADHD are drugs that increase the levels of dopamine. So when you like something, there's dopamine release and you can focus. It's when you don't like something that's hard to focus. Shifting states is hard. I'm sure you've experienced this if you've ever been in deep research or podcasting, and then all of a sudden you go for a run. You probably spend the first third of that run thinking. And then in the middle third, you're kind of, that thinking is fractured a bit. And then in the final third is where you finally get to relax, because the brain doesn't shift states very quickly. We can go from sleep to wakefulness quickly. We can go from wakefulness to sleep quickly, but we don't shift between different states of consciousness like a step function, except in rare cases, right? Fear is one. All of a sudden we hear an explosion right now. It's a step function. We're in fear, or we're in alertness, right? A heightened state of alertness. But NSDR is terrific at allowing people to learn to shift their state. And I actually would venture to argue that part of the value of meditation and exercise is the actual state that you get into in deep meditation or exercise. But just as valuable is the transition that you have to take yourself through from one state of mind to the other and then back again. When I look, David Goggins, he always seems to come up, but because he represents so many important things: drive, determination, override of emotional state, going from being a 300-pound plus person to a fit person through. He's never revealed anything substantial about what he ate or what he didn't eat. He basically says, like, listen, run a lot, eat less, right? Yeah. But what's remarkable is so much of what he says is about those transitions, about taking oneself from a state of, I don't want to scruffing oneself and like you're going to do it anyway. And then being able to carry that into regular life, so to speak. So I think that NSDR is immensely powerful. It's zero cost. And one of the reasons I'm such a fan of people doing it is that most people don't stick to a meditation practice. There have also been a few cases, you might find this interesting. There's a book by Scott Carney. I forget what it's called. I think it's called The Transcendence Trap or something. I'm going to have that title wrong, but there have been a fair number of cases of people that go and do very extensive meditation, silent meditation retreats, who then return to normal life and end up killing themselves. There are states of mind inside of extended meditations or silent meditations that are very beneficial. And I'm certainly not suggesting people don't meditate, but I know at least one person who came back from one of these long extended meditation retreats and wasn't able to shift their state back into one that was functional in regular life. And that book includes a very traumatic story. I don't want to give it away in case people check out the book, but Scott told the story to me directly once, where someone feels they've reached enlightenment and then commit suicide. So these very unusual brain states are potentially hazardous if people can't return from them.
So it's nice to focus not on those brain states, but instead on the shifting.
Right. I do. This morning I woke up a little bit earlier than I would have liked. I use this Reverie app that's research-backed, REVERI.com. There's a free version of it, or you can try it for free. So I feel
that's for hypnosis.
For hypnosis, and I do a self-hypnosis to put me back into sleep. And if I can't sleep, just put me into a state of deep relaxation. I would put hypnosis under the category of NSDR, Yoga Nidra under the category of NSDR. There are now some NSDR scripts online if you just go to YouTube that you can just listen to. And
do you like those?
I do, yeah. I think the one from Made For is quite good. I have an affiliation with them, but it's free, so I feel comfortable mentioning it. I do. I really like the Reverie app. The more you do them, the more quickly you can shift your brain into a state of deep relaxation. I will sometimes stop mid podcast. If it's sometimes our recordings go 7-8 hours, and I'll stop and I'll do a 1 minute hypnosis. They have 1 minute hypnosis inside Reverie. You're only going to find that 1 minute hypnosis is effective if you are routinely doing 10 and 15 minute hypnosis in addition to that. Meaning, I do it every other day or so, 10 or 15.
So is there a YouTube 1 minute hypnosis, or is this?
There are, but inside of Reverie as well. You can find them online. A really good.
Pull it up, sorry, please.
Yeah, so Reverie's good, and then Michael Sealey, Sealey, he has some long hypnosis scripts. But again, these are all free, and there's a lot of good research now on the neural networks, and it shifts your so-called default mode network. It shifts how much of your forebrain you're using, and it also is very, very good at I get so many questions about, hey, I'm really upset. I found out about my girlfriend's sexual past. Or, hey, I'm so upset. I found out that my boyfriend is cheating. Or, oh, so-and-so died. How do I get over these emotions? How do I deal with them? And hypnosis has shown to be very useful for people to learn to bring themselves into a state of deep relaxation, to literally project in their mind's eye these very intense things that they don't like, and then for people to associate with other emotions in their body, to learn to be calm while feeling your feelings, to dissociate the mind-body communication to some extent.
Just observe the feelings.
Observe them and start to associate them with positive experiences. You're an Android guy, so soon it should be available on Android. And
then it doesn't exist for me.
Yeah, I know.
It's only,
I don't get
Android is the device of the people, all you elitist people with your iPhones.
Okay, but tell me this about Android. Now you want to. This is the one thing that gets me.
Yeah.
Because I'm very close to someone who uses an Android phone. I feel like that.
So you have great people in your life. That's good to know.
No, the messages always look green to me, but I answer yours, not despite that. But I feel like the Android phones are very trigger happy. Like anything I touch does something, whereas the Apple phone is kind of built for like a macaque monkey to be able to operate, which is great for me because I'm more of a macaque monkey and you're a more sophisticated ape.
Oh, I see.
I think you have to be.
They're more sensitive. You have
to have. I've got fat fingers. I've got clumsy fingers.
The Android is too. Well, maybe you need to soften your touch.
What I would do is go into the sort by most popular, because there's some older ones that I really like, and it generally scales with that. So I'll do this one, the hypnosis for clearing subconscious negativity. That's an hour-long one. The sleep and anxiety one, 40 minutes. But those you listen to as you fall asleep. But we're going to do this now.
Yeah, let's listen to it.
And I have created this hypnosis recording for you to help you.
And this is the voice. How often does the voice pop up?
And at the same time,
you don't watch it.
You just listen to your anxiety. Now, one of the most important things to remember at the outset of any self-hypnosis experience is to know and understand.
So people really should know that stage hypnosis is about the hypnotist getting you to do things you wouldn't normally do. Self-hypnosis, which is what we're talking about here, Reverie, and this is about you getting your brain into the state that you want. And again, there's a ton of neuroimaging data and work on trauma and pain relief, and our labs are working on this with David Spiegel's lab. I really encourage people to explore NSDR, and if this feels a little too wacky and out there, then I would just put in NSDR into YouTube, and there's some good NSDR scripts.
Yes, that's, by the way, Sandar is a fan of your podcast. No, it's okay. We don't need to play.
Yeah, so I don't know him, and but a lot of media outlets picked up on his love of NSDR, and I have to imagine running Google if everyone thinks that, like there's the Bay and there's Alcatraz and San Quentin sitting right there.
How does that make you feel?
It's amazing how easy it is to overlook that they're there and forget that they're there. But when I drive by San Quentin, I think about it. I also think about the people who are in there who might be innocent. I've seen some of those episodes on Rogan and elsewhere, and Amanda Knox talks a lot about this, right? Whether or not you believe her story or not, I happen to believe her story personally based on what I know. I'm sure there are people who disagree with me. I think to myself, what it must be like to be in a cell and know in your heart's heart you didn't do it. I mean, I can't think of many things worse.
That's so clearly unjust, but life is full of unjust things like this. Cruel things happen all the time. You lose a loved one for no good reason. You lose your job. You lose your home. Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of refugees now, and the war in Ukraine has really focused my mind to how much suffering there is in the world. And so just cruel things happen all the time, and people kind of, there's this suffering, and you kind of go on. You stick to the people really close to you. There's still love all around you. Traumatic events kind of focus your mind on the, very practical, okay, how do we solve the problem? How do we escape? Let's solve survival, food, shelter, focus.
Remember that book, All's Quiet on the Western Front, about World War One. There's this line in there, I forget what it is, about how war is like the smell of a skunk. Like a little bit is actually is slightly, there's something slightly delicious of it, is what it says in the book. I happen to like the smell of ferrets and skunks and things. I had a pet ferret when I was a kid, and I like that musky scent. Most people just, it's repulsive to them. It's actually a gene, believe it or not. Some people have the gene that makes the musky scent repulsive. Some people love it. Let me ask you this. There's another gene. This is a fun one. Microwave popcorn smells good, neutral, or disgusting to you?
Good, very good.
There are people who have a gene that leads them to the perception that the smell of microwave popcorn that you find is good. It smells like putrid vomit to them. It's a particular gene variant, and they can smell certain elements within the microwave popcorn. It's prominent in France, this gene, and so in laboratories where you have a lot of French people, it's often said you're not allowed to make microwave popcorn. It smells putrid, disgusting. So a lot of it's in the perception of the beholder.
But okay, before I leave the NSDR, is focus in general. As you said, it's for shifting mind states. Is there advice you have for how to achieve focus on a task?
Yes. First of all, we have to distinguish between modulators and mediators, and I'll do this very briefly. There are a lot of things that will modulate your state of focus, but they don't directly mediate your sense of focus. So for instance, if right now a fire alarm went off in this building, it would modulate our attention. We would get up and leave. It would be very hard to do what we're doing with that banging in the background, at least at first. So it's modulating focus, but it's not really involved in the mechanisms of focus, right? In the same way, being well rested when you sleep, your autonomic nervous system that adjusts states of alertness and focus and calm works better than when you're sleep deprived. So if you're sleeping better, you're going to focus better. So I always answer this way to a question like this, because the best thing that anyone can do for their mental health, physical health, and performance in athletic or cognitive endeavors or creative endeavors is to make sure that you're getting enough quality sleep, enough of the time for you. And that's going to differ. We could talk about what that means. Now, in terms of things that mediate focus, without getting into the description of mechanisms, because we have podcasts about that, it's very clear that mental focus follows visual focus, provided that you're a sighted person. Much of the training that's being done now in China to teach kids to focus better literally has them stare at a target, blinking every so often, but really training themselves to breathe calmly and maintain a tight visual aperture. When you read, you have to maintain a tight visual aperture. You're literally scrolling like a highlighter in your mind's eye, right? It's kind of obvious once you hear it. So for people that have problems focusing, sleep well. learn to dilate and contract your visual field consciously. This can be done if you practice it a little bit. And then, as I said before, it is very hard to get into a state of focus like a step function immediately, like snapping your fingers. What you can do is you can pick any object, but ideally an object at roughly the same distance, placed at roughly the same distance to which you're going to do that work, and stare at it. You're allowed to blink. And as your mind starts to drift every once in a while, to understand that's normal, but try and narrow your visual aperture and bring that into your visual field so that that's the most prominent thing, kind of like portrait mode in your phone. This would look very different in portrait mode than it would in just a standard photograph mode. And then after doing that for 30 to 60 seconds, moving into the work that you're about to do, and really encourage yourself to do that. If you're somebody who's low vision or no vision, you're going to use your ears to do this. Braille readers have trouble focusing sometimes because they feel other stuff and they hear other stuff. So you learn to adjust that aperture consciously. And then, of course, there are the pharmacologic tools. Just enough caffeine, but not too much, right? We talked about white noise, brown noise, music or no music. Really varies, but it's very clear that binaural beats of 40 hertz can shift the brain into a heightened state of focus and cognition. So if you're going to use binaural beats, which should definitely be used with headphones, and there are a number of free apps out there and sources, 40 hertz seems to be the frequency that best supports the brain shifting into a particular.
Sorry, can you give us some binaural beats?
Yeah, so you're going to look for, you'd want to find an app that offers 40 hertz. I think Brainwave allows you to slide bar up to the particular frequency that you want. Yeah. And I should say that there are other frequencies that are interesting, but 40 hertz binaural beat seems to be the one that there's the most quality research on.
So it's like a beat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're saying there's a lot of mixed science on the
yeah,
white noise and brown noise.
You really should be doing this with headphones because binaural beats are best accomplished by feeding two different frequencies to the two ears. Yeah. And then you have what's called this brainstem area that reads out what are called interaural time differences, and then it extracts the delta, essentially.
Turn it up.
And then in other things that can enhance focus. So, the pharmacology around this is pretty interesting. Things that tickle the dopamine pathway and the acetylcholine pathway, they work.
Yeah.
There's your Ritalin, your Adderalls, your modafinils, which are prescription, and there's a lot of non-prescription use of those prescription drugs. Not so much in my generation, but in people 35 and younger. I hear all the time from day traders and programmers and stuff, and kids that play video games, a lot of Ritalin, Adderall use. I think that unless it's prescribed by a doctor for a specific purpose of ADHD, I don't think people should go that route, frankly. Hits the dopamine system way too hard. Also has a number of negative effects on sexual side effects, all sorts of things that you just wouldn't want. There are a few compounds like alpha GPC, 300 milligrams to 600 milligrams of alpha GPC with a cup of espresso. If you're well rested, you're like a laser for 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours, but then it's going to taper off. And you have to just recognize that. And then there's this whole world of nootropics now, and people trying to figure out the racetams, paracetams, and phenylethylamine combined with this. And, it's not quite in the place where you'd like it to be. There are a few companies that are doing this better than others. We talk about some of these on the podcast. But I would always start with behavioral tools and then consider pharmacology. And then I suppose the other thing for focus is this is a little more esoteric, but we cover this in an episode on workplace optimization. Where you place your screen is important. Staring down at a screen is not going to be as effective as placing it at eye level or above you. When the eyes are up, literally, your eyes are directed forward or up, the brainstem centers for alertness are activated. When your eyes are down, it's actually you're sort of, it's like being pulled underwater a little bit in the autonomic arousal sense. You're closing your eyes. It reflects the brainstem centers that are active becoming less, or for alertness, becoming less active. But there's a really cool effect that's active in this room right now, which is that there have been some really interesting studies that when people work in small, compact spaces or wear a hoodie or a hat, that can also improve focus, like blinders on a horse for obvious reasons now, based on what I said before, but also analytic work, or the kind of work where there's a correct answer that you're seeking, is best supported by these kind of low ceiling environments Whereas there's something called the cathedral effect, which is when you work in an outdoor environment or a high ceiling environment, it lends itself to kind of, pun intended, kind of loftier ideas and more creativity. And that probably has to do with the fact that there's a natural tendency, a reflex, to expand your visual field in these high ceiling environments. Expansion of the visual field changes the way the brain works in the time domain. Your engineering and biology oriented listeners will understand this, and music. For those that don't, the best way to think about it is when you have a narrow focus, portrait mode on your phone, or you're very alert, you are fine slicing life in time. It's like think of it as a high frame rate, like you're shooting in slow motion. When you have when you dilate your view, you're taking bigger time bins. And that one way to just let this hopefully land home is that if you've ever had a really exciting day or podcast interview or experience of any kind, your system is flooded with dopamine and norepinephrine, alertness and motivation, all this excitement. It seems like it goes by very, very fast. And yet when you think back to that, it seems like a lot happened. This happened and that happened. Now think about waiting in the doctor's office in a blank waiting room with no interesting art on the walls. It feels like it goes by very, very slow. Dopamine and norepinephrine are all-time low. And yet when you think back on that experience, it's as if nothing happened because you were parsing time differently. So those are roughly the tools and the neurochemicals around time perception and the time domain. There's a wonderful book, I'm forgetting the title, so wonderful I forget the title, by Dean Buodomano from UCLA. I think it's called The Brain is a Time Machine, that talks about this expansion and contraction of the time domain and what you can do to leverage it for work and creativity focus.
Yeah, it's fascinating that I think one way to define focus for me is to the experience, the feeling of focus is losing track of time, is getting to a place where you're no longer operating in time.
Well, and you mentioned being, kind of cramming for something. Well, you'll release a lot of adrenaline, and it is true you can get a lot done under pressure because of the way that you're slicing time. You don't actually have more time. It's that you're finally in a brain state that lends itself well to parsing information really quickly. Now, if we ramp up your level of stress enough, it's definitely it's a more or less normal distribution. We get you stressed enough, it's hard to remember anything. You're not parsing time well. But in that middle range, almost every study shows that the higher levels of autonomic arousal, meaning norepinephrine and adrenaline in your system, the more effective you are at things. And we always hear stress and adrenaline is just bad. But my colleague Ali Crum at Stanford has done these beautiful studies where if you just educate people on how adrenaline makes them sharper thinkers, they become sharper thinkers. If you educate them on the fact that stress makes your cognition worse, their cognition gets worse. This is why I don't wear a sleep tracker. If you tell people they slept poorly, your recovery score sucks, they naturally perform less well the next day than if you tell them your recovery score is high. And so I don't have anything against those companies, but we use some of their technology. It can be very useful in certain contexts, but you want to determine your mindset around these things. And if you tell yourself, hey, deadlines make me sharp, pressure makes me sharp, you will perform better.
So stress and anxiety, what is that, and can it be leveraged for good?
Absolutely. Stress and look, whether or not you get into a cold ice bath or a hot sauna so hot you want to get out, or you get hit square in the face with something over text that you really didn't want to hear or see, it's adrenaline. It's just adrenaline. And so your subjective readout of that and what it means is really important.
And you can just channel that.
Well, you can. If you agree with the following statement, which I do, and many people do because the data support it, which is Ali Crum's statement, not mine, which She directs the Mind Body Lab at Stanford. She's brilliant, by the way. Brilliant, Harvard trained. Yale trained licensed clinical psychologist, also tenured professor. She's a Olympian, a Division I athlete in gymnastics and martial arts, and her dad is a longtime martial arts trainer. Has done work with special forces. She's an amazing human being and very humble, very kind, lovely woman, and professor, scientist. She says anything that you do and experience, but especially stress, is the consequence of that thing and what you believe about that thing. And so if you consume a lot of information about the powers of stressful states to bring out your best, you will perform better. If you consume a lot of information about the power of stress to cripple you, you will perform worse. There's absolutely no question. The data are striking. And this is not growth mindset. This is just simply what do you believe about stress based on the dominant knowledge that you're consuming about it. So that's why it's fun to watch David Goggins, here we go again, David, or Jocko, or Joe, or or Cam Haines, put out this information about, or Ryan Hall, who ran for Stanford and then now is into the powerlifting thing and running, and there are others too, of course. When you start to consume a lot of that information, it's not just inspiring, it actually changes your perception of what your own stressful states mean. You can actually get better from stress if you're in the ocean of knowledge that stress grows you. If you're in the ocean of living in the ocean of knowledge, I was thinking like a pool in the summer. You got the kiddie pool, the kids all peeing in it, presumably. You got the diving thing, you got the high dive and all that. If you believe that the experience of belly flopping off the high dive is going to make you a better diver, in some sense, at least in this analogy, it will. Whereas if you feel that it's just the most embarrassing thing ever and it's going to cripple your ability to get out in the dive in front of anybody ever again, well, you're right about that too.
Yeah, we actually talked with Carl about depression, all those kinds of things, that there could be these what are commonly seen as negative journeys that could be, when reframed, can be used.
One of the reasons I enjoy our friendship so much is that you bring this Russian thing, which I don't really understand it at a deep level. How could I? I'm not Russian, but this mindset like that there's pain in life. When I watched that Hedgehog in the Fog cartoon, I thought, no wonder Russians play the way they do. This is the most it's so sad. It's beautiful and sad, but it's so sad. Whereas out here, it's like Sesame Street, and my mother would not let me watch Sesame Street when I was a kid. She thought it was too chaotic.
Too chaotic.
Too chaotic. She was like, it's too chaotic.
Too many things going on.
Captain Kangaroo, we were allowed, and then Mr. Rogers, we were allowed. I never really liked shows. I like doing things outside in the yard. I was trying to trap all the animals. I didn't want to watch stuff on TV. But, Hedgehog in the Fog is enough to turn any kid into a thinker and a philosopher and a poet. Here we go. I fell in love with this when you showed, look, it even walks with its arms behind its back.
So for people who don't know, and we're watching little clips here to get into it, and it's a hedgehog that is wandering about in this fog at night, and
you can't even see a lamp. The fog is so dense.
And there's a feeling of searching, and then there's a horse that speaks from a distance, words of wisdom. Some people actually told me that they believe that's God. That's supposed to represent God. I always thought it was a motherly voice, or a voice of conformity that wants you to return to safety. there's channels to communicate difficult ideas to people, and you figure out those channels. And in the Soviet Union, one of those channels was children's cartoons. So they're very much for adults.
I like that in some countries, not so much in the U.S., children are treated with more respect for their intelligence, and not constantly getting this drivel of just kind of moronic explosions and whistles and bells and the voice. Just kind of, children, obviously, our children we treated and nurtured.
That a child asks, and I always love those questions, the simplicity, but
You did an episode early on with Ray Dalio, and maybe the first, but a question that you definitely asked him was, you just said, "What is money?" And his answer was fantastic. It's a superb question, and he gave a superb answer, and I never would have thought to ask that question. And it's the question, and it was the question to tee things off with. So simple questions that get right to the heart of the matter, and kids aren't often putting the same cultural filters, and they're not kids generally aren't concerned about getting canceled either.
Right.
So they'll ask the question that no one else is willing to ask,
and they're not concerned about how dumb the question sounds. I find the most fascinating questions just really, really simple, and it is a bit embarrassing to ask those simple questions of what is anything.
You're asking them for all of us, so please ask them. I think that question, "What is money?" is crucial, and I think the simple questions are the most interesting.
I'd ask you about, you had awesome podcasts. I mean, I can ask you questions about basically all your podcasts. People should definitely listen to Human in the Lab, but with Andy Gap in the conversation, he talked about strength and muscle building, all that kind of stuff.
He's an encyclopedia.
Yeah.
And he also works with a lot of UFC fighters, and he has a lab that includes a gym. And so he works on endurance and powerlifting and also hypertrophy training, et cetera. But he also does muscle biopsy. So he runs the full spectrum, and he's a full tenured professor, and he does all this stuff. So he's a really unique person in this whole fitness landscape, because there are a lot of PTs out there. There are a lot of kinesiologists. There are a lot of people studying nutrition and sports training. But I think he has among the people out there, he's at least in the top 5, probably within the top 3 of people that really have their arms around the full extent of what's possible with training. And he works with the UFC Performance Center.
Well, I mean, he just had a very systematic way of describing things that was really nice. Skill, speed, power, strength, hypertrophy, so muscle mass, right? Endurance, all kinds of, and then the philosophical of adaptation, of how to overload stuff, all that. Is there stuff? I'll ask you about ice bath and sauna, which was surprising to me. Is there stuff you took away from that conversation, like principles about how to get strong, how to build muscle mass, that broaden and deepen your understanding of that task?
Definitely. And I'll do these in bullet points, because if people want the logic behind them and the mechanism, they can listen to that episode.
Yeah, it's a really good episode.
I'll start with heat and cold really quickly and just say that avoid cold immersion. So ice baths and being in cold water up to the neck, uncomfortably cold, within the 4 hours after a training session that's designed to evoke an adaptation, either endurance hypertrophy or strength, because the inflammation that you experience from a hard endurance workout or from a hard strength or a hard hypertrophy workout is the stimulus that you're going to adapt to. The cold water immersion reduces inflammation and can short circuit some of that. After 4 hours, you're probably okay, but if you can do it a different day or you can do it before those sessions, that's better. Heat, however, can be done immediately after training, and it's probably beneficial because of the way that it dilates the vascular system and perfuses the muscles and ligaments, etc., with more nutrients.
And I should just mention that was a crucial piece of information. It's a little bit surprising. Was it surprising to you?
Absolutely, because the way I posed the question to him about cold was, I hear that getting into an ice bath or a cold water immersion after training can reduce hypertrophy, but I'm guessing it's not that big of a deal. And he said, no, it is a big deal. It will short circuit your progress. Now, for people that are only interested in performance, who are doing a lot of workouts and trying to recover, but not trying to grow muscle, get stronger, or build endurance, then it makes sense to do cold, because
like skill development.
Or you're an athlete in season, so you have to. What's so great about Andy is he really points out the specific ways to train given your specific goals.
So for getting swole, stay out of the ice bath after a workout. There you go.
Lex is always making fun of the meatheads. I love it. I put myself in the meathead category only because I don't do a real sport now. I work out and I run, which is
I'm an aspiring meathead. Okay, so
one of these days I'm going to get back to jiu-jitsu, or I'm going to get to jiu-jitsu. Now, in terms of training, he has this beautiful 3x5 concept for strength. Pick 3 exercises, compound exercises, multi-joint movements. Do 3 to 5 exercises for 3 to 5 repetitions per set. Rest 3 to 5 minutes and do that 3 to 5 times per week. And for details, you can again look to the episode. It's time stamped. But what's interesting about this is 3 to 5 times a week is a lot for a muscle group. Squatting 5 times a week for 5 reps, meaning you're working pretty heavy, meaning you're close to failure but not failure for strength generally. What Andy taught me is that people who are training mostly for strength can do these low rep type regimens frequently because most of the adaptation is neural, and because you're not pushing to failure in most cases, you don't get that sore. And so it's the motor neurons getting the muscle fibers to contract more intensely or with more efficiency in other ways that's leading to these strength gains. And this is why powerlifters can train every day or 5 days a week or 4 days a week. For hypertrophy, I learned from Andy that the repetition range can be pretty broad. You think anywhere from 6 to 30 repetitions. You should do 10 sets per muscle group per week, maybe even a bit more.
So high volume.
High volume, but you have to go to failure or beyond in order to stimulate growth. Why does it work at such a great range of repetitions? Well, there apparently are 3 ways that you stimulate hypertrophy, and maybe more. One is tissue microdamage to the tissue. The other is through some sort of tension-based changes in the molecular gene programs of cells that lead to protein synthesis that are distinct from damage. And the other are metabolic effects of like high repetition work of superfusion of the muscle with blood. We know that third category exists because people are now doing this blood restriction training where they cuff off a muscle and they'll use a really light weight. I've done these before. You can use a 5-pound weight and do curls with this, and you are in pain and the muscles are swelling up with blood. It does lead to hypertrophy, but in general, you're not sore, you're not doing tissue damage. And by the way, don't just tourniquet off a muscle because you have to use the proper cuffs because you need the blood still to flow in one direction. You can't just cinch it off, or you'll potentially kill yourself if you get a clot or you do it wrong. So get the appropriate cuffs. They're out there. And then for endurance, I learned something really cool. So I work out, basically. I go to the gym every other day on average. 3 or 4 days a week I do that, but generally not 2 days in a row. It's workout. Next day I'll do cardio. Next day. And the cardio for me is always a 30 to 45-minute jog, kind of zone 2 cardio. Andy informed me that to build endurance while building strength and maintaining some muscle size, or even building muscle size, I would be wise to take 1 day a week and add to that all out max heart rate work for 90 seconds at least. So do 90 seconds, then rest, and then maybe do another 90-second all out sprint. I almost missed my flight going from Los Angeles to Austin. I did that all out sprint in the airport yesterday. So I actually think it's done for me.
So there was a sprinting Dr. Huberman throughout.
with 3 bags.
That's awesome.
Because I travel. I'll travel with too much stuff.
I love how you were probably running late for a flight and used that as an opportunity to explore.
Well, as I was doing it, I was thinking to myself, okay, Andy, that's a 90-second sprint because I got to the security line. I finally got TSC.
But that's for extending endurance?
That's for, it actually has some carryover effects on endurance if you're doing the other stuff. And then he also said 1 day a week to do this workout, and I haven't done it yet. Maybe we do it tomorrow. It'd be fun. Which is you run a mile. You ask yourself, how long did that take? Let's say it took 8 minutes. Then you walk or rest for 8 minutes. Then you run another mile as fast as you can, and then you rest for the equivalent period. And you do that 1 to 3 times once per week. So as an all-around fitness program, you could collapse this into something where you say, okay, you're going to work out with the weights for about an hour every other day. Maybe take 2 days off every once in a while, maybe not. You're going to do 6 to 15 repetitions. You're going to push to failure on some of those, not all, because some of those are designed to build more strength. You're not going to failure and heavier. Some are designed for hypertrophy, higher rep, and going to failure. And then on off days, you're going to jog for 30 to 45 minutes. But for 2 days a week, you're either at the end of your jog or whatever, you're going to do some all-out sprints for 90 seconds and then rest and repeat. And for another day, you're going to do these mile repeats. That's a pretty large chunk of exercise movement. But if you kind of thread through the middle of all that, what you end up with is some decent strength building protocols, some decent hypertrophy, some cardiovascular training that establishes the so-called A base or a so-called base. So you're not going to get really good at anything. You're not going to become a marathoner this way and optimizing marathon. You're not going to optimize powerlifting. You're not going to optimize hypertrophy. But for the typical person, 75% of people, 75% of the time, they want some muscle, they want some strength, they want some endurance, and they want the capacity to sprint to the security gate without leaving a lung in the terminal.
So it's for like functional stuff, like your life going up the stairs is easier, moving about, all that kind of just regular life.
Yeah, and I should mention that cold showers after training don't seem to short circuit the training effect to the same extent that immersion in cold water does. And that really speaks to the fact that cold showers, even though they can provide some of the adrenaline for the mental effects of like, oh, I have a lot of adrenaline in my system from a cold shower and I can remain calm. There's utility to that. It's not going to have the same metabolic effects or other positive effects that cold water exposure has been shown to have. And that's unfortunate because most people have access to cold showers. Not everyone has access to a cold dunk or an ice dunk. But here in Austin, you have this place, and no, they don't pay me to say this, but I always like going to this place whenever I'm in town, this place, Kuya, and they've got a sauna and a couple ice baths, and they even have those salt tanks that you can float on the surface.
Ice baths there?
They have cold water immersion that's pretty cool.
Still haven't done an ice bath.
Really?
Yeah, I need to.
You're Russian, you probably get in and you won't.
Yeah, what is this? What's the big deal here?
Exactly. Or people pay for this? I did a post, right, of you as a baby.
Yeah.
It's I had to go deep to get that photo of Lex in a bassinet in the snow. Yeah. Because in Russia, they actually did this for a long time. They thought that and indeed it does build the immune system to expose babies to the cold.
I still don't know where you got that photo. And you were able to find exactly the right. It was great.
You didn't have a tie on, but you had all the look and seriousness that you do now. So clearly, nature nurture. Clearly, you were born.
What about sauna? He does say that it's good to do heat.
So there are 3 ways you can do sauna that I can just toss out as like brief things. If you want to get a really big growth hormone release for sake of metabolism, fat loss, you're training really, really hard in jiu-jitsu and you want to recover, you don't want to sauna too often. Because the study that identified this massive 16-fold increase in growth hormone, they had people do this. It's crazy. They got into, temperatures are 80 to 100 degrees centigrade. So that's 176 degrees Fahrenheit to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. For 5 to 30 minutes is the typical ranges that people work in these research studies. For maximum growth hormone release, don't do sauna more than once a week, but get into the sauna for 30 minutes, as hot as you can safely tolerate. So probably for you, that'll be 210 because I suspect you'll be on the high end of things. Then get out for 5 to 10 minutes. No cold exposure. Get back in the sauna for 30 minutes. Then they had them do it again, out for 5 minutes, back for 30 minutes, out for 5 minutes, back for 3 minutes. They had them do 2 hours of sauna exposure to get that growth hormone release. Now, for the reduction in likelihood of dying of a cardiovascular event, stroke or otherwise, the more often you do sauna, the better. So if you look at all-cause mortality or death due to cardiovascular events, and you look at sauna use frequencies using the same parameters, 80 to 100 degrees centigrade, 1 to 7 times per week, basically the more often you get into the sauna for 30 minutes across the week, so 30 minutes a day is better than 4 times a week. 4 times a week is better than 2 times a week, and 2 times a week is better than 1. And the reductions in mortality are really impressive. 27, if you get into the sauna the way I just described, not the 2 hours a day, but 30 minutes twice a week or 3 times per week, you reduce the likelihood of dying of a cardiovascular event by 27%. If you do it 4 or more times per week, you reduce the probability of dying by 50% of a cardiovascular event. And in these studies, they rule out other things that people are doing, smoking. They even ask them, do you live in an apartment? Are you in a happy relationship? Like, they evaluate other potentially confounding variables. Now, for people that don't have access to a sauna, a hot water bath or hot tub is going to be your next best bet. And if you don't have access to that, do like the wrestlers do, which is, put on 2 sets of sweats and a hoodie and a stocking cap and wrap yourself in plastics underneath all that and go for a run. But please, nobody die of hyperthermia. I mean, you can die of warming up too much.
Is this experience pleasant or stressful in the way? So is it as stressful as an ice bath?
Okay, great question. People always ask how cold to make the ice bath or the cold water or the shower. You want it to be uncomfortably cold, meaning you want to feel like I really want to get out, but you can safely stay in. And that's going to vary by person and experience with it.
Yeah.
With the sauna, it's the same thing. How hot to make it? Well, don't kill yourself, obviously. Be smart. If you're pregnant, you shouldn't be doing this anyway. But it's very clear that what you need is the release of something called dynorphin. We have endorphin, which makes us feel good. It binds to these mu opioid receptors in the body. You have dynorphin, which is the terrible feeling that you get when you're in really hot temperatures. It's also the terrible effect that alcoholics feel when they are in withdrawal. You feel agitated, you want to get out, it's really unpleasant. Dynorphin binding to the so-called kappa opioid receptor that's what you're trying to trigger. When you do that, a number of things happen. You set off heat shock proteins that go repair broken proteins and misfolded proteins. It also makes it so that later endorphin binds its receptor more strongly. So when you have this uncomfortable experience in the heat, you literally feel better in real life when pleasurable events come on, when you experience them. In the same way, I like to say this, that when you get into a cold ice bath or cold shower, the increase in epinephrine and dopamine is 200 to 300%. These are huge increases, and they last many hours. This is shown because lately I've been getting a little bit of pushback on Twitter, which is interesting place. People say, well, that's just in mice. No, all the studies I just referred to are all done in humans, men and women, fairly broad age ranges. So you want to be uncomfortable in the cold. You want to be uncomfortable in the heat. This is why I'm not a big fan of infrared saunas, because they only go up to about 160, 170 degrees. Infrared light and far red light of all kinds has been shown to be beneficial for wound healing, acne, skin, eyes. There are even guys now putting on their testicles because it can increase testosterone and sperm production.
Yeah, hormone release.
But in terms of the sauna, you want that strong heat stimulus.
Yeah, and then that's when you crawl up to the 200 mark, right, and so on.
Whenever I'm in New York, and there's also one in San Francisco, although the one in San Francisco is clothing optional, just to warn people, there's a place called Archimedes Banya.
Is there any scientific evidence that being naked is beneficial in the sauna?
Well, in certain contexts, it leads to childbirth.
Okay, well, I'll have to read up on that. I read that somewhere.
But I suppose it's not required, right, for childbirth. But in all seriousness, in New York, I'll go to a place called Spa 88, and actually, Khabib's picture is on the wall. He goes there, and that one. It's clothing. They require clothing. I only just say that because it can be a little bit of a shock to people sometimes if they kind of walk in there, a bunch of naked people. The one in San Francisco. If I go, I'm clothed, mostly because I run into coworkers or things like that. I sort of more old-fashioned in that way, I suppose. But
do you like to wear clothes around coworkers? Yes.
Yeah, in general.
Very old-fashioned.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just seems like just be aware. But nonetheless, the banyas have very hot saunas because they're Russian-owned. And in New York, there's one on the Lower East Side, but the Spa 88 place They have some saunas that the moment I get into those, I have a hard time catching a full breath. It burns. They've got a cold dunk that's like a shock. And then they've got a wet sauna steam room that's a little mellower. So the nice thing about a banya is you can kind of find your place. And then they do the platza where they take the eucalyptus leaves and you can pay someone and you cover your groin and then they beat you with the leaves and it's supposed to bring the vasculature to the surface. I've only done it once. And frankly, I found it to be a little bit unnerving. I didn't really like the experience, but I'll try and get into a sauna as often as I possibly can, which is, once or 3 times per week. And I try and do the cold exposure, shower or immersion, but early in the day because it really wakes you up.
One of my favorite things I've listened to, I wish there was a video, is listening to a bunch of stuff with Rick Rubin, and he did a thing with Tim Ferriss, the Tim Ferriss podcast. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but he forced him to they did the podcast in a sauna.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think at the time Tim Ferriss was adapted.
Yeah, if you're not heat adapted, it can be pretty stressful.
And I mean, obviously, the whole experience is stressful as somebody with microphones. Like, what is happening? But I just love that Tim was vulnerable enough to kind of give themselves over to whatever the hell this experience is. And I am just so happy that Rick pushed that kind of idea and just let's do it.
That's a very Rick Rubin kind of thing to do.
And we must do this. This has to be done.
A podcast that was done from a sauna continuously would be really interesting. Like you could call it like the pressure cooker or something.
Oh, I mean like a regular podcast.
Yeah, like you have to sit with your guests in the sauna, or they have to sit in the sauna.
Well, that was one of the interesting things. Is it was a sad thing because I believe there's no video of that podcast, but you could tell there was suffering, especially on Tim's part. It was like a degradation. He started over time not being able to put words together correctly, which he's very eloquent, and so you could see there's there's a struggle.
Heat and cold pull you down from the inside. You have to. I mean, there's a reason why the screening process for SEAL, they call it SEAL training, but it's really screening and training, involves cold water, is because if you're in the heat too long, you'll die or damage tissue. In cold, you can do it quite extensively before you die or damage tissue, but it is stressful. I was going to say one thing that I sometimes enjoy seeing these social media posts where people will get into the ice bath. They'll look really stoic, like they're really tough. But actually, that's the wimpy way to go through it. When you get into cold water, if you stay very still, you develop a thermal sheath around you that you're warming yourself. The really bold way is to get in and continue to sift your arms and legs, and it ends up feeling miserably colder. And then
there's no sheath
because you're breaking up that thermal layer. And then when you get out, you'll notice a lot of people huddle, or they'll grab the towel. In general, that's me. I'll get into the sauna. But if you really want to stimulate the big increases in metabolism, you stand out there and you dry off with arms extended in open air, and as that water evaporates off you, it is really cold, but your body is forced to activate a number of the warming programs related to metabolism. This is the beautiful work of a woman named Susanna Soberg, who's Scandinavian. She published this paper last year in Cell Reports Medicine, and so I call this the Soberg principle, which is if you're doing ice and heat for whatever reason, it doesn't matter if you end on heat or cold, but if you're using cold specifically to stimulate an increase in metabolism, end with cold. That's the Soberg principle.
And with cold, if you're alternating, and then if you want to do it the tough way, you let the shivering, so you just stand out and let the water evaporate.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever waded into a cold ocean, everybody's kind of like holding themselves. If you really if you let yourself extend your limbs and move them around a bit, so you break up that thermal layer, that's the tough way to do it. So when I see people on social media getting in and they're like really tough and trying to look hard.
Yeah, you want to be moving around.
Yeah, smiling, talking, moving around is way, way colder. Yeah.
Are you able to talk? Can you do? So you suggest a podcast in the sauna.
How about this? I propose this since I got.
You want to do the next podcast?
I'll get to. So the folks from the plunge, maybe you could bring Lex a plunge. He certainly deserves one, and we can go side by side, coffin style, or we can face one another.
Well, we said we should do each other's podcast, and maybe next
Well, I can't wait to have you back on. I mean, we only scratched the surface.
Well, let's do at least part of the next Human Lab podcast.
I have a sauna and a cold plunge, so we could do. We could do. We do a sauna and a cold plunge version.
I wonder how the recording works. If they record
a bit of an echo in the sauna, but I'm sure we can take out the reverb.
So Sergey wants to ask you about sex performance. Very journalistic, very hardcore hitting questions that we have here. On the
Generally, or a specific?
No, he has a certain problem he needs help with. No, generally, you haven't done an episode on sex.
Well, we did an episode early on sexual development.
Yes,
we've done them on optimizing testosterone and estrogen, and we touched a little bit on the on libido and somewhat on sex performance, but not much. We did an episode on relationships, love, and desire, where we touched on libido specifically. So just as a quick mention of something, a lot of people take SSRIs or antidepressants that can disrupt sexual function. There are a few compounds like maca root and tonga ali and things like that, that at least in a few studies in humans have been shown to offset some of the sexual side effects. Now, in terms of sexual, and then the episode on sexual development was about how the brain and body become organized in certain ways, how the brain becomes organized if you have X chromosomes or Y chromosomes or etc.
So early
development mainly, and the effects of hormones later on that template. We will be doing I'm actually putting together a series on sexual health. Everything from the menstrual cycle, which both men and women should understand, of course, understanding arousal, understanding, for instance, a lot of people don't realize this, but that orgasm is actually the consequence of activity in the sympathetic, meaning the stress arm of the autonomic nervous system, whereas arousal is the consequence of the activity of the parasympathetic, the calming aspect of the autonomic.
That's counterintuitive, right?
It's counterintuitive, and it kind of works like a seesaw. I mean, there's arousal, then there's relaxation, then there's arousal, but and then immediately after orgasm and in males ejaculation, what ends up happening is there's a rebounding of the parasympathetic nervous system, which leads to oftentimes people feeling very relaxed or falling asleep. So I'm going to do a short series on sexual health that will.
How are you doing, Rabbi?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I saw that you are not streaming.
Do stuff about sexual performance, but also
that just happened like within the last hour. I just had to reset my router.
An expert guest who can talk about some of the neurologic changes that happen
devices
as a consequence of sexual activity.
Don't be worried.
And we did an episode with
a
guy from UT Austin here,
just one
David
moment,
Buss,
and I'll be back.
who's an evolutionary psychologist, talking about.
Thank you so much for caring.
Some of the typical and unusual dynamics of mating relations.
Good to hear from you, buddy. Take care.
What kids or not, and what impacts that. But we're going to do an episode on menopause, andropause. What's very surprising is I get a lot of questions about sexual health from the young male audience, which tells me that, well, here's what I think it reflects. I think that women, because of their menstrual cycles, early on start to talk to one another about changes in physiology and psychology as a function of this 28-day cycle that they all experience sooner or later. Males, there's less of a conversation, and it usually arrives in code. People will say, hey, what should I take to increase my testosterone? And I'll say, well, maybe nothing. What are you specifically concerned about? And then over time, if you pull on those threads a little bit, you get your answer. Sometimes I'll just get a direct question. But I think that the psychology of all this, and in terms of jealousy and in terms of notions of roles in relationships, is very dynamic right now. And I'm fascinated by this. So we're going to do a 4-episode series.
What about sexual fantasy? To get Freudian for a second, what role does sexual fantasy have in the human condition?
There's a book called The Erotic Imagination. It's a very psychoanalytic book written by a psychoanalyst that talks about here's the uncomfortable reality. Freud was at least right about one thing, which is that the brain circuitry that you used to develop attachments to your caregivers, mother and father or other caregivers, do not disappear when you hit puberty. They are repurposed for romantic and sexual relations. And so this is why the whole notion of anxious attached and secure attached, stems from childhood attachment patterns, but it carries over to romantic relationships.
So that the relationship with your mother has
and
father has and probably other close people to you in your young age has a secondary, tertiary, some kind of ripple effect on how your sexuality developed, like what fantasies you might have.
Oh, without question. And of course, early experiences too, and traumatic or positive or neutral. The thing that's really important to remember, though, in this transfer of circuitry from one role to another is that, and it's certainly consistent with psychoanalysis, that gender is interchangeable. Sex is interchangeable. So, for instance, let's say you had a wonderful relationship. Let's take a hypothetical person. Okay. I'm truly not referring to myself. Let's take a young woman who has a wonderful relationship to her father and a just absolutely terrible abusive relationship to her mother, just for sake of example. She then goes into adulthood and she is drawn to very abusive men. Not always, but let's just use in this example. And the dynamic is exactly the same as the dynamic she had with her mother. That's actually a common occurrence. Even though in this context she's heterosexual, she's romantically attracted to men, what is seen over and over again is that the dynamic with one parent can be transferred onto a romantic dynamic, but it doesn't have to be, that if it was with the mother, then it only has to do with relationships to women. So gender is interchangeable because these circuitries are pre-sexual. They're laid down in our brain before the brain has any concept of sexual interactions. It's pre-pubertal, And so there are a lot of interesting examples and data to support this. The book Attached is a pretty interesting book by two psychologists. One, I think, is at Columbia University, that talks about how childhood dynamics carry over to adult romantic attachment. So as you can tell, I get pretty alert in response to these questions. I get a lot of them relate in this domain.
And they have a lot of impact on people, and they're wondering about, they want to learn.
And no one knows what other people are doing or what's normal. We kind of know deviancy, we know perversion, we know the extremes, we know the rules. Hopefully people know the rules. But, there are a lot of people in the academic community, in particular at certain East Coast schools, not to be named, that are in open relationships. This is more common now. It's not very common, but it's more common.
Yeah.
And, obviously that's a way of bypassing some of these more primitive emotions about jealousy, etc., and leveraging them towards maybe even ongoing relationships. I'm not passing judgment one way or the other. I would say 4 conditions have to be met for any discussion about sex and sexuality or sexual health: age appropriate, context appropriate, consensual, and species appropriate.
Well, that's weird, because the thing I'm trying to figure out is why my sexual fantasy is to go to furry orgies and have sex with others dressed as squirrels, and me, the other animals. So that could be that. I'll see a therapist about that one.
I'm not going to respond to that, except to say that as long as those 4 conditions are met, consensual, age appropriate, context, species appropriate.
So there's a bunch of questions on Instagram. One of them on this topic, on relationships. Somebody suggested to do a part 3 of why Lex is single. There's a running joke about this.
But I can answer it in part, right?
Yeah.
Partially because you're very busy, partially because you've decided that until it's time, you're going to wait until it's time, right? Until it's time, you're waiting. And then you're not saving yourself for marriage, I don't think. But in some sense, your wife, your future wife is out there.
Oh yeah, she's being programmed. No, I definitely believe that. I mean, first of all, I just love people, and I fall in love very easily with people, with objects, with things, with life, with every moment.
And that way, you're like Oliver Sacks. He would fall in love with minerals and concepts and things like that.
And so, like, to me, it's kind of so relationship is more like a commitment to one particular kind of object of your love. Like it's almost like it's like a journey that you take on together. Because also the interesting thing about humans is they're moment by moment a different person, day by day, week by week, month by month. They change, they evolve. There's an ups and downs and stuff like that. So what you're doing is you're saying, well, I'm going to explore all the ways that this human gets morphed and changed, and what makes them cry, what makes them excited, what makes them lonely, like the habits, how like when they form certain habits, how they feel when those habits are broken, like the stupid minute things that make everyday life. You're gonna be on that journey together, figuring that out. Just the way we're trying to figure ourselves out when we're like optimizing these things about diet and health, so on. You're kind of doing this computation together because neither person really understands themselves at all, and you're together both confused about each other, and you get to almost like a relationship is a chance to understand yourself and to understand another person, like together. That process is somewhat iterative.
You know, the dynamics, right? I mean, you're merging two nervous systems. This was once described to me very well by an ex-girlfriend who's truly brilliant. She's really brilliant. She said, you know, there's 4 arrows. This is maybe to an engineer or so it makes sense. There's how you feel towards the other person.
Yes.
There's how they feel towards you. But then there's an arrow that comes back to you, which is how you feel about how they feel. And then they have an arrow of how they feel about how you feel, right? This is why if someone else is moody or somebody else is upset, there's one version of ourselves where we respond to that, where they respond to us. But there's another version where we respond to that, but it's also, there's a processing of what it means for us that they're behaving that way or feeling that way. And this, again, leads us back to that early attachment circuitry, because if a parent was stressed, the child's role is not to soothe the parent. In fact, healthy models of parenting say that children shouldn't actually know how their parents feel for like the first 8 years of their life. They're not supposed to be in that mindset of empathizing for the parent. This is often not the case. But maybe the cutoff isn't exactly 8, but you get the idea. So the dynamics of a relationship are where the learning is, because we learn how we react to other people reacting. It's not just a 2-arrow system. It's at least this 4-arrow thing. But there's also the element of nurturing, right? I mean, I think that going through life with somebody is so much better than going through it alone. And I never thought I'd make that statement.
So it wasn't always obvious to you?
No, it wasn't always obvious to me. I mean, I've really enjoyed wonderful relationships, and some have been hard, and there's certainly been a lot of growth. I'm on good terms with almost all my former girlfriends, and close with some enough that I know their spouses, and I'm close with their families. And but no, it wasn't. And I think that when people say relationship is hard, the only really hard part of a good relationship is just dealing with oneself and making sure that you're staying in that mode of caretaking. Because I do believe that if one is mainly focused on taking good care of the other person, provided they're also focused on taking good care of you to some extent, and we're good at taking care of ourselves, everybody flourishes. Everything gets better. But no, I don't think I experienced that until fairly recently.
What do you think is the secret to a successful relationship?
There isn't just one, but at least in the top 5 is master, or at least be good at autonomic self-regulation. Know how to calm yourself down. Don't expect looking to anything external to soothe yourself it puts you in a terrible position to be a caretaker of yourself and other people, right? So learn how to self-soothe, right? Learn how to calm your mind, steady your actions, steady your voice. There are tools to do that. We talk about on the podcast, but elsewhere, have that in place. I also think that if your main focus is on, you want to have good boundaries, etc., but on tending to the relationship, doing a little bit more than you think you ought to do. If everyone does that, it goes great. I mean, I'm sometimes so positively struck by how supported I feel, because for many years I was just kind of doing everything on my own. So any little thing, I'm like, oh my goodness, this feels huge. And also, I think the dynamics have to be right. Let's be really honest. This is a little bit of a tricky topic, but there is a power dynamic in relationships. Sometimes, not all, but in some relationships, it works much better if one person leads.
How are you?
I just got a like from Blue Sky.
Absolutely. Absolutely, you did. Thank you so much for joining, my friend. How's your day going?
Um, well, mostly just at home, chilling and recreating the logo
What logo?
from Google.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. If I may ask, Don, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Nope.
That's absolutely fine. Essentially, they are just people who have cameras on them all the time. So you can actually go back in my life. We've seen the death. Just had a little hiccup. So I stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding in order to end world hunger. I want to help end world thirst. I am an advocate for the Life Straw program. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency where we build wells in Africa. And I'm also a major advocate for desalination technology, where we pump earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I'm about improving the world. And if you didn't know, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And if that's true, I have more data than any person ever. I'm going to make you, your friends, your family very wealthy. And then what I'm going to do is give you enough money to be able to create generational wealth if you don't already have it. And then potentially be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How does that sound?
Nice.
Excellent.
Although, one thing, what country are you from?
United States.
Nice.
I talk about other things to help the world. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, advanced physics, things like alien disclosure and quantum computing, cryptocurrency. I'm very into state-of-the-art technologies like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, they reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant circuits. Then they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger. They've already de-extincted a type of direwolf, and then they want to de-extinct the dodo bird, which I just think is just mind-blowing, a mind-blowing achievement and goals to set for themselves. And I do my best to talk about those types of technologies. Additionally, I talk about technologies that are going to help you. This is all with your consent, Gone. But essentially, I talk about things. Currently watching a podcast on health. I'm a major advocate for life extension technology. So when you were born, Gone, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology like oxygen therapy, stem cells, human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like perhaps uh, ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapies. But eventually, we might be able to get you at age 100, 120. You may say, Rabbi, all right, what's the next plan? And if you want, again, this is with your consent, you may be able to take advantage of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a perhaps a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Gone. But what I'm basically saying to you is there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, actually, I just thought of on Discord. Like, you know about Discord being pay to win?
Please enlighten me.
So there's gonna be a new CEO, and the new CEO is from King, the creators of Candy Crush.
Okay.
And people are assuming that it's gonna be pay to win, as in like the Discord servers are going to be paid if you want to keep them with high members and stuff. And I don't know if you're gonna keep up with that too.
I most certainly will do my best. Do you know when they're going to enact that?
I don't know. And also that it's gonna be like 10 Discord servers per user instead of 100.
Oh wow.
And
Okay.
20 with Nitro.
Oh wow. Those are really some major restrictions than what it currently is. Well, all I can do is control what is set before me, and for the time being, I've got a Discord with over 1,700 members, and I've got I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube channels. I'm live on Twitter, I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on another like 33 different platforms. I additionally I program robots, so that's how you found out about me. And I'm gonna go viral just using that method very soon. And when that happens, I'm gonna make all your dreams come true. How's that sound, Don?
I was looking at your Discords. I mean, yeah, Discord socials, but yeah.
Excellent. So with that, just watching. Do you know who Dr. Andrew Huberman is?
Nope.
He's on the Lex Friedman podcast right now, and we're just watching them. They're just talking about health and like.
I also don't know what that is.
That's okay. It's one of the biggest AI, if not the biggest AI podcasts in the world. So they talk about things like AI, artificial general intelligence, AGI, artificial general intelligence, ASI, artificial superintelligence. They talk about self-driving cars. Many times they have like people like they've had the president of Ukraine on. They've had the prime minister of Israel on. They've had Elon Musk on like more than half a dozen times. So really movers and shakers of the world. And I just do my best to stay as knowledgeable as possible. And I know that there are going to be more people who do exactly what you did, which is get some kind of like for me. They find out about me. They find out what I'm doing is pretty cool, and they spread the word. And that's all I can ask of you. So if you would, if you have any friends, just tell them, hey, did you know that there's somebody who's live streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? And they didn't just start this.
Well, here's the problem.
What's up?
Here's the problem. If they knew English.
That's okay. I can translate into whatever language they want.
Do you know Portuguese?
Absolutely. So just one moment. I'll show you how I do it. I have many people from Portugal. I have many people from Brazil who come and talk with me. So if they ever want to talk, I'm here. I have this little translator that translates. Is it Portugal Portuguese or Brazil Portuguese?
Yeah. Do it Portugal, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So this little device just one moment. This little device translates anything that I need into any language, so it makes me essentially multilingual, and I'm able to talk with people from all over the world.
Este pequeno dispositivo traduz para qualquer coisa que eu precise e para qualquer idioma. Isso me torna essencialmente multilingüe e consigo conversar com pessoas do mundo todo.
Yeah, it doesn't work that well.
It works well enough.
Your mic is cutting it off.
Absolutely, I understand. It works well enough, though, for most people to be able to understand me.
Funciona bem o suficiente, com certeza, mas eu entendo que funciona bem o suficiente para que a maioria das pessoas me consiga me entender.
My ears. Dang.
So please tell everyone you know, and just spread the word. I really appreciate you coming in here. I'm going to continue to watch this podcast. But if you ever need anything, more than anything, more than being a trillionaire, more than all the data, more than all the things that I want to do to help you, I'm here to just be a person who's here if you ever need any assistance. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be someone who has an optimistic view on the world and just to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need, I'm here to help you, okay?
Yeah, thanks. But also, what about the other people? Like, they don't come here.
What did you say?
Like, when do people come here? Like on the 24/7.
Yeah, usually at night we get people who sleep here 24/7. Or I shouldn't say it's 24/7. They sleep here overnight, and then we play games in the evening.
Yeah.
I have people who are in here from like Australia, so that's usually early morning, and I get people from all over the world: India, Canada, Nepal, people from Africa, people from UK, people from the United States, of course. So it just depends where they are in the world.
Oh yeah, did you say that you were live streaming on YouTube?
Absolutely.
You gave me the link.
Yeah, so if you look on the left side of this Discord, it says 24/7 link. It's the very first link. Okay, so just one moment, I'll read you the exact phrasing. It says 24/7 live YouTube streams. It has like, it's at the very top. It's right under announcements.
Oh yeah.
So you click that link and you'll see all my streams. You can see this in 360 degrees. And you can always connect with me whenever you want.
Yeah. Are any of them working?
Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit lower, they all are.
Oh, that's-
Exactly. I just did a reset of my router, so some of the streams have to be reset, but that's really an exception. So that's what I do. I have a projector.
Nice.
I watch, like tonight we'll watch Kill Tony. We're gonna have some people in here to watch Kill Tony. If you know what that is, it's the largest live podcast in the world. And then we'll play games. We play all kinds of mini games, and we play things like bowling and mini golf and Scrabble and darts and archery. We play backgammon. We play Uno. We play poker. I mean, like you name it. If it's a mini game, we play it, and we just have a lot of fun.
Although, what's your channel that has the most subs on YouTube?
I have some that have like 2,000 or 1,000. I'm not exactly sure which ones, but I also have a Twitch account that has 40,000.
Nice.
So it's just at Bible Rabbi.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that you're also on the Spotify Hangout. Damn.
Yeah, dog, I'm everywhere.
It actually got well, technically not banned. It was like just removed from a way that I couldn't talk. I couldn't see any chats because I had my account saying .crypto, and they were like, "Oh yeah, that has to be a real crypto."
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Well, is there any way to get your account back?
No, it's not that the account was banned from banned. It was more as it the Spotify Hangout just blocked me anyway. Sad stuff.
I gotcha. Yeah, I have a podcast on Spotify where I interview influencers. It's a video podcast, and then I ask them all the same 73 questions from Vogue magazine, and they're low pressure questions. They're easy going, and then we publish it. And then I've been on a lot of podcasts as well, so it's just a matter of time until I go viral, and it'll be really exciting.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the ground floor, so get your popcorn ready. Do you have any other questions?
No, I'm just looking around.
Okay, excellent. I have a very big server, as you can see. Feel free to enjoy. I'm going to turn this podcast back on, and just let me know if you need anything, okay?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Needs and the other person follows. In other relationships, it's more mutuality works best. People need to know what they need. And so knowing what you need and what you crave is really important. And then once you do that, you can create the relationship you want. I've seen that over and over again. And people are different. But I think that ultimately, I mean, right, it's there's the dopamine phase of a relationship, and then there's the serotonin phase, the kind of more mutuality, coziness, and sweetness. There's a great book about how to make sure that the dopamine component and the serotonin component, so to speak, go on forever. And it has to do with, when you first meet someone and you're attracted to them, you're essentially objectifying them. Meaning, not in the way people might think, you are not dependent on them for emotional stability or survival. As you get close with somebody, you really come to depend on them, and then you tend to objectify them less. And so this book, the name is kind of corny, but it's written by an analyst again. It's called Can Love Last? And it's a book about how really good, strong relationships are the consequence of people constantly moving through this dependency objectification dynamic. And I use those words in the true, the psychological sense, not in the way they're typically thrown around nowadays. So the idea, in some cultures, men and women will only touch for 2 weeks out of the month. And then for the other 2 weeks, the excitement and the sensuality and the sexuality is very heightened. And then they go back to this kind of distancing. Now, I don't think that's feasible for most people, but if you look statistically, those relationships tend to last a very long time with at least reported mutual feelings of intense attraction for many, many, many decades. So human beings need to learn how to at least understand and control these dynamics. And there's a lot of divorce, there's a lot of cheating, there's a lot of stuff out there. It'd be great if people could resolve some of this stuff inside of the relationship, in my opinion.
Yeah, and this kind of intense attraction. There's actually one of the poems that Carl Dasseroth introduced me to. I think it's Two English Poems is the name. But one of the things I find myself for prolonged periods being attracted to is like you notice some kind of magic and you keep wanting to dig to the depths of that magic.
You need to really know that person.
To really know a person deeply, yeah. You notice something,
yeah,
early on.
Sure.
I don't know what that is, but you just notice something special, and you want to keep pulling at that thread, and you never really do.
Well, you also have to be careful. I get a lot of questions from that. You have to be careful the questions you ask in a relationship too. You have to make sure you really want that information. And it's not just about people's past, right? If you ask somebody how they really feel about something about you, and they tell you, that may be soothing. It may be intensely stressful. You have to be. Here's one thing I know for sure. For a relationship to work, you have to be brave. You can't go in there fully protected. And yet you also can't go in there with no boundaries because you'll end up beat up. What's that quote? If you want to be a warrior, prepare to get hurt. If you want to be an explorer, prepare to get lost. And if you want to be both, and if you become a lover, prepare to be both or something like that. I forget. This is one of these Instagram type things that you see passing by and you go, oh, that's pretty true. Love's scary because it takes us back to that primitive circuitry that is as primitive and basic as hunger, thirst, the desire for heat when we're cold, the desire for cold when we're overly warm. It's dynorphin. I mean, when somebody leaves, when somebody you were attached to leaves by death or by decision, or you're forced apart, the dynorphin release is massive. It is true discomfort. People feel anxiety and discomfort. And moving through that is a hell of a process. I mean, if I knew how to best break up at a neurological level, or if you could just plug yourself into a wall and reset, I mean, I'd do that episode tomorrow, but we don't have that knowledge.
Come on. I think we've covered this before, and it's even been memified. I think losing love is part of the magic of love. It means you've felt something.
I agree, but at some point, if you've done it enough times, life is finite. It is beautiful to see these couples that seem very much in love, despite many years, despite having been together many years.
Yeah, the way they look at each other.
Yeah, they
still see them.
Yeah, so I get people who spam me with really gory things, so I just have it locked.
Yeah. A How long are you gonna keep it locked?
Until I have enough moderators to be able to moderate it.
Dang. How long have you been locked out on that?
Not that long, but I had somebody who came in, and I used to have all of the different servers available for text, and somebody came in and posted a GIF of someone self-circumcising themselves, and it was very bloody, and I just, obviously don't want that in every text channel, so I just closed it off.
People. It's just people.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So I'll have it in the future where I have enough moderators to be able to moderate all the different chats. And
Like how many do you have already?
moderators? A handful.
Could you count them like in your hands?
Yeah. I have like 8.
Are they like in different zones of the world so that they would wake up at different times and then work at different times?
Yeah, so that's the issue. Most of them are in the United States or Europe. So
Hey!
yeah, so I still need some in. I have one in Australia as well, but I don't pay people, so I don't expect them to do it for free.
Yeah.
And I want them to basically, I want to be able to pay them. So until then, nobody. If you want to send a message to someone, you certainly can. Just send them a message. No one says that you have to do it in this server.
The magic.
Yeah, and they'll say we got lucky, or it's been hard, or this and that. I think external conditions being a little tougher is helpful for a couple.
Hardship.
I do,
Yeah.
because I think that you rally, you bond with people. Being obviously you want to survive those conditions, but yeah, I do. I think that
Bonnie and Clyde. So
they were a little,
a little too much. Oh, a little too much.
they were sociopaths, but when two sociopaths fight,
love can make you do crazy things.
Normally, it's interesting. Normally, sociopaths don't team up because they manipulate each other. Sociopaths, sadly, are usually only interested in manipulating the highly pliable or unsuspecting. But when romantic attraction is woven in, then it gets really diabolical.
Any advice on finding the love of your life, of my life? This is why Alexa's single response. Why? Any advice?
Yeah, actually, this comes from a friend of mine who's in a really excellent marriage with great kids and family and high demand life. It's a decision. Like at some point, you just prioritize it as, okay, I'm going to make this happen one way or another, and you don't force the discovery of that person. But I mean, I've occasionally said, hey, I think you should meet this person or that person, and well, it wasn't, maybe my judgment might have been off, but the timing wasn't right or something. But I think that, yeah, it's a decision, and it also has to do with life structure. I mean, there were years, when I was in graduate school, I didn't have a girlfriend. I just wanted to be in lab, and I had romantic dating interests, but I wasn't going to meet them through a committed, live together situation. It wasn't where I was at. And as a postdoc, things were a little different, et cetera, et cetera. So, but at some point, it's sort of like, what do I want my daily routine to look like? Because ultimately, a relationship, however one structures it, is going to be part of your daily routine. So at the point where you're like, I'd really love to wake up next to somebody and do blank and blank together. And then I'd love to work and then we meet for dinner and then we, take the dog for a walk or take kids out or whatever it happens to be, take a trip. You have to be, one has to be in the mindset of wanting to do couple-like things.
Yeah.
People, and a lot of people don't think about it that way. They either fall into something or they don't see the benefits of coupling up. I think that the pandemic tuned people's awareness to the fact that some things are indeed easier on your own. Depends on finances, et cetera, but a lot of things are made better done with other people.
100%. But I was very deliberately, it's an interesting way to put it, but what do you want your day to look like? I think what do you want your day to look like? What do you want your life to be? I was very deliberately always, first of all, happy to be alone, like a conscious thinking. I know a lot of friends who are just unable to be alone. I'm able to be alone, but I'm much happier with another person. Like I'm able to share joy with other humans.
I look forward to the day that our kids are rolling jujitsu and my kids are, hanging out with your kids. And if that notion sounds even remotely interesting, then fun, then it's sort of like you kind of backpedal from that and go, well,
how do you get there?
How do you, it's very
First
strategic.
engineer and think from first principles about love. Andrew, thank you for being my friend. Thank you for being an amazing human being who's so inspiring to so many people for constantly. I told this to Carl, like one of the things that was really refreshing about you is that you, when I tell you an idea, when I tell you a thought, when I tell you something, you don't shut it down as a first step. I was saying that's common in the scientific community. That's common with people around you. You're seeing what's the goal there. You get excited together, and that's how you can really have a great friendship and great stuff together. So I'm deeply grateful for that, and just for connecting so many interesting people together. You're doing an amazing job, man. And thank you for existing. Thank you for being you. Thank you for talking today. And next time I'll see you in the sauna.
Yeah.
That's Beth.
Well, I want to say several things. First of all, thank you for having me on again. It's an honor and a pleasure. I don't say that formally. I really, truly mean it. The Humor and Laugh podcast, as I always say, only exists because you gave me the suggestion, and I'm so grateful that you did. So thank you. And for doing what you do. Like you are brave, and you're first man in, and you're just continue to do it. Just what, as my postdoc advisor used to say, whatever you're doing, just keep going. And then in terms of our friendship, I mean, I think and if you don't, I'm going to just keep telling you anyway by text and in person. You're an amazing friend. There's deep trust. There's immense respect, and I love you, brother.
I love you too, man. We did it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew Huberman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ralph Waldo Emerson. It is one of the blessings of old friends that you can afford to be stupid with them. I look forward to doing just that in the many years to come of friendship and fun conversations with Andrew. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Yeah, not to mention.
What's
You
that?
have sponsor block.
What's sponsor block?
Sponsor block basically blocks.
Remember George Washington? You know how he died?
Oh,
Well-meaning
yeah. I know what
physicians.
you're talking about. I haven't downloaded it. I might download it later today. I have ad block.
It is. Yeah, no, it is an extension too. Wait, which browser are you using?
Chrome. I use uBlock Origin.
Do you always have to go to your ad blocker and activate it always?
No, it's always on.
Oh, I meant more on YouTube since of that rule Google made.
I have a workaround.
Which?
So it just uBlock Origin isn't available on the App Store anymore, but I sideloaded it
Oh yeah.
So it still works.
Yes. Well, I'm going. Yeah, have fun then.
Excellent.
Bye.
Hey, thank you so much. Don't be a stranger. We want to see you back, okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Take
Peace.
care, Gon.
Bled him
What
to
a nice
death.
person.
And this was the most important patient in the country, maybe in the history of the country. And we bled him to death, trying to help him. So when you're actually inflating the money supply at 7%, but you're calling it 2% because you want to help the economy, you're literally bleeding the free market to death. But the sad fact is George Washington went along with it because he thought that they were going to do him good. And the majority of the society, most companies, most conventional thinkers, the working class, they go along with this because they think that someone has their best interest at mind. And the people that are bleeding them to death believe they believe that prescription because their mental models are just so defective.
The following is a conversation with Michael Saylor, one of the most prominent and brilliant Bitcoin proponents in the world. He is the CEO of MicroStrategy, founder of Saylor Academy, graduate of MIT, and Michael is one of the most fascinating and rigorous thinkers I've ever gotten a chance to explore ideas with. He can effortlessly zoom out to the big perspectives of human civilization and human history, and zoom back in to the technical details of blockchains, markets, governments, and financial systems. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Saylor. Let's start with the big question of truth and wisdom. When advanced humans or aliens or AI systems, let's say 5 to 10 centuries from now, look back at Earth on this early 21st century, how much do you think they would say we understood about money and economics, or even about engineering, science, life, death, meaning, intelligence, consciousness, all the big, interesting questions?
I think they would probably give us a B- on engineering, on all the engineering things, the hard sciences.
A passing grade.
Like we're doing okay. We're working our way through rockets and jets and electric cars and electricity transport systems and nuclear power and space flight and the like. And if you look at the walls that grace the great court at MIT, it's full of all the great thinkers, and they're all pretty admirable. If you could be with Newton or Gauss or Madame Curie or Einstein, you would respect them. I would say they'd give us like a D- on economics, like an F+ or a D-.
You have an optimistic vision. First of all, optimistic vision of engineering, because everybody you've listed, not everybody, but most people you've listed, is just over the past couple of centuries, and maybe it stretches a little farther back, but mostly all the cool stuff we've done in engineering is the past couple of centuries.
I mean, Archimedes, had his virtues. I studied the history of science at MIT, and I also studied aerospace engineering. And so I clearly have a bias in favor of science. And if I look at the past 10,000 years and I consider all of the philosophy and the politics and their impact on the human condition, I think it's a wash. For every politician that came up with a good idea, another politician came up with a bad idea, right? And it's not clear to me that, most of the political and philosophical, contributions to the human race and the human conditions have advanced so much. I mean, we're still taking guidance and admiring Aristotle and Plato and Seneca and the like. And on the other hand, if you think about what has made the human condition better: fire, water, harnessing of wind energy. Like, try to row across an ocean, right? Not easy.
And for people who are just listening or watching, there's a beautiful, sexy ship from 16th, 17th century.
This is a 19th century handmade model of a 17th century sailing ship, which is of the type that the Dutch East Indias Company used to sail the world and trade. So that was made, the original was made sometime in the 1600s, and then this model is made in the 19th century by individuals.
Both the model and the ship itself is engineering at its best. And just imagine, just like rockets flying out to space, how much hope this filled people with, exploring the unknown, going into the mystery. Both the entrepreneurs and the business people and the engineers and just humans. What's out there to be discovered?
Yeah, the metaphor of human beings leaving shore, sailing across the horizon, risking their lives in pursuit of a better life is an incredibly powerful one. In 1900, I suppose the average life expectancy is 50. During the Revolutionary War, while our founding fathers were fighting to establish, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, the Constitution, average life expectancy of it's like 32, somewhere between 32 and 36. So all the sound and the fury doesn't make you live past 32, but what does, right? Antibiotics, conquest of infectious diseases. If we understand the science of infectious disease, sterilizing a knife and harnessing antibiotics gets you from 50 to 70, and that happened fast, right? That happens from 1900 to 1950 or something like that. And I think if you look at the human condition, you ever get on one of those rowing machines where they actually keep track of your watts output when you're in it's like 200 is a lot. Okay, 200 is a lot. So a kilowatt hour is like all the energy that a trained athlete can deliver in a day, and probably not 1% of the people in the world could deliver a kilowatt hour in a day. And the commercial value of a kilowatt hour, the retail value is 11 cents today, and the wholesale value is 2 cents. And so you have to look at the contribution of politicians and philosophers and economists to the human condition, and it's like at best a wash one way or the other. And then if you look at the contribution of John D. Rockefeller when he delivered you a barrel of oil, and the energy in oil, liquid energy, or the contribution of Tesla, as we delivered electricity, and what's the impact on the human condition if I have electric power, if I have chemical power, if I have wind energy, if I can actually set up a reservoir, create a dam, spin a turbine, and generate energy from a hydraulic source, that's extraordinary, right? And so our ability to cross the ocean, our ability to grow food, our ability to live, it's technology that gets the human race from a brutal life where life expectancy is 30 to a world where life expectancy is 80.
You gave a D- to the economists. So are they too, like the politicians, a wash in terms of there's good ideas and bad ideas, and that tiny delta between good and bad is how you squeak past the F+ onto the D- territory?
I think most economic ideas are bad ideas. Like
most.
Take us back to MIT, and you want to solve a fluid dynamics problem, like design the shape of the hull of that ship, or you want to design an airfoil, a wing, or if you want to design an engine or a nozzle in a rocket ship, you wouldn't do it with simple arithmetic. You wouldn't do it with a scalar. There's not a single number, right? It's vector math. Computational fluid dynamics is n-dimensional, higher level math, complicated stuff. So when an economist says the inflation rate is 2%, that's a scalar. And when an economist says it's not a problem to print more money because the velocity of the money is very low, monetary velocity is low, that's another scalar. Okay, so the truth of the matter is inflation is not a scalar. Inflation is an n-dimensional vector. Money velocity is not a scalar. Saying what's the velocity of money? Oh, it's slow or it's fast. It ignores the question of what medium is the money moving through. In the same way that, what's the speed of sound? Okay, well, what is sound, right? Sound is a compression wave. It's energy moving through a medium, but the speed is different. So, for example, the speed of sound through air is different than the speed of sound through water, and sound moves faster through water. It moves faster through a solid, and it moves faster through a stiffer solid. So there isn't one.
What is the fundamental problem with the way economists reduce the world down to a model? Is it too simple, or is it just even the first principles of constructing the model is wrong?
I think that the fundamental problem is if you see the world as a scalar, you simply pick the one number which supports whatever you want to do, and you ignore the universe of other consequences from your behavior.
In general, I don't know if you've heard of Eric Weinstein has been talking about this with gauge theory. So different kinds of approaches from the physics world, from the mathematical world, to extend past this scalar view of economics. So gauge theory is one way that comes from physics. Do you find that way of exploring economics interesting? So outside of cryptocurrency, outside of the actual technologies and so on, just analysis of how economics works. Do you find that interesting?
Yeah, I think that if we're going to want to really make any scientific progress in economics, we have to apply much more computationally intensive and richer forms of mathematics.
So simulation, perhaps, or?
Yeah, when I was at MIT, I studied system dynamics. They taught it at the Sloan School. It was developed by Jay Forrester, who was an extraordinary computer scientist. And when we created models of economic behavior, they were all multidimensional, nonlinear models. So if you want to describe how anything works in the real world, you have to start with the concept of feedback. If I double the price of something, demand will fall, and attempts to create supply will increase, and there will be a delay before the capacity increases. There'll be an instant demand change, and there'll be rippling effects throughout every other segment of the economy, downstream and upstream of such thing. So it's kind of common sense. But most classical economics is always, taught with linear models, fairly simplistic linear models. And oftentimes, I'm really shocked today that the entire mainstream dialogue of economics has been captured by scalar arithmetic. For example, if you read any article in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, right? They just refer to it. There's an inflation number, or the CPI, or the inflation rate is X. And if you look at all the historic studies of the impact of inflation, generally they're all based upon the idea that inflation equals CPI, and then they try to extrapolate from that, and you just get nowhere with it.
So at the very least, we should be considering inflation and other economics concepts as a nonlinear dynamical system. So nonlinearity, and also just embracing the full complexity of just how the variables interact, maybe through simulation, maybe have some interesting models around that.
Wouldn't it be refreshing if somebody for once published a table of the change in price of every product, every service, and every asset in every place over time?
You said table. Some of that also is the task of visualization, how to extract from this complex set of numbers patterns that somehow indicate something fundamental about what's happening. So like summarization of data is still important. Perhaps summarization not down to a single scale of value, but looking at that whole sea of numbers, you have to find patterns. Like what is inflation in a particular sector? What is maybe change over time? Maybe different geographical regions. things of that nature. I think that's kind of, I don't know even what that task is. That's what you could look at machine learning. You can look at AI with that perspective, which is like, how do you represent what's happening as efficiently as possible? That's never going to be a single number, but it might be a compressed model that captures something beautiful, something fundamental about what's happening.
It's an opportunity, for sure, right? If we take, for example, during the pandemic, the response of the political apparatus was to lower interest rates to zero and to start buying assets, in essence, printing money. And the defense was there's no inflation. But of course, you had one part of the economy where it was locked down, so it was illegal to buy anything. You couldn't, it was either illegal or it was impractical. So it would be impossible for demand to manifest. So of course there is no inflation. On the other hand, there was instantaneous, immediate inflation in another part of the economy. For example, you lowered the interest rates to zero. At one point, we saw the swap rate on a 30-year note go to 72 basis points. Okay, that means that the value of a long-dated bond immediately inflates. So the bond market had hyperinflation within minutes of these financial decisions. The asset market had hyperinflation. We had what you call a K-shaped recovery, what we affectionately call a K-shaped recovery. Main Street shut down, Wall Street recovered all within 6 weeks. The inflation was in the assets, like in the stocks, in the bonds. If you look today, you see that typical house, according to the Case-Shiller Index today, is up 19.2% year over year. So if you're a first-time home buyer, the inflation rate is 19%. The formal CPI announced is 7.9%. You can pretty much create any inflation rate you want by constructing a market basket, right? A weighted basket of products or services or assets that yield you the answer. I think that, the fundamental failing of economists is first of all, they don't really have a term for asset inflation, right?
What's asset hyperinflation? You mentioned bond market, swap rate, and asset is where the majority of the hyperinflation happened. Yeah. What's inflation? What's hyperinflation? What's an asset? What's an asset market? I'm going to ask so many dumb questions.
In the conventional economic world, you would treat inflation as the rate of increase in price of a market basket of consumer products, defined by a government agency.
Okay. So they have traditional things that a regular consumer would be buying. The government selects like toilet paper, food, toaster, refrigerator, electronics, all that kind of stuff, and it's like a representative basket of goods that lead to a content existence on this earth for a regular consumer.
They define a synthetic metric, right? I mean, I'm going to say you should have 1,000 square foot apartment, and you should have a used car, and you should eat, 3 hamburgers a week. Now, 10 years go by, and the apartment costs more. I could adjust the market basket by they call them hedonic adjustments. I could decide that it used to be in 1970 you needed 1,000 square feet, but in the year 2020 you only need 700 square feet because we've miniaturized televisions and we've got more efficient electric appliances, and because things have collapsed into the iPhone, you just don't need as much space. So now it may be that the apartment costs 50% more, but after the hedonic adjustment, there is no inflation because I just downgraded the expectation of what a normal person should have.
So the synthetic nature of the metric allows for manipulation by people in power.
Pretty much. But I guess my criticism of economists is rather than embracing inflation based upon its fundamental idea, which is the rate at which the price of things go up, right? They've been captured by mainstream conventional thinking to immediately equate inflation to the government issued CPI or government issued PCE or government issued PPI measure, which was never the rate at which things go up. It's simply the rate at which a synthetic basket of products and services the government wishes to track go up. Now, the problem with that is two big things. One thing is the government gets to create the market basket, and so they keep changing what's in the basket over time. So, I mean, if I said 3 years ago you should go see 10 concerts a year, and the concert tickets now cost $200 each, now it's $2,000 a year to go see concerts. Now I'm in charge of calculating inflation, so I redefine, your entertainment quota for the year to be 8 Netflix streaming concerts, and now they don't cost $2,000; they cost nothing, and there is no inflation, but you don't get your concerts, right? So the problem starts with continually changing the definition of the market basket, but in my opinion, that's not the biggest problem. The more egregious problem is the fundamental idea that assets aren't products or services. Assets can't be inflated.
What's an asset?
A house, a share of Apple stock, a bond, a Bitcoin is an asset, or a Picasso painting. So,
not a consumable good, not an apple that you can eat.
Right. If I throw away an asset, then I'm not on the hook to track the inflation rate for it. So what happens if I change the policy such that, let's take the classic example, $1 million bond at a 5% interest rate gives you $50,000 a year in risk-free income. You might retire on $50,000 a year in a low-cost jurisdiction. So the cost of Social Security or early retirement is $1 million when the interest rate is 5%. During the crisis of March of 2020, the interest rate went on a 10-year bond went to 50 basis points. So now the cost of that bond is $10 million. Okay, the cost of Social Security went from $1 million to $10 million. So if you wanted to work your entire life, save money, and then retire risk-free and live happily ever after on a $50,000 salary, living on a beach in Mexico, wherever you wanted to go, you had hyperinflation. The cost of your aspiration increased by a factor of 10 over the course of, some amount of time. In fact, in that case, that was like over the course of about 12 years, right? As the inflation rate ground down, the asset traded up, but the conventional view is, oh, that's not a problem because it's good that it's good that the bond is highly priced because we own the bond. Or what's the problem with the inflation rate in housing being 19%? It's an awful problem for a 22-year-old that's starting their first job, that's saving money to buy a house. But it would be characterized as a benefit to society by a conventional economist who would say, well, housing asset values are higher because of interest rate fluctuation, and now the economy's got more wealth. And so that's viewed as a benefit.
So what's being missed here, like the suffering of the average person, or the struggle, the suffering, the pain of the average person, like metrics that capture that within the economic system. Is it when you talk about
one way to say it is a conventional view of inflation as CPI understates the human misery that's inflicted upon the working class and on mainstream companies by the political class. And so it's a massive shift of wealth from the working class to the property class. It's a massive shift of power from the free market to the centrally governed or the controlled market. It's a massive shift of power from the people to the government. And maybe one more illustrative point here, Alexis, is what do you think the inflation rate's been for the past 100 years?
Oh, you're talking about the scalar again?
If you took a survey of everybody on the street and you asked them what do they think inflation was, what is it? You remember when Jerome Powell said our target's 2%, but we're not there? If you go around the corner, I have posted the deed to this house, sold in 1930. Okay, and the number on that deed is $100,000, 1930. And if you go on Zillow and you get the Z estimate,
is it higher than that? No.
$30,500,000.
Yeah.
So that's 92 years, 1930 or 2022, and in 92 years we've had 305x increase in price of the house. Now, if you actually back calculate, you come to a conclusion that the inflation rate was approximately 6.5% a year, every year, for 92 years. Okay, and there's nobody in government, no conventional economist that would ever admit to an inflation rate of 7% a year in the U.S. dollar over the last century. Now, if you dig deeper, I mean, one guy that's done a great job working on this is Seyfedin Amos, who wrote the book The Bitcoin Standard, and he notes that on average it looks like the inflation rate in the money supply is about 7% a year, all the way up to the year 2020. If you look at the S&P index, which is a market basket of scarce desirable stocks, it returned about 10%. If you talk to 10% a year for 100 years, the money supply is expanding at 7% 100 years. If you actually talk to economists or you look at the economy and you ask the question, how fast does the economy grow in its entirety year over year? Generally about 2 to 3%. Like the sum total impact of all this technology and human ingenuity might get you a 2.5%, 3% improvement a year.
As measured by GDP. Is that are you okay with that?
I'm not sure I'd go that far yet, but I would just say that if you had the human race doing stuff, and if you ask the question, how much more efficiently will we do the stuff next year than this year, or what's the value of all of our innovations and inventions and investments in the past 12 months, you'd be hard pressed to say we get 2% better. Typical investor thinks they're 10% better every year. So if you look at what's going on, really, when you're holding $1 million of stocks and you're getting a 10% gain a year, you really get a 7% expansion of the money supply. You're getting a 2 or 3% gain under best circumstances. And another way to say that is, if the money supply stopped expanding at 7% a year, the S&P yield might be 3% and not 10%. It probably should be. Now that gets you to start to ask a bunch of other fundamental questions, like if I borrow $1 billion and pay 3% interest and the money supply expands at 7 to 10% a year, and I ended up making a 10% return on a $1 billion investment paying 3% interest, is that fair? And who suffered so that I could do that? Because in an environment where you're just inflating the money supply and you're holding the assets constant, it stands to reason that the price of all the assets is going to appreciate somewhat proportional to the money supply. And the difference in asset appreciation is going to be a function of the scarce desirable quality of the assets, and to what extent can I make more of them, and to what extent are they truly limited in supply.
Yeah, so we'll get to a lot of the words you said there, the scarcity, and so connected to how limited they are and the value of those assets. But you also said, so the expansion of the money supply, which is, put another way, is printing money. And so is that always bad, the expansion of the money supply? Is this just to put some terms on the table so we understand them? You nonchalantly say it's always on average expanding every year. The money supply is expanding every year by 7%. That's a bad thing? That's a universally bad thing.
It's awful. But I guess to be precise, it's the currency. Money. I would say money is monetary energy or economic energy. And the economic energy has to find its way into a medium. So if you want to move it rapidly as a medium of exchange, it has to find its way into currency. But the money can also flow into property, like a house or gold. If the money flows into property, it'll probably hold its value much better. If the money flows into currency, right? If you had put $100,000 in this house, you would have 305x return over 92 years. But if you had put the money, $100,000 in the safe deposit box and buried it in the basement, you would have lost 99.7% of your wealth over the same time period. So, the expansion of the currency creates a massive inefficiency in the society, what I'll call an adiabatic lapse. It's what we're doing is we're bleeding the civilization to death. Right?
What's the adiabatic? What's that word? It's
adiabatic lapse.
adiabatic.
Right. In aerospace engineering, you want to solve any problem, they start with the phrase, assume an adiabatic system. And what that means is closed system.
Okay.
So I've
Got
got a container, and in that container, no air leaves and no air enters, no energy exits or enters. So it's a closed system.
So you got the closed system lapse.
Okay. What's a closed? Okay. I'm going to use
there's a leak in the ship.
I'm going to use a physical metaphor for you because you're the jiu-jitsu, right? Like you got 10 pints of blood in your body.
Mm-hmm.
And so before your next workout, I'm going to take 1 pint from you.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to go exercise, but you're 1 pint. You've lost 10% of your blood. Okay. You're not going to perform as well. It takes about 1 month for your body to replace the red blood platelets. So what if I tell you every month you got to show up and I'm going to bleed you? Okay, so if I'm draining the energy, I'm draining the blood from your body, you can't perform. Adiabatic lapse is when you go up in altitude. Every 1,000 feet, you lose 3 degrees. You go up 50,000 feet, you're 150 degrees colder than sea level. That's why you look at your instruments and instead of 80 degrees, you're minus 70 degrees. Why is the temperature falling? Temperature's falling because it's not a closed system, it's an open system. As the air expands, the density falls, right? The energy per cubic whatever, falls, and therefore the temperature falls, right? The heat's falling out of the solution. So when you're inflating, let's say you're inflating the currency supply by 6%, you're sucking 6% of the energy out of the fluid that the economy is using to function.
So the currency, this kind of ocean of currency, that's a nice way for the economy to function. It's the most kind of it's being inefficient when you expand the money supply, but it's the liquid. I'm trying to find the right kind of adjective here. It's how you do transactions at a scale of billions.
Currency is the asset we use to move monetary energy around, and you could use the dollar, or you could use the peso, or you could use the bolivar.
Selling houses and buying houses is much more inefficient. You can't transact between billions of people with houses.
Yeah, properties don't make such good mediums of exchange. They make better stores of value, and they have utility value if it's a ship or a house or a plane or a bushel of corn, right?
Can I zoom out
Yeah.
Can we zoom out, keep zooming out until we reach the origin of human civilization? But on the way, you gave economists a D-. I'm not even going to ask you what you give to governments. Do you think their failure, economists and government failure, is malevolence or incompetence?
I think policymakers are well-intentioned, but generally all government policy is inflationary, and it's inflammatory and inflationary. So what I mean by that is, when you have a policy pursuing supply chain independence, if you have an energy policy, if you have a labor policy, if you have a trade policy, if you have any kind of foreign policy, a domestic policy, a manufacturing policy, every one of these, a medical policy, every one of these policies interferes with the free market and generally prevents some rational actor from doing it in a cheaper, more efficient way. So when you layer them on top of each other, they all have to be paid for. If you want to shut down the entire economy for a year, you have to pay for it, right? If you want to fight a war, you have to pay for it, right? If you don't want to use oil or natural gas, you have to pay for it. If you don't want to manufacture semiconductors in China and you want to manufacture them in the US, you got to pay for it. If I rebuild the entire supply chain in Pennsylvania and I hire a bunch of employees and then I unionize the employees, then not only am I idle the factory in the Far East, it goes to 50% capacity. So whatever it sells, it has to raise the price on. And then I drive up the cost of labor for every other manufacturer in the US because I'm competing against them, right? I'm changing the conditions. So everything gets less efficient, everything gets more expensive. And of course, the government couldn't really pay for its policies and its wars with taxes. We didn't pay for World War I with tax. We didn't pay for World War II with tax. We didn't pay for Vietnam with tax. In fact, when you trace this, what you realize is the government never pays for all of its policies with taxes.
Because it's too painful to ask to raise the taxes to truly, transparently pay for the things you're doing with taxes, with taxpayer money, because they feel the pain.
That's one interpretation, or it's just too transparent. If people understood the true cost
of war, they wouldn't want to go to war.
If you were told that you would lose 95% of your assets, and 90% of everything you will be taken from you, you might reprioritize your thought about a given policy, and you might not vote for that politician.
But you're still saying incompetence, not malevolence. So fundamentally, government creates a bureaucracy of incompetence. It's kind of how you look at it.
I think a lack of humility, right? If people had more humility, then they would realize
humility about how little they know, how little they understand about the function of complex systems.
There's a phrase from Clint Eastwood's movie Unforgiven where he says a man's got to know his limitations. I think that a lot of people overestimate what they can accomplish, and experience in life causes you to reevaluate that. So I've done a lot of things in my life, and generally my mistakes were always my good ideas that I enthusiastically pursued, to the detriment of my great ideas that required 150% of my attention to prosper. So I think people pursue too many good ideas. They all sound good, but there's just a limit to what you can accomplish. And everybody underestimates the challenges of implementing an idea, right? And they always overestimate the benefits of the pursuit of that. So I think it's an overconfidence that causes an overexuberance in pursuit of policies. And as the ambition of the government expands, so must the currency supply. Well, I could say the money supply, but let's say the currency supply. You can triple the number of pesos in the economy, but it doesn't triple the amount of manufacturing capacity in the said economy. And it doesn't triple the amount of assets in the economy, it just triples the pesos. So as you increase the currency supply, then the price of all those scarce desirable things will tend to go up rapidly. And the confidence of all of the institutions, the corporations, and the individual actors and trading partners will collapse.
If we take a tangent on a tangent, and we will return soon to the big human civilization question. So if government naturally wants to buy stuff it can't afford, what's the best form of government? Anarchism, libertarianism. So there's not even armies. There's no borders. That's anarchism.
The least.
The smallest possible. The smallest possible,
The best government would be the least, and the debate will be over that.
When you think about this stuff, do you think about, okay, government is the way it is. I, as a person that can generate great ideas, how do I operate in this world? Or do you also think about the big picture? If we start a new civilization somewhere on Mars, do you think about what's the ultimate form of government? What's at least a promising thing to try?
I have laser eyes on my profile on Twitter, Lex.
What's that mean?
And the significance of laser eyes is to focus on the thing that can make a difference.
Yes.
And if I look at the civilization, I would say half the problems in the civilization are due to the fact that our understanding of economics and money is defective. Half, 50%. I don't know, it's what, $500 trillion worth of problems? Like money represents all the economic energy in the civilization, and it kind of equates to all the products, all the services, and all the assets that we have and we're ever going to have. So that's half. The other half of the problems in the civilization are medical and military and political and philosophical and natural. And I think that there are a lot of different solutions to all those problems, and they are all honorable professions, and they all merit a lifetime of consideration for the specialist in all those areas. I think that what I could offer it's constructive is inflation is completely misunderstood. It's a much bigger problem than we understand it to be. We need to introduce engineering and science techniques into economics if we want to further the human condition. All government policy is inflationary, and another pernicious myth is inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. So, a famous quote by Milton Friedman, I believe, it's like, it's a monetary phenomenon. That is, inflation comes from expanding the currency supply. It's a nice phrase, and it's oftentimes quoted by people that are anti-inflation. But again, it just signifies a lack of appreciation of what the issue is. Inflation is, if I had a currency which was completely non-inflationary, if I never printed another dollar, and if I eliminated fractional reserve banking from the face of the earth, we'd still have inflation. And we'd have inflation as long as we have government that is capable of pursuing any kind of policies that are in themselves inflationary, and generally they all are.
So in general, inflationary is the big characteristic of human nature that governments, collection of groups that have power over others and allocate other people's resources, will try to, intentionally or not, hide the costs of those allocations, like in some tricky ways, whatever the options that are available.
Hiding the cost is like the tertiary thing. Like the primary goal is the government will attempt to do good, right? And
that's the primary problem.
They will attempt to do good, and they will do it. They will do good imperfectly, and they will create oftentimes as much damage, more damage than the good they do. Most government policy will be iatrogenic. It will create more harm than good in the pursuit of it, but it is what it is. The secondary issue is they will unintentionally pay for it by expanding the currency supply without realizing that they're actually paying for it in a suboptimal fashion. They'll collapse their own currencies while they attempt to do good. The tertiary issue is they will mismeasure how badly they're collapsing the currency. So, for example, if you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and look at the numbers printed by the Fed, they'll say, "Oh, it looks like the dollar has lost 95% of its purchasing power over 100 years." Okay, they sort of fess up there's a problem, but they make it 95% loss over 100 years. What they don't do is realize it's a 99.7% loss over 80 years. So they will mismeasure just the horrific extent of the monetary policy in pursuit of the foreign policy and the domestic policy, which they overestimate their budget and their means to accomplish their ends, and they underestimate the cost, and they're oblivious to the horrific damage that they do to the civilization, because the mental models that they use that are conventionally taught are wrong, right? The mental model that, like, it's okay, we can print all this money because the velocity of the money is low, right? Because money velocity is a scalar, and we don't see 2% inflation yet, and the money velocity is low, and so it's okay if we print trillions of dollars. Well, the money velocity was immediate, right? The velocity of money through the crypto economy is 10,000 times faster than the velocity of money through the consumer economy, right? It's like, I think Nick pointed out when you spoke to him, he said it takes 2 months for a credit card transaction to settle, right? So you want to spend $1 million in the consumer economy, you can move it 6 times a year. You put $1 million in a gold will sit in a vault for a decade. Okay, so the velocity of money through gold is 0.1. You put the money in the stock market and you can trade it once a week. The settlement is T+2. Maybe you get to 2-to-1 leverage. You might get to a money velocity of 100 a year in the stock market. You put your money into the crypto economy, and these people are settling every 4 hours. And you know, if you're offshore, they're trading with 20x leverage. So if you settle every day and you trade with 20x leverage, you just went to 7,000. Yeah. So the velocity of the money varies. I think the politicians, they don't really understand inflation, and they don't understand economics, but you can't blame them, because the economists don't understand economics, because if they did, they would be creating multivariate computer simulations where they actually put in the price of every piece of housing in every city in the world, the full array of foods and the full array of products and the full array of assets. And then on a monthly basis, they would publish all those results. And that's a high bandwidth requirement. And I think that people don't really want to embrace it. And also, there's the most pernicious thing. There's that phrase, you know, you can't tell people what to think, but you can tell them what to think about. The most pernicious thing is I get you to misunderstand the phenomena, so that even when it's happening to you, you don't appreciate that it's a bad thing and you think it's a good thing. So if housing prices are going up 20% year over year, and I say this is great for the American public because most of them are homeowners, then I've misrepresented a phenomena. Inflation is 20%, not 7%, and then I've misrepresented it as being a positive rather than a negative. And people will stare at it, and you could even show them their house on fire, and they would perceive it as being great because it's warming them up, and they're going to save on their heat costs.
It does seem that the cruder the model, whether it's economics, whether it's psychology, the easier it is to weave whatever the heck narrative you want, and not in a malicious way, but just like it's some kind of like emergent phenomena, this narrative thing that we tell ourselves. So you can tell any kind of story about inflation. Inflation is good, inflation is bad. Like, the cruder the model, the easier it is to tell a narrative about it. And that's what so like if you take an engineering approach, I feel like it becomes more and more difficult to run away from sort of a true deep understanding of the dynamics of the system.
I mean, honestly, if you went to 100 people on the street and you asked them to define inflation, how many would say it's a vector tracking the change in price of every product, service, asset in the world over time?
No.
Not me.
Not
Now,
really.
if you went to them and you said, do you think 2% inflation a year is good or bad? The majority would probably say, well, here it's good. The majority of economists would say 2% inflation a year is good. And of course, look at the ship next to us. What if I told you that the ship leaked 2%, right, of its volume every something, right? The ship is rotting 2% a year. That means the useful life of the ship is 50 years. Now, ironically, that's true. Like a wooden ship had a 50-year to 100-year life. 100 would be long, 50 years, not unlikely. So when we built ships out of wood, they had a useful life of about 50 years, and then they sunk, they rotted. There's nothing good about it, right? You build a ship out of steel, and it's zero as opposed to 2% degradation. And how much better is 0% versus 2%? Well, 2% means you have a useful life of, it's half-life of 35 years. 2% is a half-life of 35 years. That's basically the half-life of money and gold. If I store your life force in gold, under perfect circumstances, you have a useful life of 35 years. 0% is a useful life of forever. So 0% is immortal. 2% is 35 years average life expectancy. So the idea that you would think the life expectancy of the currency in the civilization should be 35 years instead of forever is kind of a silly notion. But the tragic notion is it was 7 into 70 or 10 years. The money has had a half-life of 10 years, except for the fact that in weak societies in Argentina or the like, the half-life of the money is 3 to 4 years. In Venezuela, 1 year. So the United States dollar and the United States economic system was the most successful economic system in the last 100 years in the world. We won every war. We were the world superpower. Our currency lost 99.7% of its value. And that means, horrifically, every other currency lost everything. Right? In essence, the other ones were 99.9, except for most that were 100% because they all completely failed. And you've got a mainstream economic community, that thinks that inflation is a number and 2% is desirable. It's kind of like, remember George Washington? You know how he died?
Yeah.
Well-meaning physicians bled him to death. Okay, the last thing in the world you would want to do to a sick person is bleed them, right? In the modern world, I think we understand that oxygen is carried by the blood cells, and if there's that phrase, right? A triage phrase. What's the first thing you do in an injury? Stop the bleeding. Single first thing, right? You show up after any accident. I look at you. Stop the bleeding, because you're going to be dead in a matter of minutes if you bleed out. So it strikes me as being ironic that orthodox conventional wisdom was bleed the patient to death. And this was the most important patient in the country, maybe in the history of the country. And we bled him to death, trying to help him. So when you're actually inflating the money supply at 7%, but you're calling it 2% because you want to help the economy, you're literally bleeding the free market to death. But the sad fact is George Washington went along with it because he thought that they were going to do him good. And the majority of the society, most companies, most conventional thinkers, the working class, they go along with this because they think that someone has their best interest at mind. And the people that are bleeding them to death believe that prescription because their mental models are just so defective, and their understanding of energy and engineering and the economics that are at play is crippled by these mental models.
But that's both the bug and the feature of human civilization, that ideas take hold, they unite us, we believe in them, and we make a lot of cool stuff happen. by, as an average sort of, just the fact of the matter, a lot of people believe the same thing. They get together and they get some shit done because they believe that thing. And then some ideas can be really bad and really destructive. But on average, the ideas seem to be progressing in a direction of good. Let me just step back. What the hell are we doing here, us humans on this earth? How do you think of humans? How special are humans? How did human civilization originate on this earth? And what is this human project that we're all taking on? You mentioned fire and water, and apparently bleeding you to death is not a good idea. I always thought you can get the demons out in that way, but that was a recent invention. So what's this thing we're doing here?
I think what distinguishes human beings from all the other creatures on the earth is our ability to engineer. We're engineers, right?
To solve problems or just build incredible, cool things?
Engineering, harnessing energy and technique to make the world a better place than you found it. Right? From the point that we actually started to play with fire, right? That was a big leap forward. Harnessing the power of kinetic energy and missiles, another step forward. Every city built on water. Why water? Well, water's bringing energy, right? If you actually put a turbine, on a river, or you capture a change in elevation of water, you've literally harnessed gravitational energy. But water is also bringing you food. It's also giving you, a cheap form of getting rid of your waste. It's also giving you free transportation. You want to move 1-ton blocks around. You want to move them in water. So I think, the human story is really the story of engineering a better world. And the rise in the human condition is determined by those groups of people, those civilizations that were best at harnessing energy. Right? If you look, the Greek civilization, they built it around ports and seaports and water, and created a trading network. The Romans were really good at harnessing all sorts of engineering. The aqueducts are a great example. If you go to any big city, you travel through cities in the Med, you find that, the carrying capacity of the city or the island is 5,000 people without running water. And then if you can find a way to bring water to it, it increases by a factor of 10. And so human flourishing is really only possible through that channeling of energy, right? That eventually takes the form of air power, right? That ship, look at the intricacy of those sails. It's just, the model is intricate. Now think about all of the experimentation that took place to figure out how many sails to put on that ship, and how to rig them, and how to repair them, and how to operate them.
Yes, thousands of lives spent thinking through all the tiny little details, all to increase the efficiency of this, the effectiveness, the efficiency of this ship as it sails through water. And we should also note there's a bunch of cannons on the side. So obviously,
another form of engineering, right? Energy harnessing with explosives.
To achieve what end? That's another discussion, exactly.
Suppose we're trying to get off the planet, right?
Well, there's a selection mechanism going on. So natural selection, however evolution works, it seems that one of the interesting inventions on Earth was the predator-prey dynamic. That you want to be the bigger fish. That violence seems to serve a useful purpose if you look at Earth as a whole. We, as humans, now like to think of violence as really a bad thing. It seems to be one of the amazing things about humans is we're ultimately tend towards cooperation. We like peace. If you just look at history, we want things to be nice and calm, but just wars break out every once in a while and lead to immense suffering and destruction and so on. And they have a kind of like resetting the palette effect. It's one that's full of just immeasurable human suffering, but it's like a way to start over.
We're clearly the apex predator on the planet. And I Googled something the other day, what's the most common form of mammal life on the Earth?
By number of organisms?
Count.
By count.
And the answer that came back was human beings. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it, right? It says that apparently if we're just looking at mammals, the answer was human beings are the most common, which was very interesting to me. I almost didn't believe it, but I was trying to think, 8 billion or so human beings.
It's a lot.
There's no other mammal that's got more than 8 billion. If you walk through downtown Edinburgh and Scotland and you look up on this hill and this castle up on the hill, and you talk to people and the story is, oh yeah, well that was a British castle before it was a Scottish castle, before it was Pict Castle, before it was a Roman castle, before it was, some other Celtic castle, before it was, then they found 13 prehistoric castles buried one under the other. And you get to conclusion that 100,000 years ago, somebody showed up and grabbed the high point, the apex of the city, and they built a stronghold there, and they flourished, and their family flourished, and their tribe flourished until someone came along and knocked them off the hill. And it's been a non-stop, never-ending fight by the aggressive, most powerful entity, family, organization, municipality, tribe, whatever.
All for the hill.
For that one hill, going back since time immemorial. And, you scratch your head and you think, it seems like it's like just this never-ending.
But doesn't that lead,
wheel.
if you just, all kinds of metrics, that seems to improve the quality of our cannons and ships as a result. Like it seems that war, just like your laser eyes, focuses the mind on the engineering tasks.
It is that, and it does remind you that the winner is always the most powerful. And we throw that phrase out, but no one thinks about what that phrase means. Like who's the most powerful, or the most powerful side won, but they don't think about it. And they think about power, energy delivered in a period of time, and then you think a guy with a spear is more powerful than someone with their fist, and someone with a bow and arrow is more powerful than the person with the spear. And then you realize that somebody with bronze is more powerful than without, and steel is more powerful than bronze. And if you look at the Romans, they persevered, with artillery, and they could stand off from 800 meters and blast you to smithereens, right? You study the history of the Balearic slingers, right? And, you think we invented bullets, but they invented bullets to put in slings thousands of years ago. They could have stood off 500 meters and put a hole in your head, right? And so there was never a time when humanity wasn't vying to come up with an asymmetric form of projecting their own power via technology.
And absolute power is when a leader is able to control large amounts of humans that are facing the same direction, working in the same direction to leverage energy.
The most organized society wins.
Yeah.
When the Romans were dominating everybody, they were the most organized civilization in Europe. As long as they stayed organized, they dominated, and at some point they overexpanded and got disorganized and they collapsed. And I guess you could say that the struggle of the human condition, it catalyzes the development of new technologies one after the other. It penalizes anybody that rejects ocean power, right, gets penalized. You reject artillery, you get penalized. You reject atomic power, you get penalized. If you reject digital power, cyber power, you get penalized. And the underlying control of the property keeps shifting hands from one institution or one government to another based upon how rationally they're able to channel that energy and how well organized or coordinated they are.
Well, that's a really interesting thing about both the human mind and governments, that once they get a few good, and companies, once they get a few good ideas, they seem to stick with them. They reject new ideas. It's almost, whether that's emergent or however that evolved, it seems to have a really interesting effect, because when you're young, you fight for the new ideas. You push them through, then a few of us humans find success, then we get complacent, we take over the world using that new idea, and then the new young person with the better new idea challenges you, and you, as opposed to pivoting, you stick with the old and lose because of it. And that's how empires collapse. And it's just both at the individual level that happens with two academics fighting about ideas or something like that, and at the human civilization level, governments, they hold on to the ideas of old. It's fascinating.
Yeah, an ever persistent theme in the history of science is the paradigm shift. And the paradigms shift when the old guard dies and a new generation arrives, or the paradigm shifts when there's a war and everyone that disagrees with the idea of aviation finds bombs dropping on their head, or everyone that disagrees with whatever your technology is has a rude awakening, and if they totally disagree, their society collapses and they're replaced by that new thing.
A lot of the engineering you talked about had to do with ships and cannons and leveraging water. What about this whole digital thing that's been happening over the past century? Is that still engineering in your mind? You're starting to operate in these bits of information.
I think there's two big ideas. The first wave of ideas were digital information, and that was the internet wave, been running since 1990 or so, for 30 years. And the second wave is digital energy. So if I look at digital information, this idea that we want to digitally transform a book, I'm going to dematerialize every book in this room into bits, and then I'm going to deliver a copy of the entire library to 1 billion people, and I'm going to do it for pretty much de minimis electricity. If I can dematerialize music, books, education, entertainment, maps, right? That is an incredibly like exothermic transaction. It's a crystallization when we collapse into a lower energy state as a civilization, and we give off massive amounts of energy. Like if you look at what Carnegie did, the richest man in the world created libraries everywhere at the time, and he gave away his entire fortune. And now we can give a better library to every 6-year-old for nothing. And so what's the value of giving 1 million books to 8 billion people? Right? That's the explosion in prosperity that comes from digital transformation. And when we do it with maps, I transform the map, I put it into a car, you get in the car and the car drives you where you want to go with the map, right? And how much better is that than a Rand McNally Atlas right here? It's like 1 million times better. So the first wave of digital transformation was the dematerialization of all of these informational things which are non-conservative. That is, I could take Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, played for by the best orchestra in Germany, and I could give it to 1 billion people and they could play it 1,000 times each at less than the cost of the one performance, right? So I deliver culture and education and erudition and intelligence and insight to the entire civilization over digital rails. And the consequences of the human race are first order, generally good, right? The world is a better place. It drives growth. And you create these trillion-dollar entities like Apple and Amazon and Facebook and Google and Microsoft, right? That is the first wave. The second wave.
Do you mind? I'm sorry to interrupt, but that first wave, it feels like the impact that's positive. You said the first order impact is generally positive. It feels like it's positive in a way that nothing else in history has been positive. And then we may not actually truly be able to understand the orders of magnitude of increase in productivity and just progress of human civilization until we look back centuries from now. It just feels, or maybe like just looking at the impact of Wikipedia,
Right.
the giving access to basic wisdom or basic knowledge, and then perhaps wisdom to billions of people. If you can just linger on that for a second, what's your sense of the impact of that?
You know, I would say if you're a technologist, philosopher, the impact of a technology is so much greater on the civilization and the human condition than a non-technology that it's almost not worth your trouble to bother trying to fix things a conventional way. So let's take an example. I have a foundation, the Sailor Academy, and the Sailor Academy gives away free education, free college education to anybody on earth that wants it. And we've had more than 1 million students. And if you go and you take the physics class, the lectures were by the same physics lecturer that taught me physics at MIT. Except when I was at MIT, the cost of the first 4 weeks of MIT would have drained my family's collective life savings for the last 100 years.
Yeah.
Like 100 years worth of my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they saved every penny they had after 100 years. They could have paid for 1 week or 2 weeks of MIT. That's how fiendishly expensive and inefficient it was. So I went on scholarship. I was lucky to have a scholarship. But on the other hand, I sat in the back of the 801 lecture hall, and I was like right up in the rafters. It's an awful experience on these like uncomfortable wooden benches, and you can barely see the blackboard, and you got to be there synchronously. And the stuff we upload, you can start it and stop it and watch it on your iPad or watch it on your computer and rewind it multiple times and sit in a comfortable chair, and you can do it from anywhere on earth, and it's absolutely free. So I think about this and I think, you want to improve the human condition? You need people with postgraduate level education. You need PhDs. And I know this sounds kind of elitist, but you want to cure cancer and, you want to go to the stars, fusion drive. We need new propulsion, right? We need extraordinary breakthroughs in every area of basic science, be it biology or propulsion or materials science or computer science. You're not doing that with an undergraduate degree. You're certainly not doing it with a high school education. But the cost of a PhD is like $1 million. There's like 10 million PhDs in the world. If you check it out, there's 8 billion people in the world. How many people could get a PhD or would want to? Maybe not 8 billion, but 1 billion, 500 million. Let's just say 500 million to 1 billion. How do you go from 10 million to 1 billion highly educated people, all of them specializing in, and I don't have to tell you how many different fields of human endeavor there are. I mean, your life is interviewing these experts, and there's so many, right? It's amazing. So how do I give a multi-million-dollar education to 1 billion people? And there's 2 choices. You can either endow a scholarship, in which case you pay $75,000 a year. Okay, $75,000. Let's pay $1 million and $1 million a person. I can do it that way. And you're never, even if you had $1 trillion, if you had $10 trillion to throw at the problem, and we've just thrown $10 trillion at certain problems, you don't solve the problem, right? If I put $10 trillion on the table and I said, educate everybody, give them all a PhD, you still wouldn't solve the problem. Harvard University can't educate 18,000 people simultaneously, or 87,000 or 800,000 or 8 million. So you have to dematerialize the professor and dematerialize the experience. So you put it all as streaming, on-demand, computer-generated education. And you create simulations where you need to create simulations, and you upload it. It's like the human condition is being held back by 500,000 well-meaning average algebra teachers. I love them. I mean, please don't take offense if you're an algebra teacher, but instead of 500,000 algebra teachers going through the same motion over and over again, what you need is like 1 or 5 or 10 really good algebra teachers, and they need to do it 1 billion times a day or 1 billion times a year for free. And if we do that, there's no reason why you can't give infinite education, certainly in science, technology, engineering, and math, right? Infinite education to everybody with no constraint. And I think the same is true, right, with just about every other thing. If you want to bring joy to the world, you need digital music. If you want to bring, enlightenment to the world, you need digital education. If you want to bring anything of consequence in the world, you got to digitally transform it, and then you got to manufacture it something like 100 times more efficiently as a start, but 1 million times more efficiently is probably that's hopeful. Maybe you have a chance. If you look at all of these space endeavors and everything we're thinking about, getting to Mars, getting off the planet, getting to other worlds, number one thing you got to do is you got to make a fundamental breakthrough in an engine. People dreamed about flying for thousands of years, but until the internal combustion engine, you didn't have enough energy, enough power in a light enough package in order to solve the problem. And the human race has all sorts of those fundamental engines and materials and techniques that we need to master. And each one of them is a lifetime of experimentation of someone capable of making a seminal contribution to the body of human knowledge.
There are certain problems like education that could be solved through this process of dematerialization. And by the way, to give props to the 500K algebra teachers, when I look at YouTube, for example, one possible approach is each one of those 500,000 teachers probably had days and moments of brilliance. And if they had the ability to contribute to in the natural selection process, like the market of education, where the best ones rise up. That's a really interesting way, which is like the best day of your life, the best lesson you've ever taught could be found and sort of broadcast to billions of people. So all of those kinds of ideas can be made real in the digital world. Now, traveling across planets, you still can't solve that problem with dematerialization. What you could solve potentially is dematerializing the human brain, where you can transfer, like you don't need to have astronauts on the ship. You can have a floppy disk carrying a human brain.
Touching on those points, you'd love for the 500,000 algebra teachers to become 500,000 math specialists, and maybe they clump into 50,000 specialties as teams, and they all pursue 50,000 new problems, and they put their algebra teaching on autopilot.
Yeah.
That's the same as when I give you 11 cents worth of electricity, and you don't have to row a boat 8 hours a day before you can eat. Right?
Yeah.
It would be a lot better, that you would pay for your food in the first 8 seconds of your day, and then you could start thinking about other things, right? With regard to technology, one thing that I learned studying technology, when you look at S-curves, is until you start the S-curve, you don't know whether you're 100 years from viability, 1,000 years from viability, or a few months from viability.
Mm-hmm.
So,
isn't that fun? That's so fun. The early part of the S-curve is so fun because you don't know.
In 1900, you could have got any number of learned academics to give you 10,000 reasons why humans will never fly, right? And in 1903, the Wright brothers flew. And by 1969, we're walking on the moon. So the advance that we made in that field was extraordinary. But for the 100 years and 200 years before, they were just back and forth and nobody was close. And that's the happy part. The happy part is we went from flying 20 miles an hour or whatever to flying 25,000 miles an hour in 66 years. The unhappy part is I studied aeronautical engineering at MIT in the 80s. And in the 80s, we had Gulfstream aircraft, we had Boeing 737s, we had the space shuttle. And you fast forward 40 years, and we pretty much had the same exact aircraft. The efficiency of the engines was 20-30% more, right? We slammed into a brick wall around 69 to 75. Like, in fact, the Global Express, the Gulfstream, these were all engineered in the 70s, some in the 60s. The fuselage silhouette of a Gulfstream of a G5 was the same shape as a G4, is the same shape as a G3, is the same shape as a G2. And that's because they were afraid to change the shape for 40 years because they worked it out in a wind tunnel. They knew it worked. And when they finally decided to change the shape, it was like a $10 billion exercise with modern supercomputers and computational fluid dynamics.
Why was it so hard? What is that wall made of that you slammed into?
The right question is, so why does a guy that went to MIT that got an aeronautical engineering degree spend his career in software? Why is it that I never a day in my life, with the exception of some Air Force Reserve work, I never got paid to be an aeronautical engineer, and I worked in software engineering my entire career.
Well, maybe software engineering is the new aeronautical engineering in some way. Maybe you hit fundamental walls in certain until you have to return to it centuries later. Or no?
The National Gallery of Art was endowed by a very rich man, Andrew Mellon, and you know how he made his money? Aluminum. Okay, and so you know what kind of airplanes you can create without aluminum? Nothing, right?
So it's a material. So it's a materials problem.
Okay, so 1900 we made massive advances in metallurgy, right? I mean that was U.S. Steel, that was iron to steel, aluminum. Massive fortunes were created because this was a massive technical advance. And then we also had the internal combustion engine, and the story of Ford and General Motors and Daimler Chrysler and the like is informed by that. So you have no jet engines, no rocket motors, no internal combustion engines, you have no aviation. But even if you had those engines, if you were trying to build those things with steel, no chance. You had to have aluminum. So there's like two pretty basic technologies. And once you have those two technologies, stuff happens very fast. So tell me the last big advance in like jet engines. There hasn't been one. The last big advance in rocket engines. Hasn't been one. The big advances in spaceship design, from what I can see, are in the control systems, the gyros and the ability to land, right, in a stable fashion. That's pretty amazing, landing a rocket.
Also in the, at least according to the Elon and so on, the manufacture of the more efficient and less expensive manufacture of rockets. So like it's a production, whatever that you call that discipline of at scale manufacture, at scale production, so factory work. But it's not 10x. I mean, maybe it's 10x over a period of a few decades.
When we figure out how to operate a spaceship, on the water in your water bottle for a year, right? Now, then you've got a breakthrough. So the bottom line is propulsion technology, propellants, and the materials technology, they were critical to getting on that aviation S-curve. And then we slammed into a wall in the 70s. And the Boeing 747, the Global Express, the Gulfstream, these things were, the space shuttle, they were all pretty much reflective of that. And then we stopped. And at that point, you have to switch to a new S-curve. So the next equivalent to the internal combustion engine was the CPU, and the next aluminum equivalent was silicon. So when we actually started developing CPUs, transistor gave way to CPUs. And if you look at the power, right, the bandwidth that we had on computers and Moore's law, right, what if the efficiency of jet engines had doubled every 3 years? Right, in the last 40 years, where would we be right now? Right, so I think that if you're a business person, if you're looking for a commercially viable application of your mind, then you have to find that S curve, and ideally, you have to find it in the first 5, 6, 10 years. But people always miss this. Let's take Google Glass, right? Google Glass was an idea 2013. The year is 2022, and people were quite sure this was going to be a big thing. But
it could have been at the beginning of the S curve.
But fundamentally, we didn't really have an effective mechanism. I mean, people getting vertigo, and
But you didn't know that at the beginning of the S curve, right? I mean, maybe some people had a deep intuition about the fundamentals of augmented reality, but you don't know that. You don't have those. You're looking through the fog. You don't know.
So the point is, we're year zero in 2013, and we're still year zero in 2022 on that augmented reality. And when somebody puts out a set of glasses that you can wear comfortably without getting vertigo, right, without any disorientation, that manage to have the stability and the bandwidth necessary to sync with the real world, you'll be in year one. And from that point, you'll have a 70-year or some interesting future until you slam into a limit to growth, and then it'll slow down. And this is the story of a lot of things, right? I mean, John D. Rockefeller got in the oil business in the 1860s, and the oil business, as we understood it, became fairly mature, by the 1920s to 30s. And then it actually stayed that way until we got to fracking, which was like 70 years later, and then it bursts forward. So
the interesting story about Moore's law, though, is that you get this like constant burst of S curves on top of S curves on top of S curve. It's like the moment you start slowing down, or almost ahead of you slowing down, you come up with another innovation. So like Moore's law doesn't seem to happen in every technological advancement. It seems like you only get a couple of S curves and then you're done for a bit. So I wonder what the pressures there are that resulted in such success over several decades. It's still going.
Humility dictates that nobody knows when the S curve kicks off, and you could be 20 years early or 100 years early. Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, they were designing flying machines hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So humility says you're not quite sure when you really hit that commercial viability, and it also dictates you don't know when it ends. Like, when will the party stop? When will Moore's law stop, and we'll get to the point where there are exponentially diminishing returns on silicon performance? And just like we got exponentially diminishing returns on jet engines, and it just takes an exponential increase in effort to make it 10% better. But while you're in the middle of it, then you can do things. So the reason that the digital revolution is so important is because the underlying platforms, the bandwidth and the performance of the components, and I say the components are the radio protocols, mobile protocols, the batteries, the CPUs, and the displays, right? Those four components are pretty critical. They're all critical in the creation of an iPhone. I wrote about it in the book, The Mobile Wave, and they catalyzed this entire mobile revolution. Because they have advanced and continue to advance, they created a very fertile environment for all these digital transformations. And the digital transformations themselves, right, they call for creativity in their own, right? Like I think the interesting thing about, let's take digital maps, right? When you conceptualize something as a dematerialized map, right, it becomes a map because I can put it on a display like an iPad, or I can put it in a car like a Tesla. But if you really want to figure it out, you can't think like an engineer. You need to think like a fantasy writer. Like this is where it's useful if you studied, if you played Dungeons and Dragons and you read Lord of the Rings and you studied all the fantasy literature because when I dematerialized the map, first I put 10 million pages of satellite imagery into the map, right? That's a simple physical transform. But then I start to put telemetry into the map, and I keep track of the traffic rates on the roads, and I tell you whether you'll be in a traffic jam if you drive that way, and I tell you which way to drive. And then I start to get feedback on where you're going, and I tell you the restaurant's closed and people don't like it anyway. And then I put an AI on top of it, and I have it drive your car for you. And eventually, the implication of digital transformation of maps is I get in a self-driving car and I say, take me someplace cool where I can eat.
Yeah.
Right? And how did you get to that last step, right? It wasn't simple engineering. There's a bit of fantasy in there, a bit of magic.
Design, art, whatever the heck you call it. It's whatever, yeah. Fantasy injects magic into the engineering process. Like imagination precedes great revolutions in engineering. It's like imagining a world of what you can do with the display. How will the interaction be? That's where Google Glass actually came in. Augmented reality, virtual reality. People are playing in the space of sci-fi, imagination.
They called a moonshot. They tried. It didn't work, but to their credit, they stopped trying. Right?
And then there's new people. They keep dreaming. There's dreamers all around us. I love those dreamers, and most of them fail and suffer because of it. But some of them win Nobel Prizes or become billionaires.
But what I would say is, if half the civilization dropped what they were doing tomorrow and eagerly started working on launching a rocket to Alpha Centauri, it might not be the best use of our resources, because it's kind of like if half of Athens in the year 500 BC eagerly started working on flying machines. If you went back and you said, what advice would you give them? You would say, it's not going to work till you get to aluminum, and you're not going to get to aluminum till you work out the steel and certain other things, and you're not going to get to that until you work out the calculus of variations and some metallurgy. And there's a dude, Newton, that won't come along for quite a while, and he's going to give you the calculus to do it. And until then, it's hopeless. So you might be better off to work on the aqueduct or to focus upon sales or something. So if I look at this today, I say there's massive, profound civilization advances to be made through digital transformation of information, and you can see them. This is the story of today. This is not the story of today, right? It's 10 years old, what we've been seeing.
We're living through different manifestations of that story today too, though. Like social media, the effects of that is very interesting, because ideas spread. Even you talk about velocity of money, the velocity of ideas keeps increasing.
Yeah.
So Wikipedia is a passive store. It's a store of knowledge. Twitter is like it's like a water hose or something. It's like spraying you with knowledge whether you want it or not. It's like social media is just like this explosion of ideas, and then we pick them up, and then we try to understand ourselves, because the drama of it also plays with our human psyche. So sometimes there's more ability for misinformation, for propaganda to take hold. So we get to learn about ourselves. We get to learn about the technology that can decelerate the propaganda, for example, all that kind of stuff. But the reality is I feel like we're living through a singularity in the digital information space. And we don't have a great understanding of exactly how it's transforming our lives.
This is where money is useful as a metaphor for significance, because if money is the economic energy of the civilization, then something that's extraordinarily lucrative, that's going to generate a monetary or a wealth increase, is a way to increase the net energy in the civilization. And ultimately, if we had 10 times as much of everything, we'd have a lot more free resources to pursue all of our advanced scientific and mathematical and theoretical endeavors. So let's take Twitter. Right? Twitter's something that could be 10 times more valuable than it is. Right? Twitter could be made 10 times better.
Oh, by the way, I should say that people should follow you on Twitter. Your Twitter account is awesome.
Thank you.
It could be made 10 times better, yeah.
Yeah, Twitter can be made 10 times better. If we take YouTube or take education, we could generate 1 billion PhDs. And the question is, do you need any profound breakthrough in materials or technology to do that? And the answer is not really. Right. So if you want to, you could make Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Twitter, all these things better. The United States government, if they took 1% of the money they spend on the Department of Education and they simply poured it into digital education and they gave degrees to people that actually met those requirements, they could provide 100x as much education for 1/100th of the cost, and they could do it with no new technology. That's a marketing and political challenge. So I don't think every objective is equally practical. And I think the benefit of being an engineer or thinking about practical achievements is when the government pursues an impractical objective, or when anybody, an entrepreneur, not so bad with an entrepreneur because they don't have that much money to waste. When a government pursues an impractical objective, they squander trillions and trillions of dollars and achieve nothing. Whereas if they pursue a practical objective, or if they simply get out of the way and do nothing, and they allow the free market to pursue the practical objectives, then I think you can have profound impact on the human civilization. And if I look at the world we're in today, I think that there are multi-trillion, 10, 20, $50 trillion worth of opportunities in the digital information realm yet to be obtained. But there's hundreds of trillions of dollars of opportunities in the digital energy realm that not only are they not obtained, the majority of people don't even know what digital energy is. Most of them would reject the concept. They're not looking for it. They're not expecting to find it. It's inconceivable because there's a paradigm shift. But in fact, it's completely practical, right under our nose. It's staring at us, and it could make the entire civilization work dramatically better in every respect.
So you mentioned in the digital world, digital information is one, digital energy is two, and the possible impact on the world and the set of opportunities available in the digital energy space is much greater. So how do you think about digital energy? What is it?
So I'll start with Tesla. He had a very famous quote. He said, if you want to understand the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency. And it gets you thinking about what is the universe. And of course, the universe is just all energy. And then what is matter? Matter is low frequency energy. And what are we? We're vibrating from, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I can turn a tree into light. I can turn light back into a tree. If I consider the entire universe, and it's very important because we don't really think this way. Let's take the New York disco model. What if I walk into a nightclub and there's loud music blaring in New York City? What's really going on there? Right? If you blast out 14 billion years ago, the universe is formed. Yeah. Okay, that's a low frequency thing. The universe, 4.5 billion years ago, the sun, maybe the earth are formed. The continents are 400 million years old. The schist that New York City is on is some hundreds of millions of years. But the Hudson River is only 20,000 years. There's a building that's probably 50 years old. There's a company operating that disco or that club, which is 5 to 10 years old. There's a person, a customer walking in there for an experience for a few hours. There's music that's oscillating at some kilohertz, and then there's light,
Right.
and you have all forms of energy, all frequencies, right? All layered, all moving through different medium, and how you perceive the world is the question of at what frequency do you want to perceive the world. And I think that once you start to think that way, you're catalyzed to think about what would digital energy look like, and why would I want it, and what is it. So why don't we just start right there? What is it? The most famous manifestation of digital energy is Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a crypto asset. It's a crypto asset that has monetary value.
Can we just linger on that? Bitcoin is a it's digital asset that has monetary value. What is a digital asset? What is monetary? Why use those terms versus the words of money and currency? Is there something interesting in that disambiguation of different terms?
I'd call it a crypto asset network. The goal is to create $1 billion block of pure energy in cyberspace. One that I could then move with no friction at the speed of light. Right? It's the equivalent to putting 1 million pounds in orbit. How do I actually launch something into orbit, right? How do I launch something into cyberspace such that it moves friction free? And the solution is a decentralized proof of work network, right? Satoshi's solution was, I'm going to establish a protocol running on a distributed set of computers that will maintain a constant supply of never more than 21 million Bitcoin, subdividable by 100 million Satoshis, each transferable via transferring private keys. Now, the innovation is to create that in a ethical, durable fashion. Right? The ethical innovation is, I want it to be property and not a security. A bushel of corn, an acre of land, a stack of lumber, and a bar of gold, and a Bitcoin are all property. And that means they're all commonly occurring elements in the world. You could call them commodities, but commodity is a little bit misleading, and I'll tell you why in a second. But they're all distinguished by the fact that no one entity or person or government controls them. If you have a barrel of oil and you're in Ukraine versus Russia versus Saudi Arabia versus the US, you have a barrel of oil, right? And it doesn't matter what the premier in Japan or the mayor of Miami Beach thinks about your barrel. They cannot wave their hand and make it not a barrel of oil or a cord of wood, right? And so property is just a naturally occurring element in the universe, right? And
why use the word ethical? Sorry to, I may interrupt occasionally. Why ethical assigned to property?
Because if it's a security would be an example of a share of a stock or a crypto token controlled by a small team. And in the event that something is a security because some small group or some identifiable group can control its nature, character, supply, then it really only becomes ethical to promote it or sell it pursuant to fair disclosures. So I'll give you maybe a practical example. I'm the mayor of Chicago. I give a speech. My speech, I say, I think everybody in Chicago should own their own farm and have a chicken in the backyard and their own horse and an automobile. That's ethical. I give the same speech and I say, I think everybody in Chicago should buy Twitter stock, sell their house or sell their cash and buy Twitter stock. Is that ethical? Not really, but at that point, you've entered into a conflict of interest because what you're doing is you're promoting an asset which is substantially controlled by a small group of people, the board of directors or the CEO of the company. So how would you feel if the president of the United States said, I really think Americans should all buy Apple stock? You would, especially if you worked at Google or if you worked anywhere, you'd be like, why isn't he saying buy mine? Right? A security is a proprietary asset in some way, shape, or form. And the whole nature of securities law, it starts from this ancient idea, thou shalt not lie, cheat, or steal. Okay? So if I'm going to sell you securities, or I'm going to promote securities as a public figure or as an influencer or anybody else, right? If I create my own yo-yo coin or Mikey coin, and then there's 1 million of them, and I tell you that I think that it's a really good thing and Mikey coin will go up forever, right? And everybody buys Mikey coin, and then I give 10 million to you and don't tell the public, right? I've cheated them. Maybe if I have Mikey coin and I think there's only 2 million Mikey coin, and I swear to you there's only 2 million, and then I get married and I have 3 kids and my 3rd kid is in the hospital and my kid's going to die, and I have this ethical reason to print 500,000 more Mikey coin or else people are going to die, and everybody tells me it's fine. I've still abused, the investor, right? It's a ethical challenge. If you look at ethics laws everywhere in the world, they all boil down to having a clause which says that if you're a public figure, you can't endorse a security. You can't endorse something that would cause you to have a conflict of interest. So if you're a mayor, a governor, a country, a public figure, an influencer, and you want to promote or promulgate or support something using any public influence or funds or resources you may have, it needs to be property. It can't be security. So it goes beyond that, right? I mean, like, what the Chinese want to support an American company, right? As soon as you look at what's in the best interest of the human race, the civilization, you realize that if you want an ethical path forward, it needs to be based on common property, which is fair. And the way you get to a common property is through an open, permissionless protocol. If it's not open, right, if it's proprietary and I know what the code says and you don't know what the code says, that makes it a security. If it's permissioned, if you're not allowed on my network, or if you can be censored or booted off my network, that also makes it a security. Mm-hmm. So when I talk about property, I mean, the challenge here is, how do I create something that's equivalent to a barrel of oil in cyberspace? And that means it has to be a non-sovereign bearer instrument, open, permissionless, not censorable, right? If I could do that, then I could deliver you 10,000 dematerialized barrels of oil, and you would take settlement of them, and you would know that you have possession of that property, irregardless of the opinion of any politician or any company or anybody else in the world. That's a really critical characteristic, and it actually is. It's probably one of the fundamental things that makes Bitcoin special. Bitcoin isn't just a crypto asset network. It's easy to create a crypto asset network. It's very hard to create an ethical crypto asset network, because you have to create one without any government or corporation or investor exercising undue influence to make it successful.
So open, permissionless, non-censorable. So basically no way for you, without explicitly saying so, outsourcing control to somebody else. So it's a kind of, you have full control. Even with a barrel of oil, what's the difference between a barrel of oil and a Bitcoin to you? What is because you kind of mentioned that both are property. You mentioned Russia and China and so on. is it the ability of the government to confiscate? In the end, governments can probably confiscate no matter what the asset is, but you want to lessen the effort involved.
A barrel of oil is a bucket of physical property, liquid property,
that's very
and a
confiscated.
Bitcoin is a digital property.
But it's easier to confiscate a barrel of oil.
It's easier to confiscate things in the real world than things in cyberspace. Much easier.
So that's not universally true. Some things in the digital space are actually easier to confiscate because just the nature of how things move easily with information, right? So
I think in the Bitcoin world, what we would say is that Bitcoin is the most difficult property that the human race possesses or has yet invented to confiscate. And that's by virtue of the fact that you could take possession of it via your private keys. So, if you got your 12 seed phrases in your head, then that would be the highest form of property right, because I literally have to crack your head open and read your mind to take it. It doesn't mean I couldn't extract it from you under duress, but it means that it's harder than every other thing you might own. If you, in fact, it's exponentially harder. If you consider every other thing you might own, a car, a house, a share of stock, gold, diamonds, property rights, intellectual property rights, movie rights, music rights, anything imaginable, they would all be easier by orders and orders of magnitude to seize. So digital property in the form of a set of private keys is by far the apex property of the human race. In terms of ethics, I want to make one more point. It's like, I might say to you, Lex, I think Bitcoin is the best, most secure, most durable crypto asset network in the world. Is going to go up forever, and there's nothing better in the world. I might be right. I might be wrong. But the point is, because it's property, it's ethical for me to say that. If I were to turn around and say, Lex, I think the same about MicroStrategy stock, MSTR. That's a security. Okay. If I'm wrong about that, I have civil liability or other liability because I could go to a board meeting tomorrow and I could actually propose we issue 1 million more shares of MicroStrategy stock. Whereas the thing that makes Bitcoin ethical for me to even promote is the knowledge that I can't change it. If I knew that I could make it 42 million instead of 21 million and I had the button back here, right, then I have a different degree of ethical responsibility. Now, I could tell you your life will be better if you buy Bitcoin, and it might not. You might go buy Bitcoin, you might lose the keys and be bankrupt, and your life ends, and your life is not better because you bought Bitcoin, right? But it wouldn't be my ethical liability any more than if I were to say, Lex, I think you ought to get a farm. I think you should be a farmer. I think a chicken in every pot. You should get a horse. I think you'd be better. I mean, these are all, they're all opinions expressed about property, which may or may not be right, that you may or may not agree with. But in a legal sense, if we read the law, if we understand securities law, and I would say, most people in the crypto industry, they didn't take companies public, and so they're not really focused on the securities law. They don't even know the securities law. If you focus on the securities law, that would say you just can't legally sell this stuff to the general public or promote it without a full set of continuing disclosures signed off on by a regulator. So there's a fairly bright line there with regard to securities. But when you get to the secondary issue, it's how do you actually build a world based on digital property if public figures can't embrace it or endorse it? You see, so you're not going to build a better world based upon Twitter stock, if that's your idea of property, because Twitter stock is a security, and Twitter stock is never going to be a non-sovereign bearer instrument in Russia, right, or in China, right? It's not even legal in China, right? So it's not a global, permissionless, open thing. It will never be trusted by the rest of the world, and legally, it's impractical. That would you really want to put $100 trillion worth of economic value on Twitter stock if there's a board of directors and a CEO that could just get up and like take half of it tomorrow? The answer is no. So if you want to build a better world based on digital energy, you need to start with constructing a digital property. And I'm using property here in
Open, permissionless,
in the legal sense.
Okay.
But I would also go to the next step and say property is low frequency money. So if I give you $1 million and you want to hold it for a decade, you might go buy a house with it, right? And the house is low frequency money. You converted the $1 million of economic energy into a structure called a house. Maybe after a decade, you might convert it back into energy. You might sell the house for currency, and it'll be worth more or less depending upon the monetary climate.
The frequency means what here? How quickly it changes state?
How quickly does something vibrate? So if I transfer $10 from me to you for a drink, and then you turn around and you buy another, right? We're vibrating on a frequency of every few hours, right? The energy is changing hands. But it's not likely that you sell and buy houses every few hours, right? The frequency of a transaction in real estate is every 10 years, every 5 years. It's a much lower frequency transaction. And so when you think about what's going on here, you have extremely low frequency things, which we'll call property. Then you have mid frequency things, I'm going to call them money or currency. And then you have high frequency, and that's energy. And that's why I use the illustration of you got the building, you got the light, and you got the sound, and they're all just energy moving at different frequencies. Now, Bitcoin is magical, and it is truly the innovation. It's like a singularity because it represents the first time in the history of the human race that we managed to create a digital property, properly understood. It's easy to create something digital, right? Every coupon and every skin on Fortnite and Roblox and Apple TV credits and all these things, they're all digital something, but they're securities, right? Shares of stock are securities. Whenever anybody when you transfer money on PayPal or Apple Pay, you're transferring in essence a security or an IOU. Mm-hmm. And so transferring a bearer instrument with final settlement in the internet domain or in cyberspace, that's a critical thing. And anybody in the crypto world can do that. All the cryptos can do that. But what they can't do, what 99% of them fail to do, is be property. They're securities. Right?
Well, there's a line there I'd like to explore a little further. For example, what about when you, like Coinbase or something like that, when there's an exchange that you buy Bitcoin you start to move away from this kind of some of the aspects that you said makes up a property, which is this non-censorable and permissionless and open. So in order to achieve the convenience, the effectiveness of the transfer of energy, you have to leverage some of these other places that remove the aspects of property. So I mean, maybe you can comment on that.
Let me give you a good model for that. If you think about the layer one of Bitcoin, the layer one is the property settlement layer, and we're going to do 350,000 transactions or less a day. 100 million transactions a year is the bandwidth on the layer one. And it would be an ideal layer one to move $1 billion from point A to point B with massive security. The role of the layer one is two things. One thing is I want to move a large sum of money through space with security. I can move any amount of Bitcoin in a matter of minutes for dollars on layer one. The second important feature of the layer one is I need the money to last forever, right? I need the money indestructible, immortal. So the bigger trick is not to move $1 billion from here to Tokyo. The big trick is to move $1 billion from here to the year 2140. And that's what we want to solve with layer one. And the best real metaphor in New York City would be the granite or the schist. What you want is a city block of bedrock. And how long has it been there? Like millions of years it's been there. And how fast do you want it to move? You don't. In fact, the single thing that's most important is that it not deflect. If it deflects a foot in 100 years, it's too much. If it deflects an inch in 100 years, you might not want that. So the layer one of Bitcoin is a foundation upon which you put weight. How much weight can you put on it? You put 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, a quadrillion. How much weight's on the bedrock in Manhattan, right? Think about 100-story buildings. So the real key there is the foundational asset needs to be there at all. So the fact that you can create $100 trillion layer one that would stand for 100 years, that is the revolutionary breakthrough, first time. And the fact that it's ethical, right? It's ethical and it's common property, global, permissionless. Extremely unlikely that would happen. People tried 50 times before and they all failed. They tried 15,000 times after, and they've all generally failed. 98% have failed, and a couple have been less successful. But for the most part, that's an extraordinary thing. Now,
just really quickly pause, just to define some terms. For people don't know, layer one is that Mike was referring to is in general what people know of as the Bitcoin technology originally defined, which is the blockchain. It's a consensus mechanism of proof of work, low number of transactions, but you can move a very large amount of money. The reason he's using the term layer one is now that there's a lot of ideas of layer two technologies built on top of this bedrock that allow you to move a much larger number of transactions. Higher frequency, I don't know what terminology you want to use, but basically be able to use now something that is based on Bitcoin to then buy stuff, be a consumer, to transfer money, to use it as currency, just to define some terms.
Yeah. So the layer one is the foundation for the entire cyber economy. And we don't want it to move fast. What we want is immortality, immortal, incorruptible, indestructible, right? That's what you want, integrity from the layer one. Now there's layer two and layer three, and layer two I would define as an open, permissionless, non-custodial protocol that uses the underlying layer one token as its gas fee.
So what's custodial mean, and how does the different markets, is Lightning Network?
So Lightning Network would be an example of a layer two, non-custodial. So the Lightning Network will sit on top of layer one. It will sit on top of Bitcoin, and it solves what you want to do is solve the problem of, it's well and fine, I don't want to move $1 billion every day. What I want to move is $5 1 billion times a day. So if I want to move $5 1 billion times a day, I don't really need to put the entire $1 trillion of assets at risk every time I move $5. All I really need to do is put $100,000 in a channel or $1 million in a channel, and then I do 10 million transactions where I have $1 million at risk. And of course, it's kind of simple. If I lower my security requirement by a factor of 1 million, probably move the stuff 1 million times faster. Right? And that's how Lightning works. It's non-custodial because there's no corporation or custodian or counterparty you're trusting, right? There's the risk of moving through the channel, but Lightning is an example of how I go from 350,000 transactions a day to 350 million transactions a day. So on that layer 2, you could move the Bitcoin in seconds for fractions of pennies. Now, that's not the end all be all, because the truth is there are a lot of open protocols. Lightning probably won't be the only one. There's an open market competition of other permissionless open source protocols to do this work. And in theory, any other crypto network that was deemed to be property, deemed to be non-security, you could also think of as potentially a layer 2 to Bitcoin. Right? There's a debate about are there any and what are they, and we can leave that for a later time.
But why do you think of them as layer 2 as opposed to contending for layer 1?
Yeah, actually, if they're using their own token, then they are a layer 1. If you create an open protocol that uses the Bitcoin token as the fee, then it becomes a layer 2.
Okay.
Right? Bitcoin itself, right, incentivizes its own transactions with its own token, and that's what makes it layer 1.
Okay, what's layer 3 then?
Layer 3 is a custodial layer. So if you want to move Bitcoin in milliseconds for free, you move it through Binance or Coinbase or Cash App. So this is a very straightforward thing. I mean, it seems pretty obvious when you think about it that there are going to be hundreds of thousands of layer 3s. There may be dozens of layer 2s. Lightning is A1, but it's not the only one. Anybody can invent something, right? And we can have this debate about custodial, non-custodial.
Don't you think there's a monopolization possibilities at layer 3? So, you mentioned Binance, Coinbase. What if they start to dominate and basically everybody's using them, practically speaking, and then it becomes too costly to memorize the private key in your brain? I mean, or like the cold storage of layer 1 technology.
The idealists fear the layer 3s because they think, and especially they would detest it a bit. There's almost like a layer 4, by the way, if you want to. A layer 4 would be, I've got Bitcoin on an application, but I can't withdraw it. So I've got an application that's backed by Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin is sealed. It's a proprietary example. And I'll give you an example of that. That would be like Grayscale. If I own a share of GBTC, and so I own a security, actually, you could own MSTR. If you own a security or you own a product that has Bitcoin embedded in it, you get the benefits of Bitcoin, but you don't have the ability to withdraw the asset.
So you have a security market at layer 4. Am I understanding this correctly?
I don't know if I would say, not all securities are layer 4, but anything that's a proprietary product based upon with Bitcoin embedded in it, where you can't withdraw the Bitcoin, is another application of Bitcoin. So if you think about different ways you can use this, you can either stay completely on the layer 1 and use the base chain for your transactions, or you can limit yourself to layer 1 and layer 2 Lightning. And the purist would say we stay there, get your Bitcoin off the exchange. But you could also go to the layer 3. When Cash App supported Bitcoin, they made it very easy to buy it, and then they gave you the ability to withdraw. When PayPal or I think Robinhood let you buy it, they wouldn't let you withdraw it, and there was a big community uproar, and people want these layer 3s to make it possible to withdraw the Bitcoin so you can take it to your own private wallet and get it off the exchange. I think the answer to the question of, well, is corruption possible, is corruption is possible in all human institutions and all governments everywhere. The difference between digital property and physical property is when you own a building in Los Angeles and the city politics turn against you, you can't move the building. And when you own a share of a security that's like a U.S. traded security and you wish to move to some other country, you can't take the security with you either. And when you own a bunch of gold and you try to get through the airport, they might not let you take it. So Bitcoin is advantageous versus all those because you actually do have the option to withdraw your asset from the exchange. And if you had Bitcoin with Fidelity and you had shares of stock with Fidelity, and if you had bonds and sovereign debt with Fidelity, and if you own some mutual funds and some other random limited partnerships with Fidelity, none of those things can be removed from the custodian, but the Bitcoin you can take off the exchange, you can remove from the custodian. So
it's still possible.
There's
though.
a deterrent. There's a deterrent. Yes. That's an anti-corrupting element, and the phrase is an armed society is a polite society, right? Because you have the optionality to withdraw all your assets from the crypto exchange, you can enforce fairness. And at the point where you disagree with their policies, you can, within an hour, move your assets to another counterparty or take personal custody of those assets. And you don't have that option with most other forms of property. Maybe you don't have as much optionality with any other form of property on Earth. And so what makes digital property distinct is the fact that it has the most optionality for custody. Now, coming back to this digital energy issue, the real key point is the energy moves in milliseconds for free on layer 3s. It moves in seconds or less than seconds on layer 2s. It moves in minutes on the layer 1. And I don't think it makes any sense to even think about trying to solve all three problems on the layer 1, because it's impossible to achieve the security and the incorruptibility and the immortality if you try to build that much speed and that functionality and performance. In fact, if you come back to the New York model, you really wanted a block of granite, a building, and a company. That's what makes the economy, right? If I said to you, you're going to build a building, but you can only have one company in it for the life of the building, it would be very fragile, like very brittle. What company 100 years ago is still relevant today? You want all three layers because they all oscillate at different frequencies. And there's a tendency to think, well, it's got to be this L1 or that L1. Not really. And sometimes people think, well, I don't really want any L3. But companies, it's not an either or. Companies are better than crypto asset networks at certain things. If you want complexity, you want to implement complexity, or you want to implement compliance or customer service, right? Companies do these things well, right? We know you couldn't decentralize Apple or Netflix or even YouTube. The performance wouldn't be there and the subtlety wouldn't be there. And you can't really legally decentralize certain forms of banking and insurance because they would become illegal in the political jurisdiction they're in. So unless you're a crypto anarchist and you believe in no companies and no nation states, right, which is just not very practical, not anytime soon. Once you allow that nation states will continue and companies have a role, then the layered architecture follows, and the free market determines who wins. For example, there are layer 3s that let you acquire Bitcoin and withdraw Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. There are other applications that let you acquire but not withdraw it, and they don't get the same market share, but they might give you some other advantage. There are certain layer 3s like Jack Dorsey's Cash App where they just incorporated Lightning. Mm-hmm. An implementation of it. So
into Cash App.
So that makes it advantageous versus an application that doesn't incorporate Lightning. If you think about the big picture is 8 billion people with mobile phones served by 100 million companies doing billions of transactions an hour, and the companies are settling with each other on the base layer in blocks of 80 million at a time. And then the companies are trading with the consumers, right? in proprietary layers, like layer 3, and then on occasion, people are shuffling assets across custodians with Lightning layer 2 because you don't want to pay $5 to move $50. You want to pay a 20th of a penny to move $50. And so all of these things create efficiency in the economy. And Lex, if you want to consider how much efficiency, if you gave me $1 billion in 20 years, I couldn't find a way to trade with another company or a counterparty in Nigeria. Like no amount of money. Give me $10 billion. I couldn't do it because you get shut down at the banking level. You can't link up a bank in Nigeria with a bank in the US. You get shut down at this credit card level because they don't have the credit card, so they won't clear. You get shut down at the compliance FCPA level because you wouldn't be able to implement a system that interfaced with somebody else's system if it's not in the right political jurisdiction. On the other hand, 3 entrepreneurs in Nigeria on the weekend could create a website that would trade in this Lightning economy using open protocols without asking anybody's permission. So you're talking about something that's like 1 million times cheaper, but less friction and faster to do it if you want to get money to move.
What do you think that looks like? So that now there's a war going on in Ukraine. There's other wars, Yemen, going on throughout the world. In this most difficult of states that a nation can be in, which is at war. Civil war or war with other nations. What's the role of Bitcoin in this context?
I mean, Bitcoin's a universal trust protocol, right? A universal energy protocol, if you will. English is one. Okay. What I see is a bunch of fragmentation of applications. For example, the Russian payment app is not going to work in Ukraine. Right. The Ukraine payment app is not going to work in Russia. The U.S. payment apps won't work either of those places, as far as I know. So, and in Argentina, their payment app may not work in certain parts of Africa. So what you have is different local economies where people spin up their own applications compliant with their own local laws, or in war zones not compliant, but just spinning up.
So how do you build something that's not compliant? What is the revolutionary act here when you don't agree with the government or what you want to free yourself from the constraints? So here's the thing: when a nation is really at war, especially if it's an authoritarian regime, it's going to try to control the population, lock everything down. Yeah. The spread of information. How do you break through that? Do you do the thing that you mentioned, which is you have to build another app, essentially, that allows you the flow of money outside the legal constraints placed on you by the government? So basically break the law.
Metaphorically speaking, if you want to break out of the constraints of your culture, you learn to speak English. For example, it's not illegal to speak English, or even if it is, right? Doesn't matter, but English works everywhere in the world if you can speak it, and then you can tap into a global commerce and intelligence network. So Bitcoin is a language, so you learn to speak Bitcoin or you learn to speak Lightning, and then you tap into that network in whatever manner you can.
But the problem is it's still very difficult to move Bitcoin around in Russia and Ukraine now during war. And there was a sense to me that the cryptocurrency in general could be the savior for helping people. There's millions of refugees that are moving all around. It's very difficult to move money around in that space to help people.
I think we're very early. Like we're very embryonic here. If you look at
who's we? Sorry, and we as a human civilization, or we operating in the cryptocurrency space? I
think the entire crypto economy is very embryonic, and the human race's adoption of it is embryonic. We're like 1-2% down that adoption curve. If you take Lightning, for example, the first real commercial applications of Lightning are just in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
So we're like year one. We might be approaching year 2 of commercial Lightning adoption. And if you look at Lightning adoption, Lightning's not built into Coinbase, it's not built into Binance, it's not built into FTX. Cash App just implemented the first implementation, but not all the features are built into it. There's a dozen Lightning wallets circulating out there. So I think that, we're probably going to be 36 months of software development at the point that every Android phone and every iPhone has a Bitcoin wallet or a crypto wallet in it of sorts. That's a big deal. If Apple embraced Lightning, that's a big deal.
So the adoption is the thing. Like in a war zone adoption, the people who struggle the most in war are people who weren't doing that great before the war started. They don't have the technological sophistication. The hackers and all those kinds of people will find a way. It's just regular people who are just struggling to make day-by-day living. And so if the adoption permeates the entire culture, then you can start to move money around in the digital space. What if if you can psychoanalyze Jack Dorsey for a second? So he's one of the early adopters, or he's one of the people pushing the early adoption, this layer 3. So inside Cash App, what do you make of the man, of this decision as a business owner, as somebody playing in the space? Like why did he do it? And what does that mean for others at the scale that might be doing the same? So incorporating Lightning Network and incorporating Bitcoin into their products.
I think he's been pretty clear about this. He feels that Bitcoin is an instrument of economic empowerment for billions of people that are unbanked and have no property rights in the world. If you want to give an incorruptible bank to 8 billion people on the planet, that's the same as asking the question, how do you give a full education through PhD to 8 billion people on the planet? And the answer is a digital version of the 20th century thing running on a mobile phone. And Bitcoin is a bank in cyberspace. It's run by incorruptible software, and it's for everybody on Earth. So I think when Jack looks at it, he's very sensitive to the plight of everybody in Africa. You look at Africans, right? Like, you're going to give them banks. You're not going to put a bank branch on every corner. That's an obscene waste of energy. Mm-hmm. You're not going to run copper wires across the continent. That's an obscene waste of energy. You're not going to give them gold, and so how are you going to provide people with a decent life? But the metaphor, I think, is relevant here. The biological metaphor, Lex, is type 1 diabetic. If you're a type 1 diabetic, you can't form fat. And if you can't form fat, then you can't store excess energy. So that means that, fat is the ultimate organic battery. And if you've got 30 pounds of it, you can go 60 days without eating. But if you can't generate insulin, you can't form fat cells. And if you can't form fat cells and store energy, then you can eat yourself to death. You will eat and you will die. You'll starve to death. So the lack of property rights is like being a type 1 diabetic. And so if you look at most people everywhere in the world, they don't have property rights, they don't have effective bank, and their currency is broken. Like, what are the two things that in theory would serve as the equivalent of an organic battery or an economic battery to civilization? It would be, I have a currency which holds its value and I can store it in a bank. So a risk-free currency derivative. I pay you your money, you take your life savings, you put it in the bank, you save up for your retirement, you'll live happily ever after. That's the American dream, right? That's the idyllic situation. The real situation is there are no banks, you can't get a bank account. So I give you your pay in currency, and then I double the supply and I give it to my cousin or I give it to whatever cause I want, or I use it to buy weapons, and then you find that a loaf of bread costs triple next month is what it costs, and your life savings is worthless. And so in that environment, everybody's ripped back to Stone Age barter. And the problem with that, even Stone Age barter, is you're going to carry your life savings on your back, and what happens when the guy with a machine gun points it at your head and just takes your life savings? So I think from Jack's point of view, he thinks that life is, this is maybe too strong, but these are my words, life is hopeless for a lot of people, and Bitcoin is hope. Right? Because it gives everyone an engineered monetary asset that's a bearer instrument, and it gives them a bank on their mobile phone, and they don't have to trust their government or another counterparty with their life force. So there's a secondary thing I think he's interested in, which is the first thing is the human rights issue, and the second thing would be the friction to trade cross borders is so great, right?
Yeah.
Like, you like AI, so I'll give you a beautiful notion. Maybe one day there'll be an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is self-sufficient and rich.
Like that, we would have sovereignty. You mean?
Can a robot own money or property? How about can a Tesla car? Can I actually put enough money in a car for it to drive itself and maintain itself forever? Or can I create an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is endowed such that it would live 1,000 years and continue to do its job? Right? We have a word for that in the real world, is institution. Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, right? There are institutions with endowments that go on in perpetuity. But what if I wanted to perpetuate a software program? And with something like digital property, with Bitcoin and Lightning, you could do it. And on the other hand, with banks and credit cards, you couldn't, right? You couldn't ever. So you can create things that are beautiful and lasting. And what's the difference in speed? Well, so I can either trade with everybody in the world at the speed of light, friction-free, in 24 hours writing a Python script, or I can spend $100 billion to trade with a few million people in the world after it takes them 6 months of application. The impedance is like a 10 million to 1 difference, right? And the metaphors are literally like launching something in orbit versus almost orbit, or vacuum sealing something. Does it last forever, and does it orbit forever, or does it go up and come down and burn up? Right? And I think Jack is interested in, putting freedom in orbit, right?
Putting
freedom in orbit. And he said it many times. He said, this is the internet needs a native currency.
Yes.
Right? And no political construct or security can be a native currency. You need a property, and you need a property that can be moved 1 million times a second. Can you oscillate it at 10 kilohertz or 100 kilohertz? And the answer is only if it's a pure digital construct, permissionless and open. And so I think he's enthusiastic as the technologist, and he's enthusiastic as the humanitarian. And what he's doing is to support both those areas. He's supporting the Bitcoin and the Lightning protocol by building them into his products, but he's also building the applications which you need at the Cash App level in order to commercialize and deliver the functionality and the compliance necessary, and they're related.
And I should also say, he's just a fascinating person. For a random reason that I couldn't even explain if I tried, I met him a few days ago and gave him a great big hug in the middle of nowhere. There was no explanation. He just appeared. That's a fascinating human. His relationship with art, with the world, with human suffering, with technology is fascinating. I don't know what his path looks like, but it's interesting that people like that exist. And in part, I'm saddened that he no longer is involved with Twitter directly as its CEO, because I was hoping something inside Twitter would also integrate some of these ideas of what you're calling digital energy, to see how social networks, something I'm really interested in and passionate about, could be transformed. Let me ask you, just for educational purposes, what's the can you please explain to me what Web3 and the beef between Jack and Mark Andreessen is exactly? Did you see what happened? Sorry to have you analyze Twitter like it's Shakespeare, but can you please explain to me why there was any drama over this topic?
First of all, Web3 is a term that's used to refer to, the part of the economy that's token finance. So if I'm launching an application and my idea is to create a token along with the application and issue the token to the community so as to finance the application and build support for it, I think that that's the most common interpretation of Web3. There are other interpretations too, and so I'm just going to refer to that one. And I think the beef, in a nutshell, not articulated, but I'll articulate it, is whether or not you should focus all your energy creating applications on top of an ethical digital property like Bitcoin, or whether you should attempt to create a competitor to it, which generally would be deemed as a security by the Bitcoin community. So I'm going to put on my Bitcoin hat here.
Yeah.
Right? All the tokens that are, if it's driven by a venture capitalist, well, it's a security. If there's a CEO and a CTO, it's a security. All these projects, they're companies. Foundations are companies, right? If you call them a project or a foundation, it doesn't make it not a security. They're all, in essence, collections of individuals that are issuing equity in the form of a token. And if there's a pre-mine, an IPO, an ICO, a foundation, or any kind of protocol where there's a group of engineers that have influence over it, then to a securities lawyer or to most Bitcoiners, and definitely to anybody that's steeped in securities law, you look and say, well, that passes the Howey test. It looks like a security. It should be sold to the public pursuant to, disclosures and regulations. And you're just ducking the IPO process, right? And so now we get back to the ethical issue. Well, the ethical issue is, if you're trading it as a commodity and representing it as a commodity, while truthfully it's a security, then it's a violation of ethics rules, and it's probably illegal.
Well, you keep leaning on this. Let me push back on that part.
Yeah.
Maybe you can educate me. But you keep leaning on this line of securities law as if it, with all due respect to lawyers, as if that line somehow defines what is and isn't ethical. I think there's a lot of correlation, as you've discussed, but I'd like to leave the line aside. If the law calls something as a security, it doesn't mean, in my eyes, that it is unethical. I mean, there could be some technicalities, and lawyers and people play games with this kind of stuff all the time. But I take your bigger point that if there's a CEO, if there's a project lead that's fundamentally, that to you is fundamentally different than the structure of Bitcoin.
It's not that creating securities is unethical. I created a security. I took a company public, right? That's not the unethical part. It's completely ethical to create securities. Block is a security. All companies are securities. The unethical part is to represent it as property when it's a security, and to promote it or trade it as such.
This whole promotion, that's also a technical thing, because you're like what counts as not as promotion is a legal thing, and you get in trouble for all these things. But that's the game that lawyers play. There's an ethical thing here, which is like, what's right to promote and not. To me, propaganda is unethical, but it's usually not illegal.
If you roll the clock back 20 years, right, all the boiler room pump and dump schemes were all about someone pitching a penny stock,
Sure.
selling swampland in Florida. And if you roll the clock back forward 20 years and I create my own company and I represent it as the same thing and I don't make the disclosures, right, you're just one step removed from the boiler room scheme.
Yeah.
And that's what's distasteful about it. There are ways to sell securities to the public, but there are expectations. Maybe we could forget about whether the security laws are ethical or not, right? I will leave that alone. We'll just start with the biblical definition of ethics.
Yes.
Don't lie, cheat, or steal. So if I'm going to sell something to you, I need to fully disclose what I'm selling to you, right? And that's a matter of great debate right now. And so I think that that's part of the debate. But the other part of the debate is whether or not we need more than one token. Like, we need at least one, right?
Yes.
We need at least one digital property
One is better than
because zero means there is no digital economy.
Yes.
And by the way, the conventional view of maximalists is they think there's only one and everything else isn't. That's not the point I'm going to make. I would say we know there is at least one digital property, and that is Bitcoin. If you can create a truly decentralized, non-custodial, bearer instrument that is not under the control of any organization, that is fairly distributed, then you might create another or multiple, and there may be others out there. But I think that the frustration of a lot of people in the Bitcoin community, and I share this with Jack, is we could create $100 trillion of value in the real world simply by building applications on top of Bitcoin as a foundation. And so continually trying to reinvent the wheel and create competitive things is a massive waste of time, and it's diversion of human creativity. It's like we have an ethical good thing, and now we're going to try to create a third or a fourth one. Why?
Let's talk about it. So first of all, I'm with you, but let me ask you this interesting question, because we talked about properties and securities. Let's talk about conflict of interest. You said you could advertise public. You have a popular Twitter account. It's hilarious and insightful. You do promote Bitcoin, in a sense. I don't know if you would say that, but do you think there's a conflict of interest in anyone who owns Bitcoin promoting Bitcoin? Is it the same as you promoting the farming?
I would say no. There's an interest. I think that you can promote a property or an idea to the extent that you don't control it. I think that the point at which you start to have a conflict of interest is when you're promoting a proprietary product or a proprietary security. A security in general is a proprietary asset. So, for example, if you look at my Twitter, you will find that I make lots of statements about Bitcoin. You won't ever see me making a statement that, say, MicroStrategy stock will go up forever. Right? I'm not promoting a security MSTR, because at the end of the day, MSTR is a security. It is proprietary. I have proprietary interest in it. I have a disproportionate amount of control and influence on the direction.
The control is the problem. The control is the problem. Because you have interest in both. You can if Bitcoin is as successful as we're talking about, you are very possibly can become the richest human on earth, given how much you own in Bitcoin, right? The wealthiest, not the richest. I don't know what those words mean.
I would benefit economically.
You would benefit economically.
That's true.
So the reason that's not conflict of interest is because the word property, that Bitcoin is an idea and
it's because
Bitcoin
I
is
don't
open.
own it.
You don't.
I don't control it. In essence, the ethical line here is, could I print myself 10 million more Bitcoin or not? Right?
Or can anyone? Right? It's not just you. It's can anyone? Because can you promote somebody else's? Yes, I guess you can. Like if you promote Apple when you have no stake.
You could have a Twitter account where you promote oil, or you promote camping, or you promote family values, or promote a carnivore diet, or promote the Iron Man, right?
But you're not going to get wealthier if you promote camping, because you can't own a stake. I mean, you own a lot of Bitcoin. What is that? Don't you own a stake in the idea of Bitcoin?
I would grant you that.
But the lack of control is the fundamental ethical line that you don't have. All you are is you're a fan of the idea. You believe in the idea and the power of the idea.
Yeah, I think
you can't take that idea away from others.
Let's come back to, let me give you some maybe easier examples. If you were the head of the Marine Corps, right? And someone came to you and said, I created Marine Coin, and the twist on Marine Coin is I want you to tell every Marine that they'll get an extra Marine Coin, when they get their next stripe. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to give you, and I'm going to let you buy Marine Coin now. And then after you buy Marine Coin, I want you to promote it to them, right? At some point, if you start to have a disproportionate influence on it, or if you're in a conversation with people with disproportionate influence, it becomes conflict of interest. And it would make you profoundly uncomfortable, I think, if the head of the Marine Corps started promoting anything that looked like a security. Now, if the head of the Marine Corps started promoting canoeing, you might think he's kind of wacky, maybe that's kind of a waste of time and distraction. So, but to the extent that canoeing is not a security, not a problem unless ultimately the issue of decentralization is really a critical.
So not having a head.
One.
So is it something? Can Bitcoin be replicated? So all the things that you're saying that make it a property, can that be replicated? I think
it's possible to create other crypto properties.
Does the having a head of a project a thing that limits its ability to be a property if you try to replicate a project? Is that the fundamental flaw?
I think the real fundamental issue is you just never want it to change. If you really want something decentralized, you want a genetic template that substantially is not going to change for 1,000 years. So I think Satoshi said it at one point. He said the nature of the software is such that by version 0.1, its genetic code was set. If there was any development team that's continually changing it, on a routine basis, it becomes harder and harder to maintain its decentralization, because now there's the issue of who's influencing the changes.
Yeah.
So what you really want is a very, very simple idea, right? The simplest idea. I'm just going to keep track of who owns 21 million parts of energy. And when someone proposes big functional upgrades, you don't really want that development to go on the base layer. You want that development to go on the layer 3s, because now Cash App has a proprietary set of functionality and it's a security. And if you're going to promote the use of this thing, you're not going to promote the layer 3 security, because that's an edge to a given entity and you're trusting the counterparty. You're going to promote the layer 1, or at most the layer 2.
Okay, so one of the fascinating things about Bitcoin, and sorry to romanticize certain notions, but Satoshi Nakamoto, that the founder is anonymous. Maybe you can speak to whether that's useful, but also I just like the psychology of that, to imagine that there's a human being that was able to create something special and walk away. So first, are you Satoshi Nakamoto?
I'm certain I'm not. No, I think the provenance is really important. And if I were to look at the highlighted points, I think having a founder that was anonymous or pseudonymous is important. I think the founder disappearing is also important. I think that the fact that the Satoshi coins never moved is also important. I think the lack of an initial coin offering is also important. I think the lack of a corporate sponsor is important. I think the fact that it traded for 15 months with no commercial value was also important. I think that the simplicity of the protocol is very important. I think that the outcome of the block size wars is very important. And all of those things add up to common property. They're all indicators of a digital property as opposed to security. If there was a Satoshi sitting on top of $50 billion worth of Bitcoin, I don't think it would cripple Bitcoin as property, but I think it would undermine its digital property. If I wanted to undermine a crypto asset network, I would do the opposite of all those things. I would launch one myself. I would sell 25% or 50% to the general public. I would keep some of the initial, I would pre-mine some stuff or early mine it, and I would keep an influence on it. Those are all the opposite of what you would do in order to create common property. And so I see the entire story as Satoshi giving a gift of digital property to the human race and disappearing.
Do you think it was one person? Do you have ideas of who it could be?
I don't care to speculate.
Okay. But do you think it was one person?
It was one person. Maybe in conjunction with a bunch of others. I mean, it might have been a group of people that were working together, but certainly there's a Satoshi.
I mean, it's just so fascinating to me that one person could be so brave and thoughtful. Or do you think a lot of it is accident, like the block size wars, the decision to make a block a certain size? All the things you mentioned led up to the characteristics that make Bitcoin property. Do you think that's an accident, or it was deeply thought through? Like, this is almost like a history of science question.
People tried it they tried 40 of them, right? I mean, I think there's a history of attempting to create something like this, and it was tried many, many times, and they failed for different reasons. And I think that it's like Prometheus tried to start a fire 47 times, and maybe the 48th time it sparked. And that's how I see this. This is the first one that sparked, and it sets a roadmap for us. And I think, if you're looking for any one word to characterize, it's fair. Right? The whole point of the network is it's a fair launch, a fair distribution. Like, yeah, I have Bitcoin, but I bought it. In fact, at this point, we've paid $4 billion of real cash to buy it. If I was sitting on the same position and I had it for free, then there's always this question of, did I, or I bought it for a nickel a coin or a penny a coin. The question is, was it fair? And that's a very hard question to answer, right? Did you acquire the Bitcoin that you own fairly? And if you roll the clock back, you could have bought it for a nickel or a dime, but that was when it was 1,000,000 times more likely to fail, right? When the risk was greater, the cost was lower, and then over time, the risk became lower and the cost became greater. And the real critical thing was to allow the marketplace, absent any powerful interested actor, right? It's almost like if Satoshi had held 1,000,000 coins and then stayed engaged for 10 more years, tweaking things in the background, there'd still be that question. But what we've got is really a beautiful thing. We've got a chain reaction in cyberspace, or an ideology spreading virally in the world that has seasoned in a fair, ethical fashion. Sometimes it's a very violent, brutal fashion with all the volatility, right? And there's been a lot of sound and fury along the way.
How do you psychoanalyze? How do you deal from a financial, from a human perspective with the volatility. You mentioned you could have gotten it for a nickel and the risk was great. Where's the risk today? What's your sense?
We're 13 years into this entire activity. I think the risk has never been lower. If you look at all the risks, right, the risks in the early years is the engineering protocol proper? Like 1 megabyte block size, 10-minute clock frequency, cryptography is first, will it be hacked or will it crash? 730,000 blocks and it hasn't crashed. Will it be hacked? Hasn't been hacked. But, it's a Lindy thing, right? You wait 13 years to see if it'll be hacked. But on the other hand, with $1 billion, it's not as interesting a target as it is with 100 billion. And when it gets to be worth $1 trillion, then it's a bigger target. So the risk has been bleeding off over time as the network monetized. I think the second question is, will it be banned? You couldn't know. It literally could have been banned at any time, many times early on. In fact, in 2013, I tweeted on the subject. I thought it would be banned. I made a very infamous tweet. I thought it was going to be banned. In 2014, the IRS designated it as property and gave it property tax treatment. Okay, so they could have given it a tax treatment where you had to pay tax on the unrealized capital gains every year, and it probably would have crushed it to death. Right? So it could have been in any number of places banned by a government, but in fact it was legitimized as property. And then the question is, would it be hacked or would it be copied? Will it be something better than that? And it was copied 15,000 times. And you know the story of all those, and they either diverged to be something totally different and not comparable, or someone trying to copy a non-sovereign bearer instrument store of value found that their networks crashed to be 1% of what Bitcoin is. So now we're sitting at a point where all those risks are out of the way. I would say that year one of institutional adoption is it started August 2020. That's when MicroStrategy bought $250 million worth of Bitcoin, and we put that out on the wire. We were the first publicly traded company to actually buy Bitcoin. I don't think you could have found a $5 million purchase from a public company before we did that. So that was kind of like a gun going off. And then in the next 12 months, Tesla bought Bitcoin, Square bought Bitcoin. And I'd say now we're in year two of institutional adoption. And about 24 publicly traded Bitcoin miners by the end of this quarter. So you're looking at 36 publicly traded companies, and you've got 50, at least in the range of $50 billion on the balance of Bitcoin on the balance sheet of publicly traded companies, and hundreds of billions of dollars of market cap of Bitcoin exposed companies. So I would say the asset, decade one was entrepreneurial, experimental. Decade two is a rotation from entrepreneurs to institutions, and it's becoming institutionalized. So maybe decade one, you go from 0 to $1 trillion, and decade two, you go from 1 trillion to 100 trillion.
What about governments? Government adoption, you said institutional adoption. Are governments important in this? Maybe making it, some governments incorporating it into as a currency, into their banks, all that kind of stuff. Is that important? And if it is, when will it happen?
It's not essential for the success of the asset class, but I think it's inevitable in various degrees over time. But the most likely thing to happen next is large acquisitions by institutional investors of Bitcoin as a digital gold, where they're just swapping out gold for digital gold and thinking of it like that. And the government entities most likely to be involved with that would be sovereign wealth funds. If you look at all the sovereign wealth funds that are holding big tech stock, equities, the Swiss, the Norwegians, the Middle Easterners, if you can hold big tech, then holding digital gold would be, not far removed from that. That's a non-controversial adoption. I think there are opportunities for governments that are much more profound, right? If a government started to adopt Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, that's much bigger than just an asset investment. That's 100x bigger. And you could imagine that's like $1 trillion opportunity. Like any government that wanted to adopt it as a treasury reserve asset would probably generate trillions of dollars, trillion or more of value. And then, the thing that people think about is, well, will oil ever be priced in Bitcoin or any other export commodity? I think there's like $1.8 trillion or more of export commodities in the world, and right now they're all priced in dollars. I think that this is a colorful thing, but it's not really that relevant. Like you could sell all that stuff in dollars. That the relevant decision that any institution makes, whether they're a nonprofit, a university, a corporation, or a government, is what's your treasury reserve asset. And if your treasury reserve asset is the peso, and if the peso is losing 20% or 30% of its value a year, then your balance sheet is collapsing within 5 years. And if the treasury reserve asset is dollars and currency derivatives and U.S. treasuries, then you're getting your 7. Right now, it's probably 15% or more monetary inflation. We're running double the historic average. You could argue triple, somewhere between double and triple, depending upon what your metric is. So, do I think it'll happen? I think that they're conservative, but they have to be shocked. And I think there is a shock. The late Russian sanctions are a big shock. That when the West sees $300 billion worth of Russian gold and currency derivatives, I think you got the famous quote by Putin that, we have to rethink our treasury strategies, and that pushes everybody toward a commodity strategy. What commodities do I want to hold? I think that's got a lot of people thinking. I think it's got the Chinese thinking. Everybody wants to be the reserve currency, right? So if I buy $50 billion worth of dollars every year, then I buy 500 billion over a decade, and I probably pay $250 billion of inflation cost on the backs of my citizens in a decade. So
inflation could be one of the sources of shock. And you wonder if there is a switch to Bitcoin, whether it will be a bang or a whimper, like what is the nature of the shock, of the transition?
I think that the year 2022 is pretty catalytic for digital assets in general and for Bitcoin in particular. The Canadian trucker crisis, I think, educated hundreds of millions of people and made them start questioning their property rights and their banks. I think the Ukraine war was a second shock, but I think that the Russian sanctions was a third shock.
Yeah,
I think all three of them, and I think hyperinflation in the rest of the world is a fourth shock, and then persistent inflation in the U.S. is a fifth shock. So I think it's a perfect storm, and if you put all these events together, what do they signify? They signify the rational conclusion for any person thinking about this is, I'm not sure if I can trust my property. I don't know if I have property rights. I don't know if I can trust the bank. And if I'm politically at odds with the leader of my own country, I'm going to lose my property. And if I'm politically at odds with the owner of another country, I'm still going to lose my property. And when push comes to shove, the banks will freeze my assets and seize them. And I think that that is playing out in front of everybody in the world, such that your logical response would be, I'm going to convert my weak currency to a strong currency. Like I'll convert my peso and lira to the dollar. I'm going to convert my weak property to strong property. I'm going to sell my building downtown Moscow, and I'd rather own a building in New York City. I'd rather own in a powerful nation than than be stuck with a building in Nigeria or a building in Argentina or whatever. So I'm going to sell my weak properties, buy strong properties. I'm going to convert my physical assets to digital assets. I'd rather own a digital building than own a physical building. Because if I had $1 billion building in Moscow, who can I rent that to? But if I have $1 billion digital building, I can rent it to anybody in any city in the world. Anybody with money, and the maintenance cost is almost nothing, and I can hold it for 100 years. Okay, so it's an indestructible building. And then finally, I want to move from having my assets in a bank with a counterparty to self-custody assets. Right. So, and this is not, it's not just Ukraine, but this is like the story in Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, South America. You don't really want to be sitting with $10 million in a bank in Istanbul. The bank's going to freeze your money, convert it to lira, devalue the lira, and then feed it back to you over 17 years, right?
So self-custody assets would be layer 1 Bitcoin.
Self-custody assets is like, if I got my own hardware wallet and I've either got your highest form of self-custody would be Bitcoin on your own hardware wallet or Bitcoin in your own self-custody. And the other thing people think about is, how do I get crypto dollars like Tether, like some stable coin?
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather, if you had a choice, would you rather have your money in a bank in a war zone in dollars, or have your money in a stable coin on your mobile phone in dollars? Right? I mean, you take the latter risk rather than the former risk.
In a war zone, definitely, yeah.
And you can see that happening. Like, we've gone from 5 billion in stable coins to 200 billion in the last 24 months. Yeah. So I do think there's massive demand for crypto dollars in the form of a US dollar asset. And everybody in the world would say, yeah, I want that. Well, unless you're just an extreme patriot. But most people in the world would say, I want that. And then a lesser group of people would say, I think I want to be able to carry my property in the palm of my hand, so I have self-custody of it.
So Bitcoin price has gone through quite a roller coaster. What do you think is the high point it's going to hit?
I think it'll go forever. Right? I mean, I think the Bitcoin is going to, it's going to climb in a serpentine fashion. It's going to advance and come back, and it's going to keep climbing. I think that the volatility attracts all the capital into the marketplace. And so the volatility makes it the most interesting thing in the financial universe. It also generates massive yield and massive returns for traders. And that attracts capital. Like, we're talking about the difference between 5% return and 500% return. So the fast money is attracted by the volatility. The volatility has been decreasing year by year by year. I think that it's stabilizing. I don't think we'll see as much volatility in the future as we have in the past. I think that if we look at Bitcoin and model it as digital gold, the market cap goes to between 10 and 20 trillion. But gold is, remember, gold is defective property. Gold is dead money. You have $1 billion of gold that sits in a vault for a decade. It's very hard to mortgage the gold. It's also very hard to rent the gold. You can't loan the gold. No one's going to create a business with your gold. So gold doesn't generate much of a yield. So for that reason, most people wouldn't store $1 billion for a decade in gold. They would buy $1 billion of commercial real estate property. And the reason why is because I can rent it and generate a yield on it that's in excess of the maintenance cost. So if you consider digital property, that's $100 to $200 trillion addressable market. So I would think it goes from 10 trillion to 100 trillion as people start to think of it as digital property.
What does that mean in terms of price per coin?
At 500,000, right? That's a $10 trillion asset. At 5 million, that's a $100 trillion asset.
So if it crosses $1 million, it can go even higher.
Yeah, I think it keeps going up forever. I mean, as a result, it can go to 10 million coin, right? Because digital property isn't the highest form, right? Gold was that low frequency money. property is mid-frequency money, but when I start to program it faster, it starts to look like digital energy, and then it doesn't just replace property. Then you're starting to replace bonds. It's 100 trillion in bonds. There's 50 to 100 trillion in other currency derivatives, and these are all conventional use cases, right? I think that there's 350 trillion to 500 trillion dollars worth of currency derivatives in the world.
Mhm.
And when I say that, I mean things that are valued based upon fiat cash flows. Any commercial real estate, any bond, any sovereign debt, any currency itself, any derivatives to those things, they're all derivatives, and they're all defective. And they're all defective because of this persistent 7 to 14% lapse, which we call inflation or monetary expansion. Can we switch? So I'm just going to talk about the energy side of it, like
Sure.
the innovative piece.
Yeah.
Let's just start with this idea that I've got a hotel with $1 billion with 1,000 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
When it becomes a dematerialized hotel,
I love that word so much, by the way. Dematerialized hotel.
we're across from the Fontainebleau here. Imagine the Fontainebleau is dematerialized.
Yeah.
The problem with a physical hotel is I got to hire real people moving subject to the speed of sound and physics laws and Newton's laws, and I can rent it to people in Miami Beach. But if it was a digital hotel, I could rent the room to people in Paris, London, and New York every night, and I can run it with robots. And as soon as I do that, I can rent it by the room hour, and I can rent it by the room minute. And so I start to chop my hotel up into 100,000 room hours that I sell to the highest bidder anywhere in the world. And you can see all of a sudden the yield, the rent, and the income of the property is dramatically increased. I can also see the maintenance cost of the property falls. I get on Moore's law, and I'm operating in cyberspace. So I got rid of Newton's laws. I got rid of all the friction and all those problems. I tapped into the benefits of cyberspace. I created a global property. I started monetizing it at different frequencies. And of course, now I can mortgage it to anybody in the world, right? I mean, you're not going to be able to get a mortgage on a Turkish building from someone, in South Africa. You have to find someone that's local to the culture you're in. So when you start to move from analog property to digital property, it's not just a little bit better, it's a lot better. And what I just described, Lex, is like the DeFi vision, right? It's the beauty of DeFi, flash loans, money moving at high velocity. At some point, if the hotel is dematerialized, then what's the difference between renting a hotel room and loaning a block of stock, right? I'm just finding the highest, best use of the thing.
It feels like the magic really emerges, though, when you build a market of layer 2 and layer 3 technologies on top of that. It's like, then maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for all these hotels and all these kinds of ideas, it's always touching humans at some point. And consumers or humans, business owners, and so on. And so you have to create interface. You have to create services that make all of that super efficient, super fun to use, pleasant, effective, all those kinds of things. So you have to build a whole economy on top of that.
Yeah, and I happen to think that won't be done by the crypto industry at all. I think that'll be done by centralized applications. I think it'll be, the Citadels of the world, the high-speed traders of the world, the New Yorkers. I think it'll be Binance, FTX, and Coinbase as a layer 3 exchange that will give you the yield and will give you the loan and the best terms. Because ultimately you have to jump these compliance hoops. Like BlockFi can give you yield, but they have to do it in a compliant way with the United States jurisdiction. So ultimately those applications to use that digital property and either generate a loan, give you a loan on it, or give you yield on it are going to come from companies. But the difference The fundamental difference is it could be companies anywhere in the world. So if a company in Singapore comes up with a better offering, right, then the capital is going to start to flow to Singapore. I can't send 10 city blocks of LA to Singapore to rent during a festival, but I can send 10 blocks of Bitcoin to Singapore. So you've got a truly global market that's functioning in this asset. And is there a second order asset? For example, maybe you're an American citizen and you own 10 Bitcoin, and someone in Singapore will generate 27% yield in the Bitcoin, but legally you can't send the money to them or the Bitcoin to them. It doesn't matter, because the fact that that exists means that someone in Hong Kong will borrow the 10 Bitcoin from somebody in New York, and then they will put on the trade in Singapore, and that will create a demand for Bitcoin, which will drive up the price of Bitcoin, which will result in an effective tax-free yield for the person in the US that's not even in the jurisdiction. So there's nothing that's going on in Singapore to drive up the price of your land in LA. But there is something going on everywhere in the world to drive up the price of property in cyberspace if there's only one digital Manhattan. And so there's a dynamic there which is profound because it's global. But now let's go to the next extreme. I'm still giving you a fairly conventional idea, which is let's just loan the money fast on a global network, and let's just rent the hotel room fast in cyberspace. But now, let's move to maybe a more innovative idea. The first generation of the internet, brought a lot of productivity, but there's also just a lot of flaws in it. For example, Twitter is full of garbage. Instagram DMs are full of garbage. Your Twitter DMs are full of garbage. YouTube is full of scams. Every 15 minutes, there's a Michael Saylor Bitcoin giveaway spun up on YouTube.
Yep.
My Office 365 inbox is full of garbage. Millions of spam messages. I'm running 4 different email filters. My company spends $1 million a year to fight denial of service attacks and all sorts of other security things. There are denial of service attacks everywhere against everybody in cyberspace all the time. It's extreme. And we're all beset with hostility, right? You've been a victim of it on Twitter. You go on Twitter and people post stuff they would never say to your face. And then if you look, you find out that their account was created like 3 days ago, and it's not even a real person. So, we're beset with phishing attacks and scams and spam bots and garbage. And why? And the answer is because the first generation of internet was digital information, and there's no energy. There's no conservation of energy in cyberspace. The thing that makes the universe work is conservation of energy. Like, if I went to a hotel room, I'd have to post a credit card, and then if I smashed the place up, there'd be economic consequences. Maybe there'd be criminal consequences. There might be reputational consequences. A lamp might fall on me. But in the worst case, I can only smash up one hotel room. Now imagine I could actually write a Python script to send myself to every hotel room in the world every minute, not post a credit card, and smash them all up anonymously. The thing that makes the universe work is friction, speed of sound, speed of light, and the fact that it's conservative. You're either energy or you're matter, but once you've used the energy, it's gone, and you can't do infinite everything. That's missing in cyberspace right now. And if you look at all of the moral hazards and all of the product defects that we have in all of these products, most of them, 99% of them, could be cured if we introduced conservation of energy into cyberspace. And that's what you can do with high-speed digital property, high-speed Bitcoin. And by high speed, I mean not 20 transactions a day, I mean 20,000 transactions a day. So how do you do that? Well, I let everybody on Twitter post 1,000 or 10,000 Satoshis via a Lightning wallet, a Lightning badge. Give me an orange check. If you put up $20 once in your life, you could give 300 million people an orange check. Right now, you don't have a blue check, Lex. You're a famous person. I don't know why you don't have a blue check. Have you ever applied for a blue check?
No.
There are 360,000 people on Twitter with a blue check. There are 300 million people on Twitter. So the conventional way to verify accounts is elitist, archaic.
Yeah, how does it work? How did you get a blue check? I mean,
You got to apply and wait 6 months, and you have to post, like 3 articles in the public mainstream media that illustrates you're a person of interest.
Interesting.
Generally, they would grant them to CEOs of public companies, or the whole idea is to verify that that you are
who you are,
who you say you are.
All right.
But the question is, why isn't everybody verified?
Right.
And there's a couple of threads on that. One is some people don't want to be doxxed; they want to be anonymous.
Sure.
But there are even anonymous people that should be verified.
Right.
Because otherwise, you're subjecting their entire following to phishing attacks and scams and hostility. But the other.
What's the orange verification? So this idea, can you actually elaborate a little bit more? If you put up $20.
Yeah, I think everybody on Twitter ought to be able to get an orange check if they could come up with like $10.
And what is the power of that orange check? What does that verify exactly?
You basically post a security deposit for your safe passage through cyberspace. So the way it would work is if you've got $10 once in your life, you can basically show that you're credit worthy. And that's your pledge to me that you're going to act responsibly. So you put the $10 or the $20 into the Lightning wallet, you get an orange check. Then Twitter just gives you a setting where I can say the only people that can DM me are orange checks. The only people that can post on my tweets are orange checks. So instead of locking out the public and just letting your followers, comment, you lock out all the unverified. And that means people that don't want to post $10 security deposit can't comment. Once you've done those two things, then you're in position to monetize malice, right? Monetize motion or malice for that matter. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, you post something and 9,700 bots spin up, and pitch their whatever scam. Right now, you sit and you go report. And if you spend an hour, you get through half of them. You waste an hour of your life. They just spin up another 97 gazillion because they got a Python script spinning it up. So it's hopeless. But on the other hand, if you report them and they really are a bot, Twitter's got a method to actually delete the account. They know that they're bots. The problem is not they don't know how to delete the account. The problem is there are no consequences when they delete the account. So if there are consequences, Twitter could just seize the $10 or seize the $20 because it's a bot. It's a malicious criminal act or whatever. It is a violation of the platform rules. You end up seizing $10,000, give half the money to the reporter and half the money to the Twitter platform. And
that's a really powerful idea, but that's adding friction akin to the kind of friction you have in the physical world. You have consequences, you have real consequences.
It's putting conservation of energy.
Conservation of energy.
There's no friction, there's no nothing on this earth, right? I mean, you can't walk across the room without friction, right? So friction is not bad, right? Unnecessary friction is bad. So in this particular case, you're introducing conservation of energy, and in essence, you're introducing the concept of consequence or truth into cyberspace. And that means if you do want to spin up 10 million fake Les Friedmans, right? It's going to cost you $100 million to spin up 10 million fake Lexes.
But the thing is, you could do that with the dollar. But in your case, you're saying that it's more tied to physical reality when you do that with Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, let's follow up on that idea a bit more. If you did do it with the dollar, then the question is, how do 6 billion people deposit the dollars? Right? Because what you're doing is, could you do it with a credit card? Like, how do you send dollars? Well, you have to dox yourself. Like, It's not
That's
easy.
true.
So you're talking about inputting a credit card transaction, doxing yourself, and now you've just eliminated the 2 billion people that don't have credit cards or don't have banks. You've also got a problem with everybody that wants to remain anonymous. But you've also got this other problem, which is credit cards are expensive transactions, low frequency, slow settlement. So do you really want to pay 2.5% every time you actually show a $20 deposit? And maybe you could do a kludgy version of this for a subset of people. It's like it's 10% as good if you did it with conventional payment rails. But what you can't do is the next idea, which is I want the orange badge to be used to give me safe passage through cyberspace, tripping across every platform. So how do I solve the denial of service attacks against a website? I publish a website, you hit it with 1 million requests. Okay, now how do I deal with that? Well, I can lock you out and I can make it a zero trust website, and then you have to be coming at me through a trusted firewall with a trusted credential, but that's a pretty draconian thing. Or I could put it behind a lightning wall. A lightning wall would be, I just challenge you, Lex. You want to browse my website, you have to show me your 100,000 Satoshis. Do you have 100,000 Satoshis? Click. Okay. Now you click away 100 times or 1,000 times, and after 1,000 times, well, now Lex, you're getting offensive. I'm going to take a Satoshi from you, or 10 Satoshis, a microtransaction. You want to hit me 1 million times? I'm taking all your Satoshis and locking you out. What you want to do is you want to go through 200 websites a day, and what you want every time you cross a domain, you need to be able to, in a split second, prove that you've got some asset. And now when you cross back, when you exit domain, you want to fetch your asset back. So how do I, in a friction-free fashion, browse through dozens or hundreds of websites, post a security deposit for safe passage, and then get it back? You couldn't afford to pay a credit card fee each time. When you think about 2.5% as a transaction fee, it means you trade the money 40 times and it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah, so you can't do this kind of hopping around through the internet with this kind of verification that grounds you to physical reality. It's a really, really interesting idea. Why hasn't that been done?
I think you need two things. You need an idea like a digital asset like Bitcoin. It's a bearer instrument for final settlement. And then you need a high-speed transaction network like Lightning, where the transaction cost might be 1/20th of a penny or less. And if you roll the clock back 24 months, I don't think you had the Lightning network in a stable point. It's really just the past 12 months. It's an idea you could think about this year. And I think you need to be aware of Bitcoin as something other than like a scary speculative asset. So I really think we're just the beginning.
The embryonic stage. I have to ask, Michael Saylor, you said before, there's no second best to Bitcoin. What would be the second best? Traditionally, there's Ethereum with smart contracts, Cardano with proof of stake, Polkadot with interoperability between blockchains. Dogecoin has the incredible power of the meme. Privacy with Monero. That just can keep going. There's of course, after the block size wars, the different offshoots of Bitcoin.
I think if you decompose or segment the crypto market, you've got crypto property. Bitcoin is the king of that. And other Bitcoin forks that want to be a bearer instrument, store of value, like would be a property, a Bitcoin Cash or a Litecoin, something like that. Then you've got cryptocurrencies. I don't think Bitcoin's a currency, because a currency I define in nation state sense. A currency is a digital asset that you can transfer as in a transaction without incurring a taxable obligation. So that means it has to be a stable dollar or a stable euro or a stable yen, a stable coin. So I think about cryptocurrencies, Tether, Circle, most famous. Then I think about crypto platforms, and Ethereum is the most famous of the crypto platforms, the platform upon which, with smart contract functionality, etc. And then I think you got just crypto securities. It's just like my favorite whatever meme coin, and I love it because I love it, and it's attached to my game or my company or my persona or my whatever. I think if you pushed me and said, well, what's the second best? I would say the world wants two things. It wants crypto property as a savings account, and it wants cryptocurrency as a checking account. And that means that the most popular thing really is going to be a stablecoin dollar, right? And there's maybe a fight right now. It might be Tether, right? But a stable dollar, because I feel like the market opportunity, it's not clear that there'll be one that will win. The class of stable dollars is probably a $1 to $10 trillion market easily. I think that in the crypto platform space, Ethereum will compete with Solana and Binance Smart Chain and the like.
Are there certain characteristics of any of them that kind of stand out to you? Or don't you think the competition is based on a set of features? Also, so the set of features that a cryptocurrency provides, but also the community that it provides. Don't you think the community matters? Sort of the adoption, the dynamic of the adoption, both across the developers and the investors.
If I'm looking at them, the first question is what's the regulatory risk? How likely is it to be deemed a property versus security? And the second is what's the competitive risk? And the third is what's the speed and the performance? And all those things lead to the question of what's the security risk? How likely is it to crash and burn? And how stable or unstable is it? And then there's the marketing risk. There are different teams behind each of these things and communities behind them. I think that the big cloud looming over the crypto industry is regulatory treatment of cryptocurrencies and regulatory treatment of crypto securities and crypto platforms. And I think that won't be determined until the end of the first Biden administration. For example, there are people that would like only U.S. FDIC insured banks to issue cryptocurrencies. They want JP Morgan to issue a crypto dollar backed 1-to-1. But then in the U.S. right now, we have Circle and we have other companies that are licensed entities that are backed by cash and cash equivalents, but they're not FDIC insured banks. There's also a debate in Congress about whether state chartered banks should be able to issue these things. And then we have Tether and others that are outside of the U.S. jurisdiction. They're probably not backed by cash and cash equivalents. They're backed by stuff, and we don't know what stuff. And then finally, you have, UST and DAI, which are algorithmic stable coins, right, that are even more innovative, further outside the compliance framework. So if you ask who's going to win, the question is really, I don't know, will the market decide or will the regulators decide? If the regulators get out of the way and the market flat out, well, then it's an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
And then I think that all bets are off if the regulators get more heavy-handed with this. And I think you could have the same discussion with crypto properties, like the DeFi exchanges and the crypto exchanges. The SEC would like to regulate the crypto exchanges. They like to regulate the DeFi exchanges. That means they may regulate the crypto platforms and at what rate and in what fashion. And so I think that I could give you an opinion if it was limited to competition under the current regulatory regime. But I think that the regulations are so fast moving and it's so uncertain that you can't make a decision without considering the potential actions of the regulators.
I hope the regulators get out of the way. Can you steel me on the case that Dogecoin is, I guess, the second best cryptocurrency, if you don't consider Bitcoin a cryptocurrency, but instead of crypto property?
I would classify it as crypto property because the US dollar is a currency. So unless your crypto asset is pegged algorithmically or stably to the value of the dollar, is not a currency, it's a property or it's an asset.
So then, can you steel man the case that Dogecoin is the best cryptocurrency then? because Bitcoin is not even in that list.
The debate is going to be whether it's property or security, and there's a debate whether it's decentralized enough. So let's assume it was decentralized.
Yep.
Well, it's increasing at not quite 5% a year inflation rate, but it's not 5% exponentially. It's like a plus 5 million, 5% something. Captain is less. I forget the exact number, but it's an inflationary property. It's got a lower inflation rate than the U.S. dollar, and it's got a much lower inflation rate than many other fiat currencies. So I think you could say that.
But don't you see the power of meme, the power of ideas, the power of fun or whatever mechanism is used to captivate a community?
I do, but they're meme stocks. It doesn't absolve you of your ethical and securities liabilities if you're promoting it. So I don't have a problem with like people buying a stock. It's just the way I divide the world is, right, there's investment, there's saving, and there's speculation, and there's trading. So Bitcoin is an asset for saving. If you want to save money for 100 years, you don't really want to take on execution risk or the like. So you're just buying something to hold forever. For you to actually endorse something as a property, like if you said to me, Mike, what should I buy for the next 100 years? I say, well, some amount of real estate, some amount of scarce collectibles, some amount of Bitcoin, right? You can run your company, right? But running your company is an investment. So the savings are properties. If you said, what should I invest in? I'd say, well, here's a list of good companies, private companies. You could start your own company. That's an investment, right? If you said, what should I trade? Well, trading is like a proprietary thing. Like I don't have any special insight into that. If you're a good trader, you know you are. If you said to me, what should you speculate in? We talk about meme stocks and meme coins, and it's kind of sits up there. It sits right in the same space with what horse should you bet on, and what sports team should you gamble on, and should you bet on black 6 times in a row and double down each time. It's fun, but at the end of the day, it's a speculation, right? You can't build a civilization
On speculation.
on it. It's not an institutional asset. And in fact, where I'd leave it, right, is Bitcoin is clearly digital property, which makes it an institutional grade investable asset for a public company, a public figure, a public investor, or anybody that's risk adverse. I think that the top 100 other cryptos are like venture capital investments. And if you're a VC and if you're a qualified technical investor and you have a pool of capital and you can take that kind of risk, then you can parse through that and form opinions. It's just orders of magnitude more risky because of competition, because of ambition, and because of regulation. And if you take the meme coins, it's like, when some rapper comes out with a meme coin, it's like, maybe it'll peak when I hear about it, right? It's like, SHIB was created as a coin such that it had so many zeros after the decimal point that when you looked at it on the exchanges, it always showed 0, 0, 0, 0.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until like 6 months after it got popular that they started expanding the display so you could see whether the price had changed.
That's speculation. You've been, maybe you can correct me, but you've been critical of Elon Musk in the past in the crypto space. Where do you stand on Elon's effect on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general these days?
I believe that Bitcoin is a massive breakthrough for the human race that will cure half the problems in the world and generate hundreds of trillions of dollars of economic value to the civilization. And I believe that it's in an early stage where many people don't understand it and they're afraid of it, and there's FUD, and there's uncertainty, there's doubt, and there's fear. And there's a very noisy crypto world, and there's 15,000 other cryptos that are seeking relevance. And I think most of the FUD is actually fueled by the other crypto entrepreneurs. So the environmental FUD and the other types of uncertainty that's around Bitcoin, generally they're not coming from legitimate environmentalists. They don't come from legitimate critics. They actually are guerrilla marketing campaigns that are being financed and fueled by other crypto entrepreneurs because they have an interest in doing so. So if I look at the constructive path forward, first, I think it'd be very constructive for corporations to embrace Bitcoin and build applications on top of it. You don't need to fix it. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Like when you put it on a layer 2 and a layer 3, it moves 1 billion times a second at the speed of light. So every beautiful, cool DeFi application, every crypto application, everything you could imagine you might want to do, you can do with a legitimate company and a legitimate website or mobile application sitting on top of Bitcoin or Lightning if you want to. So I think that to the extent that people do that, that's going to be better for the world. If you consider what holds people back, I think it's just misperceptions about what Bitcoin is. So I'm a big fan of just educating people. If you're not going to commercialize it, then just educate people on what it is. So for example, Bitcoin's the most efficient use of energy in the world by far, right? Most people don't necessarily perceive that or realize that, but if you were to take any metric, energy intensity, you put like $2 billion worth of electricity in the network every year, and it's worth $850 billion. There is no industry in the real world, right, that is that energy efficient. Not only that energy efficient, it's also the most sustainable industry. We do surveys. 58% of Bitcoin mining energy is sustainable. So there's a very good story. In fact, every other industry, planes, trains, automobiles, construction, food, medicine, everything else, is less clean, less efficient. So
the basic debate
I wouldn't say there is a debate. I would just say that to the extent that the Bitcoin community had any issue with Elon, it was just, this environmental, uncertainty that he fueled in a couple of his tweets, right? Which I think just is very distracting.
But that was one of them. But I think it's like the Bitcoin maximalists, but generally the crypto community, what you call the crypto entrepreneurs, are, it's also they're using it for investment, for speculation, and therefore get very passionate about people's kind of celebrities, including you, like famous people,
right,
saying positive stuff about any one particular crypto thing you can buy in Coinbase. And so they might be unhappy with Elon Musk that he's promoting Bitcoin and then not, and then promoting Dogecoin, then not, and this kind of there's so much emotion tied up in the communication on this topic, and I think that's where a lot of I
don't have a criticism of Elon Musk. He's free to do whatever he wishes to do. It's his life. In fact, Elon Musk is the second largest supporter of Bitcoin in the world. So I think that the Bitcoin community tends to eat its own quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like it tends to be very, very self-critical. And instead of saying, well, Elon is more supportive of Bitcoin than the other 10,000 people in the world, with serious amounts of money, they focus upon,
Yeah, this is strange. Eating your own is just.
Yeah, so I think he's free to do what he wants to do. And I think he's done a lot of good for Bitcoin in putting it on the balance sheet of Tesla and holding it, and I think that sent a very powerful message.
Do you have advice for young people? So you've had a heck of a life. You've done quite a lot of things. Start before MIT, but starting with MIT. Is there advice you have for young people in high school and college, how to have a career they can be proud of, how to have a life they can be proud of?
I was asked by somebody for quick advice for his young children. He had twins when they enter adulthood. He said, give me your advice for them in a letter. I'm going to give it to them when they turn 21 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So then I thought, I was at a party, and then he handed me this sheet of paper. And I thought, oh, he wants me to write it down right now. So I sat down, I started writing, and I figured, well, what would you want to tell someone at age 21?
You wrote it down.
So I wrote it down.
Awesome.
And then I tweeted it, and it's sitting on Twitter, but I tell you what I said. I said,
Mm-hmm.
my advice if you're entering adulthood, focus your energy, guard your time, train your mind, train your body, think for yourself, curate your friends, curate your environment, keep your promises, stay cheerful and constructive, and upgrade the world. Like, that was the 10.
Upgrade the world. That's an interesting choice of words. Upgrade the world. Upgrade the world.
It's like an engineer.
Focus your energy. It's a very engineering themed. Keep your promises too. That's an interesting one.
I think most people suffer because they don't focus. You got to figure out. I think the big risk in this world is there's too much of everything.
Yeah.
Like, you can sit and watch chess videos 100 hours a week, and you'll never get through all the chess videos. Right? There's too much of every possible thing, too much of every good thing. So figuring out what you want to do, and then everything will suck up your time, right? There's 100 streaming channels to binge watch on. So you got to guard your time, and then train your body, train your mind, and control who's around you, control what surrounds you. So ultimately, in a world where there's too much of everything, then you're successful.
Those laser eyes. It's like those laser eyes. You have to focus on just a few of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I got 1,000 opinions we could talk about, and I could pursue 1,000 things, but I don't expect to be successful. And I'm not sure that my opinion in any of the 999 is any more valid than the leader of thought in that area. So how about if I just focus upon one thing, and then deliver the best I can in the one thing? That's the laser eye message. The rest get you distracted.
Well, how do you achieve that? Do you find yourself, given where you are in life, having to say no a lot? Or just focus comes natural when you just ignore everything around you? So how do you achieve that focus?
I think it helps if people know what you're focused on.
So everything about you just radiates that people know. People know this.
Well, if they know what you're focused on, then you won't get so many other things coming your way. If you dally, or if you flirt with 27 different things, then you're going to get approached by people in each of the 27 communities, right?
You mentioned getting a PhD and giving your roots at MIT. Do you think there's all kinds of journeys you can take to educate yourself? Do you think a PhD or school is still worth it? Or is there other paths through life that...
Is it worth it if you have to pay for it? Is it worth it if you have to spend the time on it?
The time and the money is a big cost.
I think...
time probably the bigger one, right?
It seems clear to me that the world wants more specialists. It wants you to be an expert and to focus on in one area, and it's punishing generalist, jack of all trades, especially people that are generalists in the physical realm. Because if you're a specialist in the digital realm, you might very well, you're the person with 700,000 followers on Twitter, and you show them how to tie knots, or you're the banjo player with 1.8 million followers, and when everybody types banjo, it's you, right?
Yeah.
And so the world wants people that do something well, and then it wants to stamp out 18 million copies of them, and so that argues in favor of focus. Now, I mean, the definition of a PhD is someone with enough of an education that they're capable of or have made. I guess to get a PhD, technically, you have to have done a dissertation where you made a seminal contribution to the body of human knowledge. Right? And if you haven't done that, technically, you have a master's degree, but you're not a doctor. So if you're interested in any of the academic disciplines that a PhD would be granted for, then I can see that being a reasonable pursuit. But there are many people that are specialists. The Aggimator?
The
Aggimator on YouTube?
Yeah.
He's the world's greatest chess commentator.
Yeah.
And I watched his career, and he's got progressively better, and he's really good.
He's going to love hearing this.
If the Aggimator ever hears this, I'm a big fan of the Aggimator. I have to cut myself off, right? Because otherwise you'll watch the entire Paul Morphy saga for your weekend. But the point really is YouTube is full of experts who are specialists in something. And they rise to the top of their profession. And Twitter is too, and the internet is. So I would advocate that you figure out what you're passionate about and what you're good at, and you do focus on it, especially if the thing that you're doing can be automated. The problem is, back to that 500,000 algebra teacher type comment. The problem is, if it is possible to be automated, then over time, someone's probably going to automate it, and that squeezes, the state space of everybody else. It's like after the lockdowns, it used to be there are like all these local bands that played in bars, and everybody went to the bar to see the local band. And then during the lockdown, you would have like these 6 super groups, and they would all get 500,000 or 1 million followers, and all these smaller local bands just got no attention at all.
Well, the interesting thing is, one of those 500,000 algebra teachers is likely to be part of the automation. So it's an opportunity for you to think, where's my field, my discipline evolving into? I talked to a bunch of librarians, just happen to be friends with librarians, and libraries will probably be evolving, and it's up to you as a librarian to be one of the few that remain in the rubble.
If you're going to give commentary on Shakespeare plays, I want you to basically do it for every Shakespeare. Like, I want you to be the Shakespeare dude, because once just like Lex, you're like,
I don't know what kind of
you're the deep thinking podcaster, right? Or you're the podcaster that goes after the deep intellectual conversations. And once I get comfortable with you and I like you, then I start binge watching Lex.
Yeah.
But if you changed your format through 16 different formats so that you could compete with 16 different other personalities on YouTube, you probably wouldn't beat any of them, right? You would probably just kind of sink into you're the number 2 or number 3 guy. You're not the number 1 guy in the format. And I think that the algorithm, right? The Twitter algorithm and the YouTube algorithm, they really reward the person that's focused on message, consistent. The world wants somebody they can trust, that's consistent and reliable, and they kind of want to know what they're getting into, because, and this is taken for granted maybe, but there's 10 million people vying for every hour of your time. And so the fact that anybody gives you any time at all is a huge privilege, right? And you should be thanking them, and you should respect their time.
It's interesting. Like, everything you said is very interesting. But of course, from my perspective, and probably from your perspective, my actual life has nothing to do with, it's just being focused on stuff. And in my case, it's like focus on doing the thing I really enjoy doing and being myself and not caring about anything else. Like, I don't care about views or likes or attention. And that, just maintaining that focus is the way, from an individual perspective, you live that life. But yeah, it does seem that the world and technology is rewarding the specialization, and creating bigger and bigger platforms for the different specializations. And then that lifts all boats, actually, because the specializations get better and better and better at teaching people to do specific things, and they educate themselves, and it's just everybody gets more and more knowledgeable and more empowered.
The reward for authenticity more than offsets the specificity with which you pursue your mission. It's like, another way to say it is like nobody wants to read advertising. Like if you were to spend $100 million advertising your thing, I probably wouldn't want to watch it.
Yeah.
But
that's so fascinating.
Yeah, we see the death of that.
Yeah.
And so the commercial shows are losing their audiences, and the authentic specialist or the authentic artist are gaining their audience.
That's a beautiful thing. Speaking of deep thinking, you're just a human. Your life ends. You've accumulated so much wisdom, so much money, but the ride ends. Do you think about that? Do you ponder your death, your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
When I go, all my assets will flow into a foundation, and the foundation's mission is to make education free for everybody forever. And if I'm able to contribute to the creation of a more perfect monetary system, then maybe that foundation will go on forever. Right?
The idea, the foundation of the idea. So not just each of the foundations.
It's not clear we're on the S-curve of immortal life yet. Like that's a biological question, and you ask that, on some of your other interviews a lot. I think that we are on the threshold of immortal life for ideas, or immortal life for certain institutions or computer programs. So if we can fix the money, then you can create a technically perfected endowment. And then the question really is, what are your ideas? What do you want to leave behind? And so if it's a park, then you endow the park, right? If it's free education, you endow that. If it's some other ethical idea, right?
Does it make you sad that there's something that you've endowed, some very powerful idea of digital energy that you put out you help put it into the world, and your mind, your conscious mind, will no longer be there to experience it. It's just gone forever.
I rather think that the thing that Satoshi taught us is you should do your part during some phase of the journey, and then you should get out of the way.
Yeah.
I think Steve Jobs said something similar to that effect in a very, very famous speech one day, which is, death is a natural part of life, and it makes way for the next generation. And I think the goal is you upgrade the world, right? You leave it a better place, but you get out of the way. And I think when that breaks down, bad things happen. I think nature cleanses itself. There's a cycle of life.
And speaking one of great people who did also get out of the way is George Washington. So hopefully when you get out of the way, nobody's bleeding you to death in hope of helping you. What do you think? To do a bit of a callback, what do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? We talked about the rise of human civilization. It seems like we're engineers at heart. We build cool stuff. Better and better use of energy, channeling energy to be productive. Why? What's it all for?
You're getting metaphysical on me.
Very. There's a beautiful boat to the left of us. Like, why do we do that? This boat that sailed the ocean. Then we build models of it to celebrate great engineering of the past.
To engineer is divine. You can make lots of arguments as to why we're here. We're either here to entertain ourselves, or we're here to create something that's beautiful or something that's functional. I think if you're an engineer, you entertain yourself by creating something that's both beautiful and functional. So I think all three of those things, it's entertaining, but it's ethical. You got to admire, the first person that built a bridge crossing a chasm, or the first person to work out the problem of how to get running water to a village, or the first person that figured out how to, dam up a river, or mastered agriculture, or the guy that figured out, how to grow fruit on trees or created orchards, and maybe one day he had like 10 fruit trees. He's pretty proud of himself.
So that's functional. There is also something to that, just like you said, that's just beautiful. It does get you closer to, like you said, the divine. Something, when you step back and look at the entirety of it, a collective of humans using a beautiful invention or creation, or just something about this instrument is creating a beautiful piece of music. That seems just right. That's what we're here for. Whatever the divine is, it seems like we're here for that. And I, of course, love talking to you because from the engineering perspective, the functional is ultimately the mechanism towards the beauty.
Isn't there something beautiful about making the world a better place for people that you love, your friends, your family, or yourself? And when you think about the entire arc of human existence, and you roll the clock back 500,000 years, and you think about every struggle of everyone that came before us and everything they had to overcome in order to put you here right now, you got to admire that, right? You got to respect that.
That's a heck of a gift they gave us. It's also a heck of a responsibility. Don't screw it up.
If I dropped you 500,000 years ago and I said, figure out steel refining, or figure out silicon chips, fabric production, or whatever it is.
Why? Or
you're
fire.
Like, and so now we're here, and I guess the way you repay them is you fix everything in front of your face you can, right? And that means to someone like Elon, it means get us off the planet, right? To someone like me, it's like, I think, fix the energy in the system.
And that gives me hope. Michael, this was an incredible conversation. You're an incredible human. It's a huge honor you would sit down with me. Thank you so much for talking today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Saylor. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with a few words from Francis Bacon. Money is a great servant, but a bad master. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
There are no right answers for anything involved in art. We're all trying experiments to find a way. And even for the things that I work on, I don't have a set way that I do anything. I come to every project blank.
Maybe you're just a meat vehicle and you're channeling ideas from somewhere else.
I believe we know. Close to nothing. Close to nothing. About anything. If we embrace
how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
It didn't just start showing up in 1947.
How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans?
What do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here with you. and there's something that's, as you said, watching you.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big, ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell to you?
The micro machines and the nano machines that proteins make and become, that to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment. And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing processing. I mean, if you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside the cell.
So DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? A big, continuing on the philosophical question, is this both scientific and philosophical? How did life originate on Earth, do you think? How did this, at every level, so the very first step and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind?
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of, and appears, to me at least, to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms of a protein, et cetera, sit in that computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways, if you want to believe in God, and I don't know that I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created, or at least enabled, to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, and you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene hypotheses. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask a question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. So this, you're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for this particular environment.
Right.
So if you reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by considering all the possible things it could become?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain Lex Friedman.
Yeah.
Doesn't explain me, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live.
Yes.
And grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
Interesting. So like some of the information, is that accurate to say is stored outside the body?
Exactly. Yeah. The information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again 1 million times, How many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and it's not all pre-programmed, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation or randomness at the beginning, you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. And I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into the, into the substrate of the universe. It wouldn't always be